I believe we are live now. Hello, everybody. My name is Freya. I'm a game developer, and I absolutely loved Hollow Knight Silksong, but I'm also kind of frustrated with it, and that's kind of weird, and I want to try to figure out why. So I think I hadn't really played any Metroidvania games until like this year. So I played 9 Souls last year. Wait, last year. Was it last year? No, it was probably this year. So I played 9 Souls, and that was my first Metroidvania. Absolutely fantastic game. I loved 9 Souls. That was such a good game. I did play a few like Dark Souls games. I played Dark Souls 1 a long time ago, and then I played Dark Souls 3, I think, but then I kind of gave up on it. Same thing with Elden Ring. I played a little bit of Elden Ring, and then I gave up on Elden Ring too. It became a little bit too big, I think. But anyway, so this year I played 9 Souls, and I loved it, and then I kind of heard that, you know, 9 Souls was inspired by this other game called Hollow Knight, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember hearing about Hollow Knight. I hadn't really, like, properly looked into Hollow Knight or tried it at all. And so I gave it a try a few months ago, 4 months ago. And I absolutely loved Hollow Knight. Incredible game. Super, super good. Very, very difficult though. I think I found Hollow Knight more difficult than, what was it? Like, probably most Dark Souls games. I'm not entirely sure if that's just like, I'm not used to that type of control of the character, because it's a very different type of movement you have in the Hollow Knight games. And some of the things in Hollow Knight was really, really difficult for me to get used to. So one of them was, for example, directional attacks. I think the only game I've played before that had a similar type of directional attack like that is probably Smash. I think Smash is probably the only game I played that had that type of directional attack. And that adds a layer of a complexity that I sort of didn't expect. And, you know, 9 Souls was very different in that regard, in that 9 Souls didn't have a directional attack. The main attack in 9 Souls was like this big arc going, you know, above the character and in front of the character. But of course 9 Souls is less like direct attack focused, and it's a little bit more parry focused. And so there's a lot of different trade-offs for like what the game puts emphasis on. So going from 9 Souls to Hollow Knight was a big jump, and I thought it would be more similar. But regardless, I had a great time playing the first Hollow Knight. Very, very good game, and I think one of the things that struck me the most about Hollow Knight that made it stand out compared to many other games is that it's just so full of character. And by character, I don't necessarily mean like characters. Of course, it does have a lot of characters, but I think that the game has such a consistent through line of a vibe that gives it so much personality and feeling. It's extremely cohesive in a way that many games fail to achieve. And it's also really, really cool how they manage to have kind of a like dark and sad setting, and then contrast that with all of the like kind of silly character voices, and like, I don't know, there's a lot of silliness in Hollow Knight, but if you manage to combine that with the seriousness of the world and the darkness of the story, like, it's really hard to marry those two concepts and actually making it work. There's so many like pieces of media that try to do this thing where they try to have two very different tones, and then they kind of clash instead of, you know, working together. So I think the classic example of that is like, you're trying to like tell a serious story, but then you also want to have humor in it, but then the humor kind of undermines the seriousness, and the seriousness makes it hard to enjoy the humor. I'm super curious for what This is more of like a narrative thing of like what makes a narrative able to marry two kind of dissonant feelings like that. I don't know. It's a tricky one. It just got me thinking because it's hard to do that, I think. At least in a way that works for me. I don't know, maybe stuff works for other people, but for me, there's very, very few TV shows or games that can take dissonant concepts and make them work. I think another really good example would be Severance, the TV show. Severance did a really good job kind of mixing the, like, psychological horror of the whole setting and the weird corporate office humor. I think it's really, really cool that worked in Severance. And you have to, like, balance those things very, very, very carefully, because if you mess it up, you're going to undermine, like, both of the different, like, emotions there. Anyway, so the first Hollow Knight, I think, did an amazing job at balancing this stuff. Except for Mr. Mushroom. Mr. Mushroom, I didn't like Mr. Mushroom. Mr. Mushroom felt very tonally weird to me. But I guess it's fine, you know? I don't know if there's a story behind Mr. Mushroom, if that's like an insert character from the Kickstarter or something, or like, I don't know. That character felt super off for me. I'm not entirely sure why. Okay, so after I played Hollow Knight, I played I wanted to do the true ending in Hollow Knight, the first game. So I got to pretty much the end of the true ending, except I didn't beat Radiance. I don't know. It's just when I got to Radiance, I was sort of feeling like I'd sort of gotten everything I wanted to get out of that universe. And the parts that I liked the most about Hollow Knight was completely unrelated to boss fights. I loved exploration. I loved the regular, like, combat that you do during exploration. And I wasn't a huge fan of the boss fights, because I struggled a lot with the boss fights in Hollow Knight, the first one. And I think what happened once I switched over to Silksong was that I think Silksong forced me to get better at some of the things I didn't get better at during Hollow Knight when it came to boss fights. But I suppose we're probably going to talk about that once I start playing the game. So I think my first playthrough, I didn't stream that, so that was just fully off stream. I mostly played it on my Steam Deck, and I really like the Steam Deck controller, and I kind of wish I could use this as a gamepad. But anyway, so Hollow Knight, amazing game. I started playing Silksong, and I found Silksong to be pretty frustrating. I think for the first act and a little bit more, I don't know if I would say I was enjoying my time with Hollow Knight. I think I was very frustrated with certain minor things, especially when it comes to the healing mechanic, that just kind of made me annoyed and made me feel so anxious all the time in a way that I didn't feel in the first Hollow Knight. I think there's reasons for that. And yeah, I think we can get into that once we jump into the game. Which I should actually do now, because there's no reason to not jump into the game. How is the audio, by the way? Can you all hear both the game and me? I hope you can hear me at the very least, so I didn't, like, yap into the ether. Do you remember your first playthrough total time on Silksong or Hollow Knight? You can hear, okay. Okay. Someone said the game is a bit soft, but I think do you mean like visually or? Oh, Silksong True Ending. Well, I guess the title screen will say, so. And I will be using... if you Steam stream the game using Steam Deck, you can use controller on the original screen. I'm kind of worried about input lag for streaming stuff, so I don't know if I can use the Steam Deck. I wish I could, though. Okay. Let me just get seated. So someone asked what my playtime was for my first playthrough. And I believe it was like pretty long. It was like 80, 90 hours, I think. So yeah, so this is the number one is my playthrough. So this one, 92 hours. I mean, some of that was probably mostly running around and like finishing up the last few like 100% things. A lot of those hours was honestly just the final boss. The final true ending boss was really, really difficult for me. It was, good lord. Maybe I shouldn't make it too spoilery. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. It was very difficult. And then I did have another save where I was just running around, exploring. But yeah, so I guess it's sort of like my second playthrough, but it's more like a 2.1st playthrough. I guess we're doing slot 4. It's an exceptional. We are not doing Steel Soul, dear God. Okay, let me also put on YouTube chat. There we go. Okay. Let's go. I don't know if I should be quiet during the intro. If there's someone who's seeing this for the first time, and I should leave it playing. I really like these, I don't know, I really like their cinematics. They don't do a whole lot of cinematics, but they're like effective whenever they use them. They're really good. No speedrun timer? Absolutely not. It was a little unclear to me here. If it was Hornet doing that silk thing, or if it was something else, or someone else. I feel like it kind of... I think the first time I saw it, I thought it was Hornet, but that doesn't really make sense narratively. Because, like, I feel like when Hornet lands, she's kind of like talking about how, like, all of her powers were stolen, or whatever. But, like, if that was her fault for breaking the bridge and falling, I feel like that kind of undermines the whole idea. So I feel like it's gotta be some other entity or character in the universe. Alright. Bind. I think she did it and the butterflies temporarily disabled the cage. That could be it, yeah. Oh, the firefly gave her the silk to do something? Oh, the cage drained her. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Okay. That works. For the first playthrough, what was your etiquette towards looking stuff up, like missing hidden walls or where to find final tools, etc.? So, I am a very I'm extremely spoiler sensitive. I didn't even watch the trailer before I played Silksong because trailers are way too spoilery for me. Same thing with things like soundtrack. I don't like listening through soundtracks before playing the game because I want like the most pure experience of playing the game for the first time. Because the moment I get spoiled on something, I'm gonna like anticipate that one thing that I've been spoiled on, and I feel like coming into it entirely fresh makes my experience hugely improved. I know that a lot of people are not as spoiler sensitive, but for me, like if I'm spoiled on certain things, that can legitimately like ruin a big part of the experience. And so personally, I didn't look anything up. My policy with this kind of stuff is like, when I'm approaching the end where I'm like not collecting that much more stuff anymore and I'm not finding anything else on my own and I might be feeling kind of stuck, that's when I start looking stuff up. So for Silksong, that was like when I was nearing the very, very, very end and I was missing like one thread spool and one mask shard, I think. But most of everything else, I think I did on my own. No, there was one area I couldn't find without looking it up as well. It was the Nihilith area, because the in-game hint for that was really bad. Okay, all right. Silksong, and I have no abilities anymore. Yeah, it's always a little bit weird going back to another playthrough when you go from like a ton of abilities to basically nothing. I do want full immersion, yeah. What's your rate out of 10? What I would rate this game out of 10? This game doesn't fit on a 10-point scale because I think it's really, really good in many different regards, but there are certain things that I think it doesn't do well. And it mostly comes down to certain mechanics, I think. Otherwise, like, I love the design of everything. Obviously, Hollow Knight 1 did a really good job when it came to, like, ambience. Music was great. I love the gameplay. Had some issues with the gameplay there as well and the bosses, but I think overall it's such a like holistic experience. Like you really feel like you're part of the world in a way that many games fail to achieve. Like Team Cherry, they're just really good at ambience and character. So what does second playthrough mean? I have played through this game once before, and this is the second time I'm playing through it. And so, yeah, that's what second playthrough is. Okay, so I guess one of the biggest changes, obviously with the healing system, is that now when you heal, you're spending all of your soul or all of your silk. So comparing it to Hollow Knight 1, because in Hollow Knight 1, you could kind of like choose how much of your like silk or soul that you wanted to spend in order to heal. But in Silksong, you are always spending all of your silk when healing. But instead, you're healing 3 health instead of just 1. And I think, like, initially, I thought that was kind of an upgrade, because I was like, oh, it's kind of nice to heal 3 instead of just 1, and it's a much faster heal, right? And yeah, when playing the first Hollow Knight, it's a very slow heal. If you want to heal as much health as you can get with, you know, 1 heal in Silksong, the first game, it takes a long time to do that. But I think the way that this system works has a few drawbacks that I think is probably one of my like primary sources of frustration with this game. And I'm gonna get into that. Okay, I forget exactly what is even happening in this first area. Because it was a long time ago I was here. Ow. Okay. You know what? I don't need to kill you. You can just live. So the other thing that's really good about these, about the healing mechanic in Silksong is that you can heal mid-air. That's something you couldn't do in the first Hollow Knight, and that is probably something that I think I discovered that relatively late in my first playthrough. I kind of wish there was some indication that you could do that earlier. But that could just be like, that could just be me playing Silksong after the first Hollow Knight, and then I was kind of expecting it to only work on ground. But in terms of like how much that improved my gameplay, or like how much it improved my experience playing this game, knowing that I could heal mid-air was a huge gain in enjoyment of this game. Yeah. This game lets you figure out a lot of stuff on your own, yes, but there's always the question of like how much, or like where should you draw that line? Because that line that could be anywhere, right? You could go the full like AAA Ubisoft mass market game where you explain literally every single thing and everything is like on screen and explained all the time, so there's no possible chance that you're going to forget about it. Or you can go kind of the opposite where nothing is explained and then you kind of have to figure everything out on your own. I think you always kind of have to pick which of those things you want to explain explicitly and which of those things you're okay with the player not discovering until later. Because like even Silksong does explain a few things, right? It doesn't leave everything up to the player. And so the question is more like what things are worth explaining to the player or forcing the player to learn. So one thing, for example, is that, you know, the Moss Grotto here in Silksong, it forces you to fight a boss really early on in the game. So there's kind of like, it's kind of unavoidable. You can't really like not fight a boss or do something else in the beginning, and that's a choice, right? And I think that's a fine choice, and I think it was fine the way they did it in Hollow Knight as well, where like you could just explore for a long time. But yeah, so there's a bunch of things that they don't really explain, but I think there's a lot of stuff you can discover on your own, and I think the mid-air healing is probably okay as something you don't explain, like this. It's probably okay to not explain it, but then I think you sort of have to like make sure that players actually do discover it, like if not intentionally, then discovering it by accident, because for me, knowing that I could heal mid-air was a massive difference. Like, that improved my experience by so much, because I kept dying and dying and dying and dying in like more and more frustrating ways. And one of the most frustrating thing about Silksong is that if you get hit while healing, you lose all the silk that you spent on that heal, and you don't get the heal. I think that is probably one of the most punishing things in this entire game that I don't like. I don't like. I'm not entirely sure what the solution is there. Like, they do have a partial solution with the warding bell, which I think is really good that it exists. But I'm not sure. Like, obviously, there's going to be consequences if they were to change the mechanics of that healing, but the just how punishing it is really, really rough. And you know, you could always argue like it's better to have the player learn that you shouldn't heal in this location. You can always, like, the thing about game design is like you can always make up an excuse for anything. There's no kind of limit to what you can find a rational reason to like explain something with. So like, for example, you could argue that like, okay, well, I think Silksong is too easy. Like, you start with 5 health. Wouldn't it be better to start with 1 health? Because that way you're gonna learn immediately that you can't take any hits. And then once you have two health, that's when you can be a little bit more lenient. But it's good to like front load, you know, learning that taking hits is bad. And so we're gonna make that super, super punishing by making sure that you die immediately when you take a hit in the beginning of the game. Like, you can make up reasons for anything. But the thing is, like, you're not really just supposed to find a reason. You're supposed to think about, like, what are the consequences of doing this? And would players, like, would the audience that I want to play this game, would they enjoy or find this mechanic or design, like, good or useful or interesting, right? And I think, I mean, you could make a Silksong where you have 1 health from the beginning, but then you will you will alienate a significant fraction of your player base, right? Including those who liked Hollow Knight. Like, Silksong almost alienated me, and I loved the first Hollow Knight, and I struggled with the first Hollow Knight, right? And so it's always this balancing act. I guess that's why it's usually called like game balance, when thinking about, you know, what numbers you should put on everything. The number of health, like your max health, the number of silk threads or whatever, like all of this stuff. But yeah, sorry if I'm yapping too much. I feel like I haven't gotten anywhere. So one of the things that Silksong doesn't explain, or really like help you out very much in learning. I'm trying to remember if the first Hollow Knight actually did this. It took a while. So one thing that a Hollow Knight really wants you to know how to do is to do partial jumps and attack at very precise heights, whether that's up or to the side. Like if an enemy is hovering right in your blind spot, like where you're unable to hit, like wherever this doesn't hit and this doesn't hit, so like in the top left or top right corner of your character, both Hollow Knight and Silksong, they want you to know how to do a short hop and a slash. Like this type of attack. I didn't have as much of an issue with this in the first Hollow Knight, but in Silksong, good lord, some enemies are super frustrating if you don't know how to do this well. And this was a really, really technical thing for me to learn, and I don't know if it's a common thing in most Metroidvanias to know how to do those kinds of like precise, like short hops and slashes. And I think that like I didn't even realize that until much later in the game. Like after I played through the game, I was like, wait, that's actually a really, really important thing. And I feel like enemies in Silksong exploit this fact massively, and sort of assume you know how to do those things. And it's also kind of uncomfortable to do this type of thing on a controller because, you know, you're holding, you know, your thumb on the bottom face button, right? You're already doing something with that finger, but then you also need to slash, usually with the same finger. And having those two things on the same finger, I think it adds a lot of complexity, where I wonder if playing on a keyboard would actually make this a lot easier, or even just rebinding attack to be on like one of the shoulder buttons. But that is something that, like, I mean, even here, right? Like even here there's an enemy that's, I think it's kind of funny that you can taunt enemies with just attacks. So like even this one, I can't hit it without jumping, right? So I would have to do this kind of short hop. But if I just jump and slash, kind of like as two separate actions, so like jump slash, jump slash, jump slash, like you can't really hit it if you do that. And like, yeah, I guess we can just wait for it to get here. Like this kind of thing. So then you have to do this really short hop and an attack. I think Silksong is like underestimating how difficult that is for someone who's not used to it. Or it could just be that I'm bad. Maybe I'm just good enough at, maybe I'm just not good enough at the game, but like this is one of the first enemies you meet. Like compare this to the like Tick in Hollow Knight 1. Like this is much harder because this one is kind of like trying to like get that thing where like, okay, not only do you need to jump and slash, but you also need to time it so that you do it when it's on its way down over this ledge, right? So I feel like it's so much more difficult, for me at least, as someone who never really properly learned the short hop slashes. Yeah, and then you can of course think about like, is that good? Is that bad? Should the game be designed that way? Ultimately, that's like, it's up to the game designers in terms of what experience they want your players to have, or their players to have, right? So yeah, just keep in mind that like, everything I say here is my opinions. Like, some of these things are probably going to be kind of universal game design stuff, but obviously like, Team Cherry are not bad at making games. This is a phenomenal game. So this is mostly like coming from my perspective and my experience. Yeah. Okay. I feel like I've been yapping way too much, even in the first area. So, okay. I think that setup is good because it teaches you when you aren't in danger. Like the previous room here, with the rolly thing. I'm not sure I would say you're not in danger. Like, there's kind of spikes here, right? That looks kind of dangerous to me. I don't know. I think the first one was probably not above spikes, I think. Okay. And then I guess the other big thing is the pogo, or the down attack rather. So the in the first Hollow Knight, I don't want to compare too much to the first Hollow Knight because I do think it is kind of a standalone game as well. But in the first Hollow Knight, you would attack downwards by just slashing under you. When you point the analog stick down and you press attack, you do like a down slash. But in Silksong, you do this diagonal attack. I personally really liked this one at first. I actually kind of still like it, but I think I like it less because there's better alternatives for me down the line. But the diagonal pogo, or the diagonal attack, takes a while to get used to, and it does have this extra component of like, you can't just hold the stick down, you have to also have a bit of a directional input. And the moment you have like some ambiguity there for the directional input, there's like more risk for making mistakes, or more like room to make mistakes. Actually, let me see if I can go to. I should have. Okay, does this work? Oh, this does work. Okay, there we go. Look, I have like a note scribble board in case I want to talk about stuff. But now I forgot what I was going to talk about. Oh yeah, the pogo. So wait, now it disappeared. Come on, no, okay. There we go. Okay, so basically, whenever you have like any kind of like analog stick input, you have to deal with detecting which like intent the player has, right? So if this is the possible regions for where the player is pulling the analog stick, so like this location would be pulling it upwards, this would be pulling it left, this would be pulling it slightly to the left, kind of like a vector, right? Because usually you get the analog input as a vector. So then if you want to detect like, okay, do you want to do an up slash? Then you need some kind of threshold to determine like, okay, maybe this will be the region where if the analog stick is within this region, you're going to do an up slash. And there's probably going to be some dead zone actually, depending on the game and the controller setup. So if you're in this region and you press attack, you're going to do an up slash, right? And the same thing goes for the sides as well. So here you have your side slashes, and then in Hollow Knight 1, this whole area would be the down slash. But in Silksong, this whole area is not actually just a down slash. Now you have another separation here, where this is like down slash to the left, and this is down slash to the right. And I think, especially if you're used to just doing regular down attacks, like you might be on the boundary here, and like assuming that like if you're walking in a certain direction, that just pulling it down is going to make it do the pogo that you expect. I am kind of curious if Team Cherry had. I'm kind of curious like what threshold Team Cherry's used here, because the natural one would be to put it directly in the middle, but I wonder if you could have different thresholds depending on the direction you're walking. So like if you're walking to the left, maybe you would move the threshold to make this region bigger. I'm kind of curious if there's like ways to make that feel more intuitive. Because usually when you want to do something that's like counteracting your current movement, you're probably going to over-exaggerate the analog stick movement. But if you're right on the border, you probably want to do the more like canonical action here. Yeah, I'm kind of curious if they have any like threshold stuff like that, or like I'm also kind of curious if I were to like experiment with that, I wonder what my actual inputs would be for like what I'm expecting to happen and what I'm pressing. Yeah. So kind of like sort of like a dead zone, but it's more like an angular dead zone based on the player direction. Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the kind of curious if the game does anything like that, or if it is just a split down the middle. But the problem with something like this is that as soon as the pies get smaller, the room for error, like you're gonna make more mistakes because you have to be more precise with this kind of stuff. And I remember during my first playthrough, I did quite a few mistakes with the diagonal pogo where it went the other way, or I did a side slash instead of a diagonal attack. And yeah, I think I'm probably better at it now than I was in the beginning, or I'm definitely better than I was in the beginning. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I'd be kind of curious to like maybe make a little simulation in Unity, or maybe just record my inputs while playing Silksong and see like when do I accidentally do a side slash instead of a diagonal pogo, and then also whether I could have like whether there is a way to counteract that kind of accidental input. Because like there's kind of two different solutions. You can either you try to find heuristics for like kind of like I mentioned with the like having the like diagonal thresholds. Why are my notes not popping up? Where like, okay, if the player's moving left, we're gonna put the threshold for diagonal pogo down left. It's gonna be a little bit larger, so that if you're moving to the left but you want to do a pogo backwards, you would have to do a bigger analog stick input in order to do that, right? And I wonder if the same thing goes for the side slashes, because I do remember when there's certain puzzles in the game where, or not puzzles, like platforming sections where you have these little plants that you have to kind of like bounce off of with the down attacks. And I had quite a few moments where, you know, oh wait, why does it keep switching away? Okay, the scene switcher is fighting me right now. Oh my god, okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna stop the automatic scene switcher, so you're gonna have to yell at me as soon as I don't show the notes when I'm clearly expecting you to see the notes. So like there's a bunch of platforming sections in the game where there's these little plants. I don't know if you saw this part when I was drawing this, but basically you're kind of like platforming by attacking downwards on these little plant things, and then you bounce off of them. And usually there's like spikes underneath, so you're not exactly safe if you miss. And so when I did my first playthrough, I had many moments where I did one pogo on this, I bounce off of it, and then as I was going to do this one, I did a side slash. And if you side slash these, you fall down to your death. This happened an unusually high number of times, and I was kind of surprised at that. And I'm guessing. This is just a guess, so I don't know what they actually did in the game. So I'm gonna guess that they're using fixed angular thresholds for the diagonal input. I don't know if they're exactly at 45 degrees or if they have like even more space for one or the other type of input. But 45 degrees, I would guess would be the kind of canonical place to put that threshold, where if the analog stick is here, you do a side slash, right? But in the blue one, you do a diagonal down pogo. So this would be a side slash. This is a side slash, clearly. So I think when I was doing these pogos, because there's kind of an additional thing of like how far does the analog stick have to go to the side in order to move you to the left? I'm actually not sure. Let's actually try that because I'm curious. I lost the game. There it is. Okay. Okay, you are doing a little bit too much. I'm gonna leave you. I'm sorry. Okay, so if I'm holding it directly down, there is a little bit of wiggle room here, actually, before Hornet starts moving. I'm guessing it's the same threshold for up. Yeah. Okay, it is a pretty slim threshold, though. Okay. So it looks like the, it looks like there's sort of a threshold for moving to the left as well. So I'm gonna say it's like this region right here. It did feel like it was very, very slim. It was not a very big region. Kind of like an angular dead zone, yeah. So that sort of cuts through part of this. Yeah, so like this whole arc here, I guess would be moving to the left. And then the same thing with moving to the right would also have some kind of threshold here. Okay, I'm very good at drawing. Hope you're enjoying my little sketches. Okay. I wonder if you can still do the pogo in this little slice, or if it rejects the pogo as well, or the like diagonal down attack. If like, okay, so if I'm holding down, I guess the only way to confirm that would be to, because if I'm stopped and I pogo, can I do a backwards pogo here? I'm gonna guess no. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So then they do have certain thresholds like this, where this region... Oh, hold on. Why did my automatic scene switcher break? That's kind of annoying. So this region in the middle here, this one will pogo in the direction you're facing, even if you're within this zone, actually. So it actually does do the thing that I mentioned to some extent. So if you're facing to the left, this region will do a pogo down left. So that's even if you're technically on the right side, this will do a pogo to the left. Which I think that's a good thing. I think that kind of solves the problem of, you know, you're pushing the analog stick directly down because you want to pogo, then this would not fail and like slightly edge over to the backwards pogo. So it's good to have this thing. But then I feel like the same doesn't really exist for the side slash versus the diagonal down pogo. And I think part of it is probably just because the way that I'm doing the input for this, I think it's probably because I'm kind of like, when I do the pogo, I think the way that I input that is that, you know, when I'm bouncing off of these things, I think during, actually we can just color code this. During these kinds of jumps, I think I'm holding right for most of this, and then when I want to trigger the pogo, then I think I'm like going from having my input here, and then I swivel it down to try to hit, well, probably just, I might actually try to do 45 degrees down that makes me wonder, maybe that's the actual issue. That if the pogo threshold is at 45 degrees, I am kind of right on the border. So then I wonder if the threshold is actually at 45 degrees, or if they put it at like halfway between, you know, 0 and 45, instead of putting it here. I think that would make sense visually. If the threshold was actually a little bit higher. So if we have 45 degrees here, halfway would be here. So that would be a bit more space given to the diagonal input. Yeah, I'm really curious about this. Because if you were to just distribute the amount of space for each type of input, there's many different ways of doing it. And I think I'm probably, like, when I'm playing the game, I believe, so when I'm playing the game, the diagonal input that I do, I think I'm trying to match it with the visual direction the hornet is going in. I think I'm actually trying to match that direction, which could be, yeah, that maybe that isn't actually the direction that the threshold is at. Okay, so let me actually just directly just look at the controller and see where the threshold goes. Okay. That's a side slash. Oh, it's so hard to tell. Hold on. So this is 45 degrees. It is more than 45 degrees. The side slash... I was just staring at my controller. The side slash is at a different threshold. It feels like it comes in earlier than what I drew. But it might not. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I think because the direction of the actual movement that Hornet does is in this direction, like ideally you would want to have it be centered around this direction, I think. Yeah. And then I think for the sideways direction, the ideal direction is obviously directly to the right. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so it kind of feels like they did put the threshold not at 45, but a little bit higher, which could be here. Or it's a little bit less than that. It's not more than that. So somewhere here is the actual threshold. Oh yeah, you can see my controller below my webcam, by the way. So you can see the inputs that I'm doing. It's not super precise though, but okay. Anyway. Okay, I don't know, is it interesting if I go super deep into trying to figure these things out, or should I just keep on playing? Or do whatever. I don't want to get too stuck on things if it's not interesting. Yeah, I think I don't want to look up the raw numbers now because I don't want to have to try to figure out how to get those visible. I guess I would have to like open Unity to try to figure it out. Oh yeah, there was one more thing that I was gonna mention when it came to the oh yeah, still on screen, sorry. There was one more thing I was gonna mention about these types of things. So when I'm doing these pogos, oh yeah, I guess the movement doesn't really look like this. Let's actually make it a little bit more accurate. So I'm pushing to the right, and then I'm obviously pressing I'm swiveling the analog stick down to the diagonal, and then I press attack. And then you pogo directly diagonally down, and then you bounce off of it. So I'm probably still holding diagonal down for a little bit before swiveling it back to the right. And then you kind of repeat that type of motion. I guess it would probably look something like this. But it is fascinating to me how many times I failed at this. But I think one of the things that is actually kind of bad about this strategy, if I were to like look at this from like an ideal perspective, in terms of like what would an optimal player do in this situation, this type of thing where I swivel from this location to this location is actually not required, because the only thing I need to do, I can just keep the stick in this position, because during these yellow sections, I don't actually have to be ready to do a side slash. All I need to do is move to the right, and the section in which you move to the right is this whole section. So like when you do these types of pogos, you could just keep the stick in one location throughout the whole movement. But I think for me, the like moving to the right and doing a diagonal pogo, like they like occupy different spaces in my head. They are at very different locations, and they're just not part of the same thing. And I think another issue with it is that when I'm holding diagonal down, my mental like headspace is like, okay, we have our character, and I want to move in this direction, right? I want to move diagonal up, bouncing on all of these things, but on a more micro level, I want to pogo into this thing, but then I want to continue in this direction. So like my head wants me to push in this direction, but holding down, even during the bridges here, where you don't technically need to be ready to do the pogo, feels counterintuitive, because I don't want to go in that direction. Like holding this direction feels like a risk, because I'm directly pointing at the spikes beyond these things. I only want to point at the spikes when I'm in the safe zone, right? I only want to do that above the little bouncy things. So it's really counterintuitive to me, I think, to just stick to this position, even though that is the easier option, because that would remove all the ambiguity of like accidentally doing a side slash or accidentally doing a down pogo. If I recall, you even diagonal pogo when a stick is almost straight down. Yes, we looked at that earlier. We noticed that there's a bit of a like angular dead zone, and when you're moving to the left, the diagonal pogo does go backwards a little bit into the other direction, without pogoing the opposite way. So you have to push all the way here beyond this threshold to turn around and pogo the other direction. But that also makes you start moving in that direction. So there's a bit of a like zone where it kind of gives priority to one of them. How much thought does this game require? I don't know. However much I want to think about it. It's not about being required. I just want to think about these things because I'm curious. Oh wait, there was one more thing that I was gonna mention. Like there are a few things I was thinking about when there are a few things I was thinking about when I was making these mistakes. There's like an additional complication whenever you start having to mix these things with enemies nearby. But one thing I was thinking of is like, you could have a thing where if you are at this location, say, and the quote-unquote correct pogo would be in this direction, the likelihood that you want to do a side slash is very low, right? And so like you could do stuff like if you are near a very intentionally pogoable target, if you're near one of those, you could expand the threshold for the pogo in that direction. So like based on proximity, or like if you're in the pogo range of a thing, you could expand the threshold for that specific input. It gets a little bit complicated the moment you have enemies though, because if you want to apply the same thing to enemies, then you would kind of have the thing where like, you know, if there's an enemy here, you would probably want a similar thing for your side slashes, right? So you don't accidentally like pogo, right? So then you would want to move this threshold down to make the side slash more likely. These kinds of things though are like, it's a bit of a blessing and a curse, because one, you have to design the heuristic in a way where it does what players expect it to do in every single case, which is complicated if you're fighting an enemy above some platforming stuff, because then the player might get frustrated because the thresholds are at a different place, and if they don't know that, they might just feel that the controls are just super inconsistent, right? So it kind of depends on like which one of those is the most consistent. Another issue with that could be that like you get used to the bigger threshold during platforming, but then if you don't implement that same thing for enemies, you might get frustrated because your brain has already got used to the more lenient version, and then the more strict version when fighting enemies would make you like frustrated because that then is no longer what you practiced before. So that's kind of one aspect where like you could fudge these thresholds depending on like your location relative to pogoable things, whether that's an enemy or a platforming thing, right? But there's also like a time aspect where this probably gets into like really. Yeah, this gets into like a whole thing of like dynamics, but like I don't do a whole lot of game programming in terms of like gameplay programming these specific characters and inputs. So maybe a lot of this stuff is like super basic and people already do this kind of stuff like all the time, but this is just me thinking out loud at this point. So like one thing that I've sort of noticed when I do these types of pogo movements where, you know, I'm switching from pointing the analog stick to the right and then pointing it diagonal down, when I want to switch from one action to another, it's almost always a pretty large movement. Like if I'm pointing it to the right and then I want to go diagonal down, I never go to the tiny threshold here. I'm always going like fully diagonal down. So like when I want to change my, like the action that I want to do, I always do a big movement. Which kind of brings it into question of like, if you're kind of like on the boundary and you're sort of like moving slightly around this area, you could have a thing of like moving that threshold down a little bit. Because I haven't moved it very quickly across a large angle. So you could like fudge those as well based off of your seeming intent, based off how much you move the analog stick. Yeah, I wonder if there's stuff you can do there as well to make this kind of platforming lenient. Because I suspect that there's some kind of wiggle room somewhere around some threshold where I'm like slowly crawling back and forth between two different states and then I get the wrong like input. But I'm not sure if that's the case here. Anyway, okay, I should keep playing. I should also drink some tea. Aren't there also situations where you might want to pogo an enemy? Yeah, I think enemies would probably be included in that consideration. Would that make the controls more inconsistent at higher levels of play, do you think? It can definitely happen, yeah. That's the thing you have to be careful with. Like, if you make it more lenient in certain situations, then it might feel inconsistent if that leniency isn't like... It has to be very consistently applied, and you sort of have to know your player's intent, and if your player intent is hard to predict, then... I mean, you're probably going to mispredict what they're doing, and then they're going to do the wrong input based on what they want to do. Yeah. I feel like I need to make my scene switching a little bit less annoying, but okay. Would it make sense to make it possible to move in a way with joysticks that's impossible with D-pads? I mean, yeah, many games do that. I mean, D-pad, like, traditionally D-pad is kind of like a digital input. Like, you either press it or you don't. I think they might give you, like, a 0 to 1 range per button now. But I think in practice, people don't really use it that way, I think. I could be wrong. So, like, if you're doing a racing game, analog sticks will let you turn slightly, but a D-pad would make a full like turn to the left if you press left, right? I think D-pads technically have a 0 to 1 value, but I don't know how common it is to actually use it in game to like halfway press a D-pad button. Yeah, I don't know how often games do that. Okay. Alright, Bone Circuit, see you later. Thanks for all your videos and lectures, incredible communicator. Thank you. Oh yeah, I might make some stuff about Quaternions soon. I have a lot of ideas about my Quaternion video. My biggest hang-up is that if poorly implemented, you'd have to wrestle with the game so it properly understands your intent, so it seems very difficult to properly implement. Cool concept though. Yeah, and that is the tricky balance you have to strike. And Silksong already does this to some extent. Like if you're moving to the left or to the right, the thresholds for your diagonal pogos change. And that is kind of a heuristic they're using to like figure out, okay, what is the most likely pogo that you want to do? Like when you're moving to the right and your analog stick is almost, or it is pointing directly downwards, do you ever want to do a backwards pogo? Usually you don't, right? And so the threshold for a backwards pogo is actually further away than if you were to face left, right? So pointing directly down does have a heuristic to lean towards pogoing in the direction you're facing, even if the analog stick is pointing backwards. So now my analog stick is pointing backwards, but I'm still doing a forward pogo, right? And so clearly they do have those kinds of things, but this is a relatively easy thing to predict because, you know, facing a certain direction is a much more predictable thing to measure player intent from rather than proximity to nearby objects. Because proximity could be hard and might not get at what the player wants to do. Like, what if the player wants to hit an enemy, but they don't want to pogo a thing nearby? Or a different player is in the exact same location, but they want to do the opposite. There's no like way to distinguish between those two, right? With that kind of system. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. I guess I should try and pogo to get the moss berry. So they started doing a lot of live streams recently. Yeah, I was kind of curious to just try it out again. I wanted to stream, and I wanted to... I don't know, I just wanted to try it out again. I haven't done it for a while. And I haven't been wanting to do it for a while, that's why I haven't been streaming for a long time. Okay, so... the healing system. I feel like the healing system is my biggest issue with this game. In various ways. I think in particular, I have issues with the combination of a lot of enemies that have... A lot of enemies do 2 masks of damage, and you start with 5 health max, and healing heals 3 masks. I think initially I felt like healing 3 masks is like a straight upgrade from the first game, where you could only heal 1 mask, and healing 3 masks takes a long time, which puts you at risk of getting hit by enemies, which was particularly difficult during boss fights. So I think like during boss fights, I think this healing system in Silksong is easier and better than it was in the first Hollow Knight. In the first Hollow Knight, I could almost never find a spot to heal, which was... Well, it was a combination of like not being experienced enough with the game, but it is also really difficult to find time to heal in certain boss fights in Hollow Knight. It almost feels like some bosses were designed to not let you heal, even if you had the fast healing charm equipped. But that could just be a skill issue, because I was not very good at the first Hollow Knight. So that was easier in Silksong. But the thing that really bothers me is that like in the state that I am right now, I have 5 health total. That's the max health I can have, right? If I want to be safe, I should heal up, right? Like, because if I'm a player that makes a lot of mistakes, which I am a very chaotic player when it comes to combat or whatever. I think because of the way that I play this game, I tend to put myself in a lot of risk, and that means that having 1 or 2 masks of health is really dangerous for me. But I also really want to save the silk that I have to maximally use my healing. Because if I heal right now, I'm going to waste 1/3 of my silk. 1/3 of my silk is just going to disappear into the ether. And that incentivizes me to not heal right now. And I would have to kind of like, if I want to like maximize the efficiency of my silk, and once again, I'm generally starved of silk. I was like, the first, like throughout Act 1, when I played for the first time, I was so starved of silk that it was like my one focus. I just needed to find a charm. I needed to get more masks. I was so laser focused on like, Jesus Christ, I am so low on health all the time and I cannot heal. And I was just like desperate to find anything, anything that would help me out in that regard. And Silksong is not great at giving you options for survivability. I wanted Silksong to have a few more of these things, especially because the first Hollow Knight actually had a lot of options for survivability, but Silksong is more about giving you more like other types of attacks, right? And I found it hard to find like a good combination of charms and tools that let me have more leniency when it came to healing and survivability, and I think that made me really frustrated. So I kind of had a choice of either, in this moment, when I have 5 max health and I heal, I waste 1/3 of my silk, or I wait and keep on playing until I lose one more health, right? So I guess we have a little moss guy here. So now I can maximally use my healing, right? But if I'm in a hectic situation, if I'm during combat right now, let's say this little moss guy was super dangerous and I'm like currently in combat, I might not realize that I need to heal, right? It might take a while for me to even notice that. And what's worse, because so many enemies deal 2 damage rather than just 1, I will die in 1 hit. And so like, okay, so and even worse, if I didn't have any silk right now, I need to continually expose myself to risk for a very, very long time. So Silksong does this. When you heal and you get hit, you lose all the silk you would have used for that heal, and you don't get the heal either. This is extremely punishing. This is like really rough for someone who's kind of new to the game. You know, I played Nine Souls, and I played the first Hollow Knight, and then I played Silksong, like one after the other. So I do have experience with, you know, a little bit of experience with these types of games, right? But I felt like this setup is so punishing. And from this state, if I now want to find safety, like I want to, okay, maybe I can disengage with this combat with this one little moss guy crawling along the wall, right? If I now want to try to feel more safe, I want to build more health, I want to find something I can hit to get more health, right? I can't do that without putting myself at risk. And not only that, I need to put myself at risk for a very long time. Because, you know, in the first Hollow Knight, I could hit an enemy, was like 2 or 3 times. If I get just 2 or 3 hits, I can heal 1 mask. And that immediately makes me a lot more safe. And then, you know, finding other enemies to heal 1 more mask puts me in like a safer place, right? But in Silksong, I am at maximum risk. I'm at the maximum amount of danger all the way until I've filled the entire silk spool. This, I think, is a really frustrating design if you're someone who kind of needs a lot of room to make mistakes. And I feel like this also goes against kind of the idea of, I don't know, I feel like Hornet is a character that's supposed to feel kind of badass, but because of this system, some of the worst enemies in this entire game that killed me more than any other enemy or any other boss are the tiny little rats, or the tiny little bats, the tiny little bells bouncing all over. The tiniest things kill me in 1 hit, even though I'm supposed to be this like pseudo demigod Hornet, right? Because I messed up a heal, I lost all my silk, I'm at 1 health, I will die in 1 hit from the most trivial enemy ever. And so like, that feels shitty. Like, even if we disregard the 2 masks of damage, like, that it feels bad to be in a situation where I need safety in this spot. I have 1 health, I have no silk, I need to build silk in order to feel more safe. And in Hollow Knight 1, I could get in, you know, if I could just get 2 hits, I could heal, or 3 hits. I forget if it was 2 or 3. I could heal, and then I'm immediately, like, I have twice as much health if I could heal just 1 mask. That would help a lot, right? But I can't do that in Silksong. I can't do that. I need to continually put myself at risk, find another enemy somewhere, and, you know, with enemies that are kind of annoying to hit, like like, later in the game you're going to meet this, like, flying bats in the Citadel. They are really erratic and annoying, or the, like, crows, or the, like, rat-like things in Greymoor. Like, those tiny little rats are the #1 enemy to Hornet, who's supposed to be a really strong warrior. I don't like this design. I just don't like that design. I think it's like, I think it's okay to have this as one of the playstyles, but I think it's way too punishing for the way to have as a default behavior, I think. I get your meaning, but I personally feel like it encouraged aggressive play to the point where I had to do the insane stunts to survive at points. It fulfilled the power fantasy for me. The thing is, like, if you make a lot of mistakes, that is almost never happening. The like, aggressive play is only possible once you've gotten used to the game. But if you're not used to the game, you will die. Aggressive play will kill you. Careful play will usually also kill you because you're just 1 hit away. And it's not like in the first Hollow Knight where if you just get 2 hits in, you might be able to heal. And then you're a lot safer. But in Silksong, you need, what is it? Is it like 10? Is it 9 or 10 in order to heal? I forget exactly what it was. But yeah, you need so many hits in order to heal just once. And I feel like I don't know, I feel like it works for... I don't have a huge issue with this system for boss fights. I think for boss fights, it's sort of... I'm mostly okay with this in boss fights. It's mostly when doing regular exploration, where this system becomes... it becomes so punishing in a situation that feels like it shouldn't be punishing. Like I mentioned, if you're facing a tiny little rat enemy, or a tiny little ant, or a tiny little bat, like, I swear to God, I've been in these 1 health situations in the crawl spaces with those little bats or those little rats, and I am terrified of a tiny little rat. Because I know that that thing will jump at some point, and I'm gonna do the wrong move, and there's no room for error, and I will die, and I'm gonna have to, like, redo the whole thing because of a tiny little rat in a tunnel. Like, I'm okay dying to a boss due to this healing system, but it feels really, really shitty to die from the tiniest, simplest enemy because of a system that's really, really punishing. Yeah, I don't like that design, personally. It bothers me quite a lot. And I think the thing is, like, this one thing actually kind of ruined Act 1 for me during my first playthrough, because I struggled to enjoy the first act because of this. Because the moment I was so low health, I was just so anxious to just find anything to heal or anything to make this easier. And then, you know, it stopped being about, you know, exploration, finding new tools and finding new playstyles. Like, I couldn't do any of that in terms of finding new playstyles or experimenting. The only thing I could focus on was, please, for the love of God, give me one more mask. I just need one more mask would help a lot. Or more silk, like a charm that would give me more silk, like something, just anything that would give me more silk or more health or just anything. That was where my mind was, and like, that actually distracted me from the rest of the game. The rest of the game is really good. There's a lot of combat that's really good too, but I had such a hard time enjoying the game because I was just so stressed out about not having enough health. And that was just not very fun, I think. Yeah. I think someone wrote something that I wanted to read. Oh yeah, I think in one of the interviews they did mention that they wanted this kind of experience where they want to make the player either be almost dead state or be much safer, basically flip-flop between. I think you can make an argument that, like, you want to have contrast in terms of player safety. I think it's a fine argument to make. That the question is more like, how dangerous do you want to make that, right? Yeah, because you have to, like, consider, like, pulling any of these to either extreme of, like, I don't know, healing gives you all your health back, making you super safe regardless of, like, your max health. Or stuff like, you know, an enemy will do like 10 masks of damage or whatever. And you could make sort of the same argument. Well, I mean, it's nice to have enemies that do 10 masks of damage because, you know, we wanted to have an experience where there's contrast between feeling safe and feeling like you're in danger. Like, you can always find a reason for every decision you make. The question is just like, what type of experience does this bring to the people that play the game, and who do I want to play the game, and who do I want to cater to? Do I want to cater to people who have played Hollow Knight since the first game, who have, like, done nothing by playing Hollow Knight since the first game? Kind of like the people who are really active in the community, like the speedrunners, and arguably Team Cherry. So, like, do you want to cater to those people? Or do you want to cater to literally everyone in the entire world, and you want to make something that's super accessible and basically looks like a whole different game? I think, like, either of these extremes will change your audience and will change the way it feels for someone to play these games. Yeah, and so it's always a consideration of like how, like what audience you want to cater to. And I feel like Silksong is leaning into, I feel like Silksong is leaning into to be slightly too hard, even for someone who's played Hollow Knight. Like I played the first Hollow Knight like right before I played Silksong, and even though I did, I struggled a lot with especially the first act and parts of the second act in Silksong. And I don't, to me, I feel like not struggled in a way where like the game is too difficult. I'm actually fine with difficulty. And I think the difficulty is mostly fine in Silksong. I think that the bigger issue is this balancing of putting yourself at risk and then staying at risk until you filled up your silk so you can heal one more time. I think that part, it puts me off so much. It really hurt my experience playing this game. But then like, and so it's that, and then also, like, it's fine to have difficult experiences, but it's also a matter of like, you have to be given an opportunity to learn and grow and to overcome difficult situations. And I feel like that is another point where I think Silksong is falling or faltering a little bit, where like it's so volatile. You are so, like, you're so close to death so often that like you can run into a boss fight and they make one new attack and then you take 2 masks of damage. You want to try to find a spot to heal. You start healing. They cancel your heal, doing another 2 masks of damage. And then you want to run away again and you accidentally dash into their toe and you die. So like, how much time did you spend learning during that moment? During those 5 seconds of running into a boss and dying from those attacks, how much did you learn during those seconds? Probably almost nothing, right? You know that there is an attack of some type. That's sort of what you were able to learn. And this is usually also made worse if you have a long run back, because then the ratio of time you spend getting to the boss and the ratio of time you spend learning the fight, it's super off. Like the ratio between those is horrible. And so like you want to make sure that is not, you want to make sure that you give the player space and opportunity to learn. I think that's like, you have to do that. Because like, I think like there's sort of like a, there's sort of a balance between, or if you consider like difficulty and comparing that to something like being frustrated, like someone mentioned in chat, those are 2 very different things. When you overcome a difficult challenge, you feel a sense of achievement. You're like proud of yourself. You feel like you did something cool. You actually learned something, because that's usually something you have to do to go overcome difficult challenges. But if you're frustrated and you overcome something that was frustrating, you don't feel a sense of achievement. You feel relief. And so much of my Act 1 in Silksong was just feeling relief when I beat bosses. It was never really like I overcame something and I learned something. It was more so throwing myself at the boss over and over again and not really learning to play properly, because I feel like I was never given an opportunity to learn because I kept dying so quickly. So like it was more like flailing until I managed to get through. And yeah, I didn't enjoy that. And to be clear, a lot of my Hollow Knight 1 playthrough was like that as well. But it got better later towards the end of the game. But I think yeah, I don't know. Again, it could just be that I'm not very good at these types of games, but their logic here was if you're stuck, go and explore something else. That worked really well for me in Hollow Knight. It did not work well for me in Silksong. Because in Silksong, if I go somewhere else and explore something else, I'm gonna find a shard bundle. Or I'm gonna find a crest that I'm not particularly interested in using. Or I'm going to find a boss that opens a new area where I need an ability that I don't have. And like I did this so much during my first playthrough where I had to like, I was like, okay, this boss is really hard. I'm going to go explore. And I don't find another mask. And that's the thing I want the most. I don't find another thread spool. I find very, very, very little. And so I try to do that thing that, you know, they try to design it for that, of if you get stuck on something, do something else. And I think it was partially caused by me. So like, this is, of course, always an issue when you give players a lot of choices. The player can make choices that make their experience playing the game a little bit worse. But like, I think for me, one thing that made my experience playing this game a lot more difficult was that I think I wish I found the Wanderer's Crest earlier than I did during my first playthrough. Because I used the simple key in the deep docks. And that was not the best option. But yeah, anyway. Moss Mother, first boss. I do think it's kind of cool that they do force you to do a boss fight. Because I think, I don't know, it lessens the like scariness of bosses quite a bit if you have to do like a tutorial boss. Because if you can avoid it, you can like build it up in your head to be this like super scary big boss thing. But if you have to do it, you feel a little bit more safe in the developer's hands, hopefully, if you trust them. Like you're gonna like not get the most like difficult experience early on. Okay, I do need to heal. I'm yapping too much. Benchfly King 2. Was the yeah, I guess it is with these swoops, except you don't have the nice pogo anymore. Okay. See there, I had to do the hop attacks. I guess I don't have to. I didn't have to, right? I guess you could just do the pogos over and over. I think when I did the Benchfly King in the first Hollow Knight, I think I just did the pogos. I didn't try to even hit them. Oh yeah, I don't know wall jump. Okay. Oh yeah, I still don't have wall jump. I'm so used to my first playthrough. I want all of my abilities. I don't have any abilities. God damn. What crest did you mainly use out of curiosity? I used... Let's see, what did I do? I used the default crest until I found... I think Reaper's Crest was the first one I found. And that was in Greymoor, right? Yeah. I switched to the Reaper Crest, and I used that one for most of Act 1, I think. But then I eventually found the Wanderer's Crest in Act 2, and then I started using Wanderer's Crest for the rest of the game. And to be clear, like I mentioned earlier, I played this game before, so I'm not gonna like be super closely reading the dialogue and all of that. But I do love the dialogue, and I love the characters in this game, especially the voice acting on all of these. It's so wonderful. It's so good. Like I don't know. I'm guessing a lot of you have had this experience of just like casually repeating voice lines in your daily life, like when talking to your cats. Because, like, I don't know, some of these are just so memorable and so good. That's the stuff I really like about, like, the Team Cherry's worlds, is that they're so full of character. They're so full of, like, weird little bugs everywhere with weird little voices that are, like, I don't know. It's just great. I just love it. It is also interesting that they chose to make... Hornet a character with dialogue, or rather they have dialogue and not just monologuing NPCs, right? And I love that. I really like how, like, the contrast between Hornet's personality and the personality of all the bugs is really funny to me. And I kind of like that they leaned into that for Hornet. Like, Hornet is really, like, she's so straight-faced throughout the whole thing, and it's like it's obvious that she's way different compared to everybody else, and I love that contrast. And I think it's kind of interesting because in most games, having like a stern, serious main character can be kind of like tropey and boring. But I think because no other character has that type of personality, I think it really works for Hornet in a way that makes it kind of funny. Like Hornet's dialogue is like optimized to perfection to just communicate the bare minimum for whatever she wants to say. There's like no fluff, right? Okay. Hornet will be like, I'll be playing with the fleas because I'm training. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna skip the dialogue because I've done this before. I do love her journal entries being a lot more open. I do really like that thing of like, you know, in the first Hollow Knight, when you found the hunter's journal, it's like you find a hunter in the forest and you're given the journal, but then in Silksong, you are the hunter and it's still called the hunter's journal. And I don't know, I thought that was like a cute like little switch over that's kind of subtle, because like New is not a hunter. New is like a weird scavenger, I guess, right? New being the person who gives you the hunter's journal in this game, in case you haven't played it. I do love the art in this game as well. Like this is basically the same thing they did in the first Hollow Knight of like 2D environments, but then they have this like depth of field and placing objects at depth to just get this really nice parallaxing photogenic scenes. I love this art style. It's really nice. I wonder how many other games have done this. I remember Ori and the Blind Forest was sort of similar to this, I think. But I think they were actually... No, they had a mix of 2D and 3D, I think. And I think I played some Rayman game that also did a similar type of deal. But I forget exactly what they did there. It was a long time ago. I love this little pilgrim. I forgot what their name was, though. Pilby? Is this Pilby? I forget when you get to know their name. Toroyoko. I agree. Okay. That actually makes me... I'm trying to figure out if I should, like... Should I do this... Should I do a different route than what I did my first playthrough? I feel like I should probably do stuff differently just to get the other experience. Okay, I forget what they had in the store. Right. Yeah, I really want the simple key and get the Wanderer's Crest as soon as possible, because I'm so much more used to Wanderer's Crest. Mist route. So I did the Mist route my first playthrough, and that was an amazing experience. Like I mentioned in the beginning, I am extremely spoiler averse. I didn't even see the trailer to Silksong before I played it. I didn't look anything up online, and I just wanted to experience the game like whatever way the game would take me, right? And like basically like stumbling into the Mist route my first playthrough and not knowing anything about there being multiple routes even was a really cool experience, because like once you're going through, like it's like Bilewater, or no, it's through the what's it called, Sinner's Road. When you go through Sinner's Road and then Bilewater, and then you get to the, like, exhaust organ. Like, doing that in my playthrough was so cool because it felt like I had no idea where I was. I didn't even have maps for these places, so I had to like memorize the whole place, and like I felt like I was on this really dangerous and weird adventure, and I had no idea where this would go. And like then getting to the Phantom, beating the Phantom, and then getting out into the Citadel was a really cool experience. And I was also not sure if I just did a sequence break that I was allowed to do, because like, what is the, no, my objectives don't show the Grand Gate, right? No, but like, so when I got to Act 2, when I came to the Citadel, I still had the gate's objective. When I got to like the other side of the gate before I beat the last judge. Because I eventually did go around to do the last judge. But yeah, that was a super cool experience. And I think that was kind of the moment where Silksong stopped being, where the frustrations I had with Silksong's healing system started taking a backseat instead of being in the front of my mind all the time. Like the moment I got to Act 2 through the Mist route, I was like, okay, I'm sold. Like this was super cool. And like figuring out the Mist felt really cool as well, because like you get into the Mist and you're confused and you're like, where the heck am I? You're getting into these like looping rooms and you're like, okay, I'm missing something, right? And then I was like, okay, well, I have the needle in and I can do stuff with it and characters respond to it. And then I was just like, oh, the butterflies respond to it. I'll just try to follow them, and then I did. And like if I knew about that ahead of time, the experience would be so much less cool. Because I personally value getting to experience those things myself a lot. I know some people don't feel that as strongly. Like I know my sister doesn't. Like she doesn't care about spoilers at all. And she can still have a great time, even if she's fully spoiled on something, she can have a great time playing a thing. And I'm a little bit jealous of people who are able to do that. But yeah. But yeah, I have heard a lot of people talk about the last judge run back, but I never got to experience that because I didn't do that. I mean, I did the last judge like when I was way into Act 2. Like go to the Citadel through the back? Yeah, because you basically appear, there's like there's a Bell Beast, an Aventrica, and a bench in the bottom right, and that's where you enter the Citadel if you do the Mist route. And which was a really nice entrance to the Citadel, because you're like, oh, I'm just given all the things I wanted. Like I want my Bell Beast, I want my like Aventrica, and I have a bench. It's like everything I need is here. But I did see I watched someone play. Who was it? I watched a speedrunner. Was it Fireborn maybe? Like I watched his playthrough after I played it. And yeah, I think there I saw I don't think he did a Mist route. Did he? I forget. But I did see someone who did the judge route. And it seems like when you do the judge route to the Citadel, you don't even, like, you barely enter the Citadel. You, like, fall down an elevator, I think, and then you hit the underworks. And then it kind of takes a while for you to even get to the coral chambers, right? But I think with the Mist route, I think there was another weird thing where, like, I could be wrong about this, but I feel like I got the claw line very late. And I'm not sure if that was because I took the Mist route. The judge route traps you in the underworks. Honestly, almost quit the game then because I was having a terrible time. Yeah, I might have actually been pretty frustrated with that as well. So in a way, I'm really thankful I did the Mist route, because that was like, I don't know, it was like an almost transcendent experience, especially with the the soundtrack or the music in Bylewater is just like redeeming that whole area so much. So like the feeling of having this like super nice somber music in the background, you're like in this really weird, awful place full of maggots, but like you're in this really mysterious route trying to figure out where to go, and like that was like an incredible experience. And I think like I think Bylewater to me kind of became one of my favorite places, because that's when Silksong flipped in my mind from being a frustrating game to a really, really cool game. That was still somewhat frustrating. Yeah, Bylewater, I have very fond memories of Bylewater for that reason. But the maggots are obviously annoying, but honestly, I feel like in Bylewater I struggled a lot more with the enemies that toss the little things, the teleporting enemies, or the ones that like jump into the ground and then go elsewhere. I forget what they're called. What about the Groll fight? Well, I mean, my first time through Bylewater, I didn't do the Groll fight because I just went through the mist, right? Can you even do Groll? No, you need like double jump, right? To get up to where Chakra is, I think. Okay, these enemies. Okay, something about these enemies threw me off so much the first time I played this game. I wonder what it was. Okay, how much do they... Okay, they're pretty aggressive if I go towards them. They don't really back off like many other flying enemies. They kind of just attack when you go close to them. Okay. Is the pause they do different, or is it always the same length? It's always the same length, right? Okay. So I remember struggling with these enemies quite a lot, and I'm not sure why. I know one thing that I was thinking about is like I feel like some of these enemies, they kind of punish you even when you feel like you're doing the right thing. And I feel like this enemy is a good example of that. So I think one thing that threw me off about this is that if you hit it, and now I miss it, of course. If you hit this one while they're flying, they still fly into you. I think that's kind of rude. Like, I don't know. I didn't even hit it that time. And now it died. Like, I don't know if that feels weird. Maybe it's because like you get like, do you get a freeze frame on enemies where it looks like it's standing still, but then it's still continuing like flying into you? I don't know. But there's one area in particular where there's some of those enemies where I feel like the difficulty spiked massively for no good reason. Doesn't really feel like there's a right way to kill most of the enemies. They all feel like they're trying to spite you. Yeah, a lot of the enemies are kind of... They're a lot trickier than in the first Hollow Knight. I feel like in the... Thank you. I feel like in the first Hollow Knight there were a lot of enemies that were kind of like super basic grunts, just like things you swat. Kind of like these. These are the enemies that are the most basic in like the entire game, I think. Except for the moss things, right? But yeah, in Silksong there's a lot more enemies that are kind of like just very difficult. Okay, I just got cornered there. Yeah, these are kind of tricky, especially when you think you have a bunch of abilities that you don't anymore. Okay, so they do charge at different heights as well. Yeah, the one thing that I've noticed in both Hollow Knight and Silksong is that like quite often the problem is like you're moving around too much and you're the one jumping into the enemies or dashing into the enemies rather than like the enemies hitting you. Anyway. I am playing Silksong, that is true. Okay, these ones, I like these, because these are basic, they're predictable, I like them. I didn't even struggle with them the first time, so... I like that one. It's just a punching bag. Bilewater, according to Team Cherry, is supposed to be the last challenge you do before doing Act 3. That makes sense, yeah. Oh yeah, it's really cute when they hit each other. I love that. Like, having just these little interactions between enemies is really cute. Oh wait! I didn't even meet Sharma on the other side. What does Sharma say if you don't talk to Sharma first? Hi Sharma. Hello. Benvetra. Is this the same dialogue? I feel like it's slightly different, but it might be the same, because I remember Sharma said something similar. Oh yeah, this is new. Right. That's cute. I'm Sharma, by the way. Hello, Sharma. Okay, do you want me to, like, read the dialogue? Or, I don't know. It's not really a standard playthrough, so... It's not my first playthrough. I wish I streamed my first playthrough. But then I don't know if I would, like, enjoy it as much. I really wanted to, like, just enjoy it on my own. Because it's such a... I don't know, the first Hollow Knight is such an atmospheric game, and having, like, chat interactions at the same time I think would kind of distract from the ambiance. Yeah, I do wonder if, like... I do wonder how things would change if, like... If you could like, stop some of those enemies in their tracks when hitting them. Maybe it would make them too easy and you'd have to, like, change them in some other way. What? Okay, I'm failing at pressing up to sit on a bench. That's how good I am at this game. You know, all of this could just be a critique, because I'm bad at playing this game. That is a possibility. Yeah. See, I wanted to pogo there, but I did a side slash. Why did that happen? I must have done something wrong with my input. Yeah, I also thought hitting those spells would do something, or at least, like, lead me to some area, but they never did. I think there's, like, one place, is it in Bilewater, where you, like, fall down from above the bell bench there? But I don't think you can go from the... I don't think you can go from that bell bench into that area, at least not before unlocking it from above. Oh, wrong button. Junta, osh. Totally agree. Oh, not the bells that you ring. Not one of the, like, grand gate bells, but the 3 bells you have above some benches. Okay, I can help you find some fleas, that's fine. I appreciate how Hornet has a dialogue where she's like, that's fine. Play with the keyboard and pressing A+S always does the pogo. Yeah, I was actually considering doing this playthrough on keyboard as well, because then I think all of that ambiguity just disappears. There's no more ambiguity. And so I think a lot of my frustrations would probably be gone there as well when it comes to, like, any kind of, like, ambiguous inputs. Here's more of that abstract speech noise. Is there any game dev theory on the subject? Game dev theory. I'm not sure if there's anything, like, specific, like, theory about that. I mean, I'm not, like, a writer or, like, anything having to do with, like... I don't do a whole lot of character stuff or dialogue or story, but, I mean, there's definitely, like, trade-offs when it comes to how you do dialogue. If you have, you know, characters that say actual words, you open a whole can of worms when it comes to localization. And if you have, like, fully voiced dialogue, you, like for example, if Team Cherry wants to do an update where they add a character where they have a bunch of dialogue, they can reuse the sounds they already have and just write that text themselves. But if they had fully voiced characters, it would be like, okay, we need to get a voice actor to do this. And then if we have a localized game, meaning you have like localized audio, then you need to localize that audio as well. So like you add more and more work on top of the stuff you have to do in order to just get anything done when it comes to dialogue. So like having abstract sounds or like abstract languages or your own weird little language, like it saves an enormous amount of time and money and effort to just do this. And I think like Hollow Knight in particular leans into the silly voices in a way that I think is kind of, I want to say it's unique, but I don't know if it is that unique. Because I know that like some games do the there's like a generic like a yapping type of thing. But then there's also what did Undertale did something similar. It was also a type of yapping, but it was at least unique per character, I think. Where like, yeah, it was unique per character. Where like some of the skeletons, they were like just like that type of sound when the text appeared. But I think that has less personality than as much less personality than Silksong does and Hollow Knight. Because in Hollow Knight you have this like sort of pretend language, and it feels like it is an actual language, but you just don't really understand it. And I do think, I don't know, I do think it works. I think, like, as a game developer, you can often get stuck trying to think of, like, what would be the, like, oh, I feel like we have to do voiced dialogue with every character in the entire game. Otherwise, it's weird if we have, you know, a character in a cutscene maybe talk, but then during gameplay, it's weird if they don't talk there and it's just a box with text, right? And as a game developer, it's easy to get hung up on perfectionism and be like, oh shit, we have to voice everything now. And then you get stuck like committing to something that's much more difficult. And that might actually take time away from things that are more important to work on. Because like I don't think players of Hollow Knight, I definitely never felt like I needed a fully voiced Hollow Knight. Like I don't feel like I'm losing anything not having that. And I feel like if anything, the abstract language is adorable. I love the way every character talks in Silksong and Hollow Knight. And I don't mind that, you know, they sort of sometimes repeat the same voice line for a new text, right? It's I don't know, I think it's a huge time save, and I don't think it matters that much for players to have things fully voiced, unless it's like a super realistic AAA game or whatever, but I don't know. That's like a whole different like ball game. Okay, I by the way, I don't know the route very well. So I'm just gonna meander, and then whenever I meander to new places, that's gonna be a win in my book. I really want to look at the VOD and look at the analog stick display there to see like how far away from an actual pogo was I there? Because that was a side slash where I fell into the spikes. That was the thing that keeps happening to me. For those I felt they needed voice acting for original Hollow Knight, Hellenist Vocalize is such a good mod. Yeah, I mean it's fine if people want it. I just feel like I personally didn't really need fully voice acted Hollow Knight. And you know what? If there was a fully voice acted Hollow Knight, I would actually prefer if it was still gibberish, like the pretend language, but they just made unique like voice lines for those per dialogue box, like rather than them speaking English or whatever. Like I would prefer that because I find the like silly little language so charming. Like how many times have we like stood around and like Dartmouth in Hollow Knight just listening to Zote and his like like all of that stuff. It's so charming. I love it so much. And like if that was in English, I would probably mostly find it annoying, but because I don't really understand it and because it's like a pretend language, it's like I love that. Is there any guidance on making gibberish that doesn't end up going full Tolkien? What do you mean by full Tolkien? Yeah, those two like spikies it's a tricky room. It's such a small platform too. Did you check the timing? It could be a timing issue, yeah. Is Chakra here? I think Chakra is here, right? Somewhere here. Okay. I don't have wall climb. Oh, there we go. Hello. Zope the Charming, yeah. Pushanka. Right. I kind of forgot about rosaries. I feel like rosaries is something people have talked a lot about as well. I wonder... So, I never really felt like I had an issue of not having enough rosaries. But I feel like a lot of people mention that. And I wonder if it's because of the different route that I took. Because like when I went through the Mist, I immediately get to the like Citadel Pilgrims, and they drop a lot of, I was going to say Geo, they drop a lot of rosaries, right? But if you take the other route, you're going to go through Wormways, right? Wormways and Blasted Steps. And you don't get rosaries there, do you? Or no, maybe Blasted Steps do give you some. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, I do want some kind of compass or map stuff, because that's nice to have. Sure. Yeah, so I am curious. I feel like during my playthrough, and when I watched a few people do playthroughs, I feel like a lot of... I don't know, I feel like... I'm saying I feel like, because I don't know if this is universal. But I feel like shards are not a very interesting reward. But that could just be because I don't use tools very much. And so I'm kind of curious, like... Did any of you like use tools a lot during your first playthrough? And did you ever feel like shards were a nice reward? Where like you find a secret wall and you find shard stuff. Did you ever feel like, oh god, finally, like I found this thing? Also, I love these enemies. I don't know, just the fact that they make these weird sounds. And like jump away. It's a really annoying enemy, but I really like those. Like, I don't know, this enemy feels like one of those like, kind of like bile water. Like, you can make some enemies that are annoying, and if it feels intentional to make them like annoying and difficult, it can sometimes be okay, as long as it's not every single enemy, and it's not everywhere. And I feel like these enemies, do they exist anywhere else except for here in this particular location? Oh, an up slash. Nice, good job. I use tools loads, but only in boss fights. Oh yeah, that's true. I also use tools a lot, but only during boss fights. Yeah, I remember, like, during my late game, I used the threefold pin and the poison charm as a way to just try to get as much damage in as possible during boss fights. But I pretty much never used it during, like, standard enemy fights or exploration. Wait, why did I not ledge grab? Is it because I attacked? Do I have to do like an up slash to not fall down like that? I am very good at this game, as you can tell. Problem with tools is I want to use them to be safe on low health, but doing so means you never get still to get out of low health. Yes, this is something where I think one thing that would both encourage me to use more tools, and make me like shards, and increase my survivability, was if there was just one charm where it's a charm that makes it so that tools also give you silk. That if there was like a yellow charm that did just that, that would make my life so much better, and I would use tools so much more often. Because like, again, like during the first Act 1, like Act 1, I was focused on nothing but trying to find silk or more thread spools or more masks. I was so starved for health throughout the whole of Act 1. So if there was just like a tiny little charm that just did something like that, would make my life so much better. It would be a blue charm. Maybe? I never quite understood the difference between the two categories, except blue is usually more useful. Wait, why am I here? Do I need to go to the wormways? No, I don't need to go there. Oh, I should have gotten the elevator. Rip. It's over. Oh yeah, I tried throwing everything at the last boss when it came to tools, but honestly something... Or no, I guess I'll talk about that once I have tools, because it's easier to talk about it. Okay, I feel like I should just... What's the next thing? The next thing is a Bell Beast, right? In terms of progression? Bell Beast would give me the Bellway. And then... No, it's the Silk Spear, I think. Right? And then Bell Beast. Oh, I can't wait to get Dash. I really want Dash. Oh, can I do the skip? Okay, I'm gonna try to do the speedrunner skip. I saw Fireborn do this on stream, so I'm gonna pretend I'm good at this game. Come on. Come on. Alright, and then alright. Okay. No, you're too low. You need to be higher. Oh, that was like perfect, but I missed. Okay. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die trying to do like a speedrunner skip, because I'm totally gonna finish this like really quickly, right? Okay, that was self-defense. I didn't even try there. Oh my god, okay. So this is like a signature Beastfly move where like oh my god, okay. Beastflies do this thing where like okay. Here's... Okay, can I undo the... There we go. Okay. Beastflies, both the bosses and these tiny ones, they do this thing where like you think you're like short enough to be under them, but then they go like slightly down and you're like, I don't know if I can fit under there. I probably need to jump. But then they do this like wiggly floaty thing, so they're like always right on the boundary where you're like, oh, I can go under, or I need to jump over them. Like they're always in this like super ambiguous space where you're never sure which one they're gonna do, and then once they commit to it, the bosses sometimes like drift slightly downwards, and I'm like so annoyed by that. I think that's the thing that bothered me the most with the Savage Beastfly, the boss. But I'm kind of realizing that the small ones also do kind of some of the similar like drifty, like ambiguous behavior where they're slightly too high and slightly too low, and you're like, do I jump? Do I go under? Do I do? And then they're like wiggling around, and oh my god. Even the small ones do the annoying thing. You know what? I'm not gonna do the skip, because I'm upset at the concept of these little Beastflies. Okay, so I think I need to get back up to Chakra's place, right? Where did I even go? I guess... it's kind of hard to tell on that map. I don't even have... don't have the marrow here. Also, I cannot read Chinese, so I'm not sure what is being said in chat. I'm sorry. I rarely use tools. I felt like it was easier to just get a few more hits in than to get distracted using tools. Yeah, I also felt that, like... Oh, this was just the Rosary's place. Like... I don't know, I quite often felt like the tools and the silk spear, or the whatever, what's it called? Your silk ability. I feel like I never felt confident in which one I was going to use when doing movement at the same time. So I had this intuition that when I do a silk spear thing, I need to let go of movement entirely. Because if I accidentally hold up, I'm going to use a tool. But I could hold the analog stick like directly to the right and it would still be fine, but something was just not lining up there in my head. Oh, the Beastfly respawned? Oh shit, maybe I should have... Wait, did it respawn? Oh yeah, I guess... Or no, wait. I'm still in the same area, I think. I was bad enough at it. I literally bound macros for the tools for extra controller buttons. I tried to do that, but I don't think... Okay, I couldn't do it on the Steam Deck. Maybe I can here. But like... There's no way for me to make the... Like, skill and tool... They're on the same button. Like, I really want to put them on separate buttons. but like, I guess it didn't let me do that. And so I just had to get used to it. Or work around it. In other words, not use tools and not use anything. And just use regular attacks. Oh yeah, I went to the Rosary stream. That's true. Oh, you control the hardware unless you buy that, right? Okay. Anyway, where's the little Beastfly? It was to the left, right? I forget. Was it here? Yeah, it's here. Okay, now I know where I am. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to think of like... There's something about the shards that feels different than like ammo, but it's sort of a stand-in for ammo. But I think the thing is like, hell yeah, I did it. I think when you find ammo in games, you can use it immediately, but when you find shards in Silksong, you can't use them until you find a bench. And that makes it not like an ammo system. I guess there's the one way to do it with the Architect's crest, right? What's it called, the Architect? Crest of the Architect, or Crest of the Drill? Crest of the Drill, that's what it's called. Okay, I need the Silk Spear. Okay, I believe Bell Beast is closed until I get the Silk Spear. Architect, yeah. They're restricted currency in a way. Yeah, I didn't mind shards being used as a currency, but like, because I almost never use tools, I always had enough shards to just like dump it into every donation bucket. It's a mix of ammo and terrible currency. It's something like that, yeah. God damn it. For a second I thought I had the Wanderer's Crest. Okay, I feel like I need to get the Wanderer's Crest as soon as possible, because that's the one thing I'm not gonna play differently this time around. Or rather, I'm gonna get it earlier. That's what I'm gonna do differently. Because I really like using Wanderers, and anytime I'm on any other crest these days, I'm annoyed. I did use Reaper quite a lot though during my first playthrough. I think the Reaper is a really good crest for... I think Reaper is just a really good crest because it gives you so much more leniency with pogoing. Like, because of the fact that you freeze in place. Like, I don't know if you've... Or I'm certain a lot of you have been in that situation where, like, you're falling down and you're about to pogo some spikes, but you're like falling too quickly, or you kind of whiff it or whatever, and like, I don't know, I feel like the Reaper's Crest give you a lot more leniency, but I don't know if it actually does, but like, you freeze in place before you do the pogo. But I guess maybe the timing would be the same regardless of which crest you're using, so I don't know if it would actually matter, but... I don't know, I just remember that it just felt more lenient. Wait, what song is this? I don't think this song is on the soundtrack. Rude. Chris, Larkin, get your OST filled out. You made more than those. Okay, these enemies as well. These little shits. Something about their movement also threw me off so much. They always manage to like do the Beastfly thing of being like halfway between going under or going over, and then you end up getting hit because you're not sure. I'm just face tanking stuff now. Something to experiment with maybe, like more different types of crests. I do need to give some crests more of a chance. I did kind of like, actually kind of liked the Witch crest, I think. Although I could never really figure out the healing system in that one. Is the Witch crest like, you can heal if there's enemies nearby that the Witch crest can drain soul from? Is that how it works? But then I feel like in so many cases, I feel like it just didn't heal, even though I had like a whole ass boss to drain health from. I don't know, it was kind of confusing. Beast Crest, I love the concept of the Beast Crest, but I don't know, I think that the thing with the Beast Crest and the Reaper Crest for me, it might not be as bad on the Reaper, but so both of them have this thing where you need to activate something, and then you have a time span where you're supposed to take advantage of a thing that is going to get cancelled if you get hit. On the Reaper, it's the additional silk that gets spawned, so you bind, and then you have a time window where you need to hit enemies without getting hit, and then you get more silk. I really like that. That helps me through quite a bit of... was it Act 1? Yeah, Act 1. Like the second half of Act 1 I was using Reapers. But the thing is, if you get hit, it gets cancelled, and then you don't get that silk that you wanted. And I think the Beast Crest had a similar thing. After you bind, you have to hit enemies to regain health. But then if you get hit, it gets kind of cancelled, or at the very least, the time shortens, I think. Which in practice, if you're a really sloppy, bad player, it's basically gonna cancel immediately. Okay, yeah, this thing does try to aim for the blind spot corner where I can't slash it. I feel like there's so many enemies that do that. Is there a secret area here? I feel like there's... No? Okay. Oh yeah, so the Hunter Crest also has that thing of like, it becomes stronger if you do consecutive hits without getting hit. But like, I'm such a chaotic person in combat, where like not getting hit is like not even on the table for me. So I don't know. So the Wanderer's Crest to me was kind of like the best option, because it didn't have any of those like timing windows that I need to like exploit in order to get the benefits of the crest. Yeah, it did feel weird that there was only the Hunter's Crest that got the upgrades. Right, I'm gonna do Bell Beast. That's the next one. What? How did I miss? Oh my god. Okay, I do need rosaries to get the simple key eventually, so might as well kill some enemies. Is this where the Belby's thing is? I seem to remember that there was some more silk that I could destroy with the silk spear that I didn't do, but whatever. I guess we'll do Bell Beast. Did you get true ending in 9 Souls? Yes, I did. Yeah, 9 Souls has 2 different endings. Or wait, 3? No, 2? Okay. The Bell Beast. I think... Is this the first time where there's double damage from enemies? Is Bell Beast the first enemy that deals 2 damage? Or does Moss Mother also do 2 masks in some cases? Because I know that Bell Beast does do 2 damage on some attacks, all attacks, many attacks. Oh, yeah, great. Yeah, I think I struggle a lot with contact damage. That might be because I'm not used to like platformers with combat in general, and the first one I played was 9 Souls, which doesn't have contact damage. Okay, these bells. I don't like that these bells, they look and sound almost identical to the ones that fall from the ceiling, but you can't hit these, but the ones that fall from the ceiling you can hit. That is a really weird inconsistency. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die to this boss. What? Like these bells, I want to hit them, but you can't. They just like fly through your face, and then you take so much damage. Okay, so the ones that fall from the ceiling here, these you can hit, and you kind of like redirect. And they fall straight down, so like, I don't know, just... Did that do 2 damage? I feel like I wasn't at 1 health. Maybe I was. I wasn't paying attention. I was talking too much. I feel like there's not enough of a distinction made between those 2 types of bells, where like one of them is like you can deflect, but the other one just like lunges outwards for no reason. You had 2 masks? Okay. Oh man, a lot of this stuff is like, I can't like rewind time, but now that I'm streaming, I can actually go back and look and see what happened. Oh yeah, this was the silk that I was wondering where I missed it from. Do I have the moss berries? I forget how many moss berries I got. 2. Is it 3 for the thing? I forget. I really like the fact that you can jump into this brew. I think that's cute. I didn't know you took damage there though, but I wanted to try it. So that is on me. That is not the fault of the game that I jumped into the very acid-looking water. Or brew? The 3rd is right here? Okay. Oh wait, is that the one that's like, there's like a little bug that's flying around carrying it in the like walkways above the settlement? I need my mask back. Mossberry stew? No, mossberry stew is later, right? Like first you get the... Don't you get a charm first time? Oh shit. You get the, like, the green silk charm thing. Below to the right. Oh, here. Oh yeah. Oh, then there's... Okay, then there's 2 more. Come on. Druid's Eye Charm, that's the one. But then there's like a second version of it. When did you get that? Is it like you just need to collect more mossberries? I presume you need to get it from the memoriam, right? So you can't do it early game? 6 berries in total. Right. I love how intense this character is. It's so good. Is this weed? Are the mossberries like weed? It's like they're talking about like... Or I guess weed doesn't give you visions. Maybe it's more like mushroom. Okay, Druid's Eye. This is a somewhat confusing charm, but it does something that I really want, which is I want more silk and I get hit all the time. And so this is a good charm for me. I wasn't entirely sure how it worked because it's like a 2-step process, right? Like you get like the green silk bars, but then do those get converted to silk when you take damage, or is it when you take damage you get the green ones? I never experimented to check. And then like how do they go from green to silk, or do they remain green and you can use them as silk? But I think they convert at some point. I seem to remember them doing that. Ah, I don't have the Wanderer's Crest. Oh god. Oh god. Like even this enemy, like this is supposed to be like a super grunty, simple like punching bag. But this enemy is like, it's like actually exploiting the timing of Hornet's attack and the way that it jumps. It forces you to not spam attack. If you spam attack, you're gonna get hit because it specifically spaces its jumping out to not get hit, and then it just jumps at you. So you have to do this thing where you like back off a little bit and then hit it. I do think it's a nice enemy in that it forces you to do that. But that's the thing where like Hollow Knight had a lot more grunt enemies, so that you could just like smack them over and over and you didn't have to think that much. But in Silksong you kind of have to pay attention with so many enemies, even like super basic ones. Okay, I need to do the Bell Beast. Okay, low-key, this area on the map, like where I am right now, there are so many horizontal paths and transitions stacked on top of each other that I can never remember which floor I'm on. I feel like there's too many stacked thin little paths where like I'm just always confused as for which branch of the very similar stacked thing is. Below to the left. Wait, to the left? Oh yeah, because I need to go get hit by a fly, and then hit the fly, and then get recoiled back into the spikes. That's what I need to do. And after that, I'm gonna go left. Or you can just recoil walls. Like walls are also dangerous enemies in this game. If you hit a wall, you're gonna move like a tiny bit backwards and die from spikes. Oh, the game is so much slower as soon as you when you don't have the dash. Like it honestly kind of this was probably like very intentional, but the game feels a lot more like the first Hollow Knight before you get the dash. Like the moment you get the dash, it turns into Silksong, you know? But like when you have this like slow movement, it's like it's kind of like the first Hollow Knight. It's like the little slowly wandering around, getting the vibes and getting hit over and over again. Oh yeah, I never got the compass because I didn't have that much money when I saw Chakra. Sprint. Oh, am I getting shit because I said dash instead of sprint? I'm sorry. I hope I don't like accidentally say Geo at some point. That would be really bad. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to remember what. Right, when it's yelling, it's jumping, and when it's not yelling, it's no yelling. It means it's gonna go across. Okay. Okay. I remember. These bells. They launch upwards, and then they fall down, and then they, like, for some reason go out directly to the side. And like the other bells don't really. I feel like maybe they do, but I feel like the other bells don't go that far to the side. They kind of like bounce more normally. But these are like impossible to redirect. But the ones that fall from the ceiling, you can sort of redirect those, at least a little bit. I don't know, maybe they are the same bells. The only difference is that the ones that it launches side by side, yeah, you can hit these, right? They do go to the side a little bit, but you can still redirect them. Oh shit, okay, I was not paying attention. Not the best healing spot. Okay, growling, that's a jump. So these bells, you can hit them. I like that. I like hitting bells. Okay, this went so much easier this time around than the first time I played. Oh my god, the first time I played, how many attempts was this? It was multiple attempts. It might have been like, I seem to remember like 6 or 8 attempts or something. It was quite a lot for what's essentially the first sort of real boss. I guess Moss Mother is a boss, but it feels more like a tutorial boss, but I don't know. Yeah, I struggled a lot with this one, but that's nice. Okay, so I guess, is this the first time you get a Silk card? It's gotta be. So there's only 3 in the entire game, I think, right? And so this is your regenerative stuff, where like you're generating silk, and each silk heart gives you 1 strand, I think, right? And then by the end of the game you have 3, which feels like not a whole lot either. I feel like the silk hearts give you so little. And I feel the same about the like thread spools. They give you such a tiny amount more that it barely matters. But it's like, I think it's like it barely matters for me because my bottleneck is that I need so much more silk to heal and be bad, right? But if you're really good at the game, if the silk cards gave you a lot more regeneration, they might be way too powerful instead. That's a tricky balance. I think the main point is so that you can use clawline in platforming segments without running out. That is true, but like clawline is very late game, and I feel like you mostly just need 1 or 2. Yeah, it's mostly for that, but that's so late game. Okay, I think this is an area where I sort of had my first thing where I was like, they shouldn't do that. Where I'm like feeling certain about a thing. Because I think, if I remember correctly, this is a place where there's a cutscene. Not a cutscene, I meant the interlude, wispy dream world. Okay, so when Hornet picks up that orb, she plays that voice line of the like that thing, right? And she does the same voice line at the end of this platforming section, and that's like a sound design no-no, because when you play the exact same sound twice in a row, it feels kind of artificial, especially when it's so like iconic and noticeable, right? Fine if it was like a bell that bounced off of something, right? Like then it doesn't matter as much. But the fact that there's two and it's the same one, that took me out of this experience because it felt weird that it's the exact same scream there. I feel like, yeah, either like having two screams, like two different ones, or just doing it in one of the locations. But I guess it depends on like what the transition into the spidery place, like what is that? Because it's not, is it like entering a dream world? But it's not really a dream world, is it? So like, could you do like the Hornet falling asleep when you enter and then you do the screamy thing when you leave? I don't know, or the other way around. Just playing the same sound effect twice when it's such a like distinct voice line doesn't really work for me. I would say I also feel like that type of I don't know, that's also like the one voice line I also don't really like, but I think that the rest of the voice acting for most of the game that I remember is really, really good, even with the same voice actor. So maybe I feel like maybe the issue with that voice line is more the directing rather than the acting. Neat. Fast travel. Hello. Okay. What happens after this? I forget. So let's see, we got the Bell Beast, and then that gives us this path. That's the big new thing, I think. I think it's a dream world. Right. No pet mechanic? I mean, sort of. Don't they like purr when you pogo them? Or they don't purr, they just do the stompies. Okay. Okay, they purr when you do the needling. Okay, deep docks. Yeah. Yeah, I want my dash. I want dash. Speedrunner tactic. That's gonna save me so much time. I'm gonna get a much better split now. Okay, let's see. I hear a flea. This is nothing because I don't have walk time. Okay, okay. Okay, this room. This room was such a difficulty spike for me. Like this area to the left. I'm not even going there right now because I'm scared. Because I'm scared I'm gonna get pushed into spikes, or like an enemy is gonna like vaguely drift into me while I'm trying to hit something else. This place is rude. Like you have to be super precise with your pogoing or your hitting, because you get a little like Beastfly that keeps bothering you here. And I didn't even know I had a Garma button when I was here the first time. See, I messed it up this time too, and I played this game for like 90 hours at this point. But I'm gonna blame the Crest. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, this whole place, I died here so many times during my first playthrough. So many times. Yeah, I guess I could use the Silk skills. So, okay, so one of the consequences of me feeling so starved for healing throughout the entire game, that discouraged me from using Silk skills. Unironically, I would sometimes unequip my silk skills just so that I wouldn't accidentally press it when using a tool. Because then I didn't want to like accidentally lose that ability to heal, because I was terrified of losing any amount of health or silk, because I was always so starved for it. And I don't know, so like, people say that like it encourages aggressive play to have a punishing system, but like, I don't know if it does, because like, if I were to be able to use my abilities and feel confident in using the entire kit, I would probably play more aggressively because I'm not terrified all the time. So like, oh my god. Really? So for so much of the game, I almost never used silk skills. It would be like sometimes in arenas when I was surrounded by tiny flying enemies, I would use the thread storm. But in general, I just didn't use my silk skills almost ever. Using silk skills means you take less damage, like the enemy can't hit you if it's dead. Yeah, but it sort of requires you knowing that it's gonna die from the thing you're using. And if it doesn't, and it doesn't go according to plan, you're in danger again. Oh yeah, that was that spot. Okay. Is the flea the only thing up here? And I guess the closed door to the witch crest. I feel like there must have been something else, or no. No, I think that, or does this room just remind me of a different room and I'm mixing them up? Oh my god, there's no space here. Why are you so large in such a tiny amount of space? Oh yeah, the wall climb part, that's true. What? Phase tanking is always a valid strategy. Yeah, I do feel like Hollow Knight 1 allowed you to phase tank a lot more. It was quite a lot more lenient when it came to like your iframes after taking damage. Is it called iframes for that? Your invincibility after taking damage was bigger in the first Hollow Knight, I think. And yeah, it had like a whole like charm specifically for phase tanking. And I think some of the bosses I kind of cheesed my way through using phase tanking, which probably I think that contributed to Silksong being more difficult for me, because I'd never learned the skills I should have had for some bosses, because I just like phase tanked them instead. Wait, how many rosaries do I have? Okay, 207. Okay. The charms in this game seem to all assume I was way better than I was. Yes, that is like the moment I found the barbed bracelet, which was like, oh, you deal more damage, but you also take more damage. I'm like, I feel like I'm already wearing like 5 of these right now. I do not want to put on another one. So like, no way I'm gonna equip that. But it's also kind of funny because I do play some games where, given the opportunity to equip something like that, I would, because I do enjoy, in many games I do enjoy the like glass tank build, right? Or no, glass tank? Glass cannon? I enjoy that type of gameplay in certain types of games. But like here, I'm like, I feel like the default is glass cannon already. I'm not gonna like make myself even more fragile. 20% more damage for 100% more taken. Ooh, is it that bad? Okay, I just assumed it was way better of a ratio. I thought it was like you deal double damage or something and you take double damage. I just assumed it was kind of a fair trade, but you know. Oh yeah, this is the craft medal, I think. Yeah, I also thought it was double, just to like, well, I was gonna say balance it out, but there's nothing that says that it should be equal, but... What? Eh? Ow! I didn't want to bounce into the little guy. See, this type of thing, like doing the micro jumping and slashing, this is an essential skill for this game. But this is genuinely like a skill that's kind of unspoken, but I feel like it's something you actually have to learn and practice a lot, or at least I had to. Like, I don't feel like I ever had to do this kind of thing in 9 Souls. Like in 9 Souls, I never had to learn to do the very short hops with very precisely timed slashes to hit enemies. Like if the enemy is too short, or if it's like slightly too far, like far above me, I need to do like a super specific jump. Like now I'm used to it, but when I played Hollow Knight for the first time, or Silksong, that was not a given for me. Oh, this was like a thing you went to one time, I think? Is it like a rosaries, or is there a charm, or? Okay, some rosaries. Do you think the game would be better if they remove the corpse run mechanic? I don't think so. I mean, Silksong does do a few things that make the corpse run feel less fun. So the thing is that, like, I feel that the idea of the corpse run, I think, is fine, and I actually really like the corpse run in terms of, like, you dropped all your stuff and now you need to go back there in a more high stakes situation. And I think it's nice in that it can make trivial low stakes environments suddenly feel high stakes, and that makes you pay attention to enemies a lot more than you otherwise would, and I like that. I feel like there's something that can happen in a game where you stop paying attention to what's happening around you and you just focus on the objective. And if the way to get there is just a chore, you feel kind of bored by it and it's kind of boring, you know, in general. But if there's a corpse run, you're kind of forced to pay attention. And I like that. I think that's nice. But I think that the problem with Silksong in general for me is the healing system, where, like, it feels like I'm always doing a corpse run, and then when I'm doing a corpse run, it's like even more corpsey runny, you know? Because now it's like even more at risk. It's that thing where, like, I feel like I'm always at the verge of death, like all the time, unless I have full health and full silk. So, yeah, which has nothing to do with the corpse run. That has everything to do with the healing system and, like, the amount of risk you need to expose yourself to in order to get more silk. And that's the stuff that ruins it for me. But the concept of a corpse run, I think, is fine. One thing that I did, that was a speedrunner fall. I did not intend to fall that far. One thing that I did think about is, like, are there any Souls games where when you die, you drop your stuff on the ground and then it just remains there forever until you pick it up? So even if you die multiple times, it doesn't, like, despawn? Are there games that do that? Because I was kind of curious, like, how that would change the way it feels. Because then you can always pick it up later, and if you do a boss fight, like, multiple times over, you're gonna have, like, a pile of money there, and it's probably gonna be really satisfying to pick up that enormous pile of past dread. Like, I feel like there might be something there, or maybe it would just, like, inflate the economy way too much. Minecraft? Oh yeah, I guess. But then if it would inflate the economy too much of the game, I feel like you can just balance that out by making things more expensive, I guess. I'm not an economist though, so what do I know? Would you have multiple stains each time you die? Yeah, something like that. Or, like, if you die close to an already, like, an existing corpse, they would merge into one or something, so you wouldn't have, like, 1,000 corpses. If there was no corpse run, you could use dying as a form of fast travel. You jump into the spikes and fast travel to the last bench you sat on. Yeah, I feel like that sort of already exists with saving and quitting, but I feel like that's something mostly, like, experienced players do. I don't know. I didn't even do that my first time playing through it, even though I knew you could do it. Wait, are you asking if I made this game? I wish I made this game, but I did not make this game. Team Cherry made this game. Wait, is there nothing? Oh yeah, because there's this whole place. Oh my god, this. Oh, okay, Hunter's March. This boss. This boss was probably one of my big frustration moments. It might be one of the worst Hollow Knight experiences of all time when I've had that. So like, okay, I feel like I have a lot of thoughts about this. So Metroidvanias in general, and like, or I haven't played that many, so I don't know for sure, but like Metroidvanias and older MMOs, I think, have pretty often had this thing where you can access late game areas early on, and you can like get killed very easily there, but you can at least try if you want to. And like if you want to go to the level 80 area when you're level 20, like you can do that, and maybe you're gonna just die from one hit, but you can do some adventures where you try to not get hit by anything and then get to a new area. Like that kind of stuff I kind of like. I like it when games give you the option of trying stupid things like that, because it makes you feel cool when you actually achieve it, right? Like super early on. And I feel like the Hunter's March here is basically that type of area. But the problem is that if you don't know that there's another way to go or a different path you can take, it feels like this, you feel like this is the only path you can take, right? And then you're going to throw yourself at a really difficult challenge way too early, and you're not going to have a great time. And that's exactly what I did. And I'm not sure if it was because I used the simple key in the deep docks instead of the wormways, so I didn't have access to the wormways for a long time. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why I ended up getting stuck there, or it was just like I forgot about a route or something and it didn't open up a path. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like these enemies, are there only like 2 places where these spawn? It's like here and then next to Greymoor, or next to Halfway Home. Yeah, the Deep Dock Simple Key I feel like was a big letdown for me. Thoughts on Grindel? He's a cute little asshole. Those are my thoughts. What did you get for Deep Dock Simple Key? You get lava in your face. That's what I remember from the Deep Dock Simple Key. Because you unlock some of the areas down there. Where like it's the crawly slugs around the platforms that spew lava, and then there's the I seem to remember that there was one thing you got down there. You get flint slate. Oh, is that what you get? That is a good item. That's one of the few tools that I used quite often, actually. Mainly just for bosses, to be honest. Okay, how far away am I from a simple key? Am I anywhere near? I guess I need 500. Okay. I do not have simple key. Well, I want dash. Can I get dash? Where's dash? What? Did you pay Grindel in this room for hints? I did once, I think. Twice? I don't remember if I actually got like useful hints that I followed. I think I just gave him money and then didn't really listen to him. Which is exactly what you should not do with a thief, but... right, that requires... Oh shit, I'm gonna need to get the name right. Otherwise this one guy in chat is gonna be upset if I call it the wrong thing. Cling grip? Is that what it's called? Cling grip. I think it's cling grip. It's not mantis claw, and it's not wall grab. I think it's cling grip. Okay. I have a very silly thing that I really wish I could do with these buttons. So they have these buttons where like you stand on them, and then if you stand on it long enough, it just pushes you down. Or it pushes the button down. But I wish you could down dash onto them. I don't have down dash now, but like when you get dash, you can down dash wherever, right? And I feel like it would be cool if you could like down dash onto buttons to press them. But it doesn't do that. You just get stopped by the button and then you get pushed down. I don't know, it would just be cool if you could down dash onto the buttons, but it doesn't work. Is there a bench here actually? I don't have a map. Oh wait, oh, I'm actually, this is a new area, I haven't been here. Or down attack on the button? Yeah. Jesus, what the heck was that? Oh, it's probably Thor, I'm guessing. He probably scratched himself while under. Cool. You found down dash, but healing in midair is a mystery. I forget how long it took for me to find both of those. I don't remember. Oh, does someone fall? It falls. Okay. What? That was supposed to be a side slash. This is not for Android. I don't think Silksong exists on Google Play. I've seen you ask in chat many times, but you could also search on Google to see if it's on Android or Google Play or whatever. Is there a gate I haven't opened here? Because I feel like I haven't. I love these backgrounds, by the way. This is something I really like about the way that they set up their environments, that they have these like looming background statues that like, I don't know, I just feel like they sell a whole story, right? I don't know. I think it's super nice that this is like, they have these 4 pilgrims in the background and like they're holding out little trays, presumably wanting rosaries or something. Like there's so much like little, not little, these are like huge statues, but these like story things that they just put in there. And I don't know, I think there's been quite a few times when I play these games and I like come back to an area I haven't been in for a long time, but I've been through there many times and I don't notice the stuff in the background until way later. Like in some places there's like a huge corpse of something, and I don't know, I think it's just super cool how, I don't know, it just adds so much to the atmosphere and history to the area. Okay, there was a bench. It was just one entire room away. Oh yeah, unlock this shortcut, right? Is there anything new up to the left here? I don't know if there's something new or if it's just a way to get back. Oh yeah, I fell down here, I think. Somewhere here. Oh my god. So what's this place? Have I been here? No. Or have I? I haven't been here. Shard pendants. There was a flea here. But that was in the top area, I think, right? With the big skeleton face wall to the left. Or is that where I'm headed? This is the path. The path. Down there is nothing, I think. I remember going down there like 15 times in my playthrough and only finding something once. Right. Oh yeah, okay, this is the place. Yeah, okay. Now I sort of know where I am. Okay. Blip. Okay, so thanks. Cool. Okay, I need to get Dash. I need to find Dash. It is to the right. That is all I know. Somewhere in Deep Docks, I think. And I think I could just go down right because whoa, that was close. Because I unlocked the shortcut with a little up. Wait, up here or did you find Moorwing in your first playthrough? Yes, I did. Moorwing, I think, was the only boss that I half-cheesed. I didn't... but in my defense, I didn't ask for help from Garmund. I actually said no, and then I kind of immediately regretted saying that I didn't want help. And so that was kind of my workaround too. Moorwing can kind of get stuck in the, like, Bell Beast entrance in a weird way, so that's what I... That's what I did. Didn't make it super easy though. It was kind of tricky still. Okay. Hoop dog. Hoop dog. I love those little bell workers. It's a little annoying to pogo these though. Hoop down, hoop down, hoop down. Okay, you are very close to me. You're usually further away. Okay, I am gonna need a rosary, so I figured I should probably kill him. Okay, and here's the mask shard, I think, somewhere above. Yeah. Is there anything up to the right here? Okay, these little explodey things spawning randomly from these background props is kind of messed me up. How do you get that mask shard? You need cling grip and wait, I don't have the map, do I? You need cling grip, and on the other side to the left in the big lava room, you can climb up and then you get into that whole area. There's probably some other way to get there, but cling grip is one way to get it. Oh my god, map. Map. Yes, 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 please. Thank you. Hello?
That's fine.
Kerka. True. Okay. I don't want to spend too much on like map stuff because I don't want to save up for my simple key. I just want a simple key. But I guess I should just get both of these maps while I'm here. And I guess the compass. I don't think I need the compass. I can do that later.
Pushanka.
Pushanka. Chakra or Cornifer? Both. Okay, fine. Can do some rosary farming. Yeah. It's just not very fun to do or watch. So. Why am I waiting for the Bell Beast? I don't need to wait. There's a flea here, right? I remember there's something here. Yeah, that's a flea. Okay. Right, okay. Ah, bad time. Oh, that was a short spawn. Ooh. Okay. Bong. I love all these bells. Like the whole aesthetic of the bellways and the bells in the ceiling, all the little bell sounds that play, like, it's a really nice and unique aesthetic. I don't even know how to describe it, because it's like especially the deep talks in general, I sort of want to say it's steampunk, but I feel like calling it steampunk is almost like an insult to what it is. So I'm like hesitant to call it steampunk. But it's like, what if steampunk was religious and cool instead of kind of tacky? Oh wait, I didn't actually need to talk to you, Chakra. I'm sorry. I did my lore playthrough already. Yeah, little fleas that are just like hanging out somewhere, napping. Right, okay, so here's where you need dash to get up. Or a heal stall, I think, if I remember correctly. But heal stalling is like a whole situation. Shard bundle. I love finding shard bundles. Oh my god, finally! Some more shards that I can donate to Flick. There's nothing in here, I think. Just lore. Okay, arena. I need to like lock in because I don't want to die to arenas. I died to arena so many times in my first playthrough. Good lord. I think the ant arena. Oh my god. There's like, I forget, I don't know what the conditions are, but there are conditions where you can have NPCs helping you out in arenas. But if you progress too far, they won't help you. But if you haven't progressed that much, they will help you. I think I managed to somehow hit the middle ground every time where like it was super difficult for me and I never got any help from anyone ever in the gauntlets. And I was like, when I saw other people play afterwards, I was like, wait, NPCs can help you out in gauntlets? Like what? And I felt so miffed because I missed out on that. Okay, I really want rosaries though. Oh, there's no rosaries from these. Don't run away from me. What? Are you just gonna stand there? Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, chill. Okay. I guess this is one of the easier gauntlets, at least. But I did die here the first time I played. And I didn't do it this time. Do I need anything from the Forge Daughter? I guess the lava bell is here, right? Which is pretty useful if you're clumsy like me. But I really want the simple key though. I'm getting further and further away from the simple key for everything I buy. I want my crest. I'm still on the wrong crest. I'm not at home in this crest. Tool damage, I don't super need that because I don't use tools much. Tools tools are a distraction. Or something like that. At least when I'm playing, because it's hard for me to like learn tool mechanics, and like doing all of those actions during combat was just kind of, I don't know, I never learned how to do it properly. Okay, is there anything for me to do down here now? Oh wait, there's like a thread spool, I think? Which I guess would be nice to start getting at some point. Tools are the mind killer, exactly. Cool people don't use tools. Cool people run headfirst into enemies over and over instead. Okay, now there's too many of you in a very tight, small location. Not a fan of that. Not a fan. Okay, you two, I should have dealt with you earlier. Oh, Jesus. Okay. For some reason I thought they didn't follow me here. Ah! Oh my god. No! I thought I had a heal. Oh, Jesus. I almost fell into that thing. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. I just need one hit and then I can heal. I'm fine. It's fine. We're fine. I pressed heal mid-air because I thought I had a full silk bar. Okay, so I got that thing. I love the tools mechanic. I think, in theory, I really like the tools mechanic as well. It's just that anytime I use tools, I have to like think and make sure I don't accidentally use a silk skill instead. And then whenever I get those wrong, I mess up every time. And then I die, because I messed up. Okay, I'm actually kind of in danger now, so... Okay, I feel like I should just like hit them once and then run out and heal. At least I was close to a heal. Okay, cool. Yep, just run away from me. Huh? Tools like hogflies cause so much chaos. I don't... Yeah, I remember... Well, I never used them because I never used tools, so I guess I never really... I used them on, like, some late game bosses. Was it Carmelita, maybe? There was some late game boss, because I didn't have them until, like, super late. Actually, they are pretty late game. Is it, like, end of Act 2 where you get those? Or not end of, but in Act 2. Okay, is there anything else? Something down left, but I forget what's down there. What? Not you. I don't like you. Oh, I don't have the Wanderer's Crest. I can't hit it through the floor. Oh no. You deal so much damage. Wait, I got the bell, but I never equipped it, right? Yeah, okay, great. Great. I feel like in so many of these encounters, early on in the game, you see the like silk threads taken over, but they don't do that late game. Is there like a story reason for that? Is it like they already did it and like I guess there's the beginning of Act 2, you have that, but then beyond that I feel like most enemies are already possessed by the silk rather than you like watching them become captured by it. Oh, shards, nice. See, I feel like with shards, this is 100% because I never used tools. Shards just never felt like a reward to me. It was always a disappointment, especially if it was like pretty well hidden and kind of difficult to get to. I was always kind of like, oh, shards. I didn't want shards. I wanted literally anything else. That's something I never had that in the first Hollow Knight. I feel like in the first Hollow Knight, there was never a trashed reward. There was never a reward that felt underwhelming. Everything felt kind of like the least interesting reward in the first Hollow Knight is like Geo. But you always had a use for Geo in like early to mid game. So like, I don't know. But Shards, I'm not a huge fan of. But I guess like if you actually do use tools all the time, you would want Shards. So. What? Are you still chasing me? Oh my god. No! Stop. Can I just move up, please? These guys are so persistent. Oh my god. Yeah, there's like a lava thing on this platform. Can you have some, like, respect for my space here? Yeah, the friend of mine said that, like, I wonder if you could just remove the shards. She had that idea of like, what if shards were not a thing and you just had infinite shards? And then you would like rebalance all the tools so that it wouldn't be like too powerful. And I honestly feel like that would kind of just be better. I haven't thought it through that much. It could be that there's certain cases where it wouldn't be, but like, it would like fix the shard economy. It would fix shards feeling underwhelming to me. It would encourage tool use a lot more, so that people like me would actually use them all the time instead of being hesitant. I don't know. I don't know how that would change the feeling of things though. And they sort of have a crest specifically for that, but like, I don't know. You'd be able to cheese a lot of bosses though. So yeah, I mean, you would have to balance them if you just have infinite of them, right? There would have to be a rebalancing, but yeah, I don't know. It would remove a lot of problems with the shards, I think. Okay. I should probably have that one while I'm in this area. Okay, I guess I should equip the tool. I think the limit is you don't just go into bosses and spam tools until you get lucky and win by doing nothing. Yeah, so like now they're balanced for a limited use, but if they were balanced for an unlimited use, I think I would just use them a lot more. Okay. What is the next step here actually? I still don't have the dash. I need the dash. So I need to go left and up, I think. Yeah. Up. Okay. Shards worked really well for me because I tried using them since the start. That's good. Yeah, I think like they might actually be completely fine. It's just that I never, or I do use tools a little bit, but generally I didn't really use them consistently. For me, tools were like it was a boss fight thing. I used them in desperation for difficult bosses. Like, oh my god, this boss is driving me nuts. I'm just gonna try various combinations of tools. So I'm gonna throw my triple poison darts over and over again and in hopes that I'm gonna win this time. But I never had like a regular use where I used them all the time throughout exploration. Throughout exploration, I just never used tools. I think at the beginning when I got this attack for the very first time, I used it at the beginning for some flying enemies. But then I just stopped somewhere, like somewhere by the end of Act 1, I think I just stopped using tools. And then at the end, I ended up mostly using Flea Brew for boss fight encounters. But that was about it. What? Okay. You don't give rosaries. I want rosaries. Give me my beads. Hoppers from Hollow Knight 1. Or whatever they're called. I forget what they're called. Are they called hoppers? The little hoppy things in the Kingdom's Edge? Was that the place? Maybe tools should not be too shard expensive. That wouldn't fix it for me. Because I was never low on shards. I always had too much shards, or too many shards. And so that it was never like an economy issue. For me, it was like, it was the overhead of having to think about another button during an already difficult like game. And like learning each tool and learning, because there's so many tools. So like I think I use the straight pin sometimes for certain like flying enemies or boss fights, but generally I was always full on shards unless I'm donating to one of the settlements. So yeah. I think having more shards would just make him max out on shards earlier. Wait, where's the little ant thing? They just left? Oh, is this the Mort hut? What's it called? Pilgrim's Rest, I think? Maybe like a Mort hut. Maybe that's a better... That's actually a better name. I like that name. Oh yeah, did I do an enemy pogo here during my first playthrough? I forget if I did. I think I might have done that here. I actually tried to do that multiple times because I just like finished Hollow Knight 1 and watched a bunch of speedruns and I'm like, ooh, enemy pogoing. That's like a thing you can do. So I was like looking for some of these like skips in various places. What if you trade shards for rosaries? Yeah, I think that would make me feel at least a little bit more incentivized. But then I would also feel a little bit snubbed if I'm full on shards and then I find a shard chest and then I'm gonna be sad because I don't have a vendor to convert them at, so I don't know. Okay. I really need to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Do I have like a be right back thing to put on screen? Where's... Note? I'm not making tea, so I'm going to change this text. Okay, I'll be right back. I missed what Freya said about fixing the shard problem. I'm not entirely sure what the fix would be. I'm also not 100% sure it's broken either. Because I didn't use that many tools. So like, I think the shard system just doesn't work for me because I'm not using tools much. But if you do use tools much, maybe the shard system is really good and it's balanced and nice. So I feel like I can't speak too much on that. But I guess like, it would be nice if there was something the shard system could offer someone like me who doesn't use tools. So for me, it's mostly like, well, for me, it gives me donation shards to give to settlements, right? Which isn't nothing. And because I don't spend them, I always have enough to just give, like, all the time. I feel like the shards were inserted to solve a design problem, though. They didn't just go, hey, let's insert another currency for the heck of it. That is really hard to know. I mean, you'd have to ask Team Cherry about that. Because like sometimes you do add things for the heck of it because you like the idea of something, right? And then you figure something out later. So it's not always a straight path from like the final game you see, especially when it comes to indie games, the final game you see is probably not what the developer had in mind. Because like game development is such an iterative process. It changes over time and you get new ideas over time and you realize things about the gameplay over time. So like the original idea you had is probably not going to be represented by the final game. And it's always like easy to criticize the final result of something, but when you're going through the process of creating it, like your mindset is just entirely different because you have a whole different headspace around what you think is important and not important. Like you can have a playtest session where like you notice that a certain thing was not enjoyable to the 5 people you had play the game or something like that. And then for the rest of development, you're going to think that that thing is awful. But maybe actually most players like that. It's just that those 5 people in particular that playtested that day didn't like it. So there's always like human things get in the way and makes changes and sometimes make things a lot better. Like it's always kind of unpredictable in a way, and so the game development can be really chaotic in that sense. It's not always like you plan it from the start and then you execute on that plan. That's very rarely the case in my experience. But that probably depends also as well on like if you have an established team, if you're making a sequel rather than the first time, and like is it AAA or is it indie? If it's AAA, it's probably going to be a lot more strict and following like the thing you planned from the beginning. So I don't know what the order of operations was for the shard system. I can imagine the idea of having tools was probably pretty early if they wanted to like match Hornet. Like Hornet's toolkit matching Hollow Knight 1 was probably something they really wanted to do early on. So maybe that's where the tool idea came from. Like, oh, they wanted the Hornet caltrops, and then they probably moved on from there and trying to think of like, okay, what would a system like that look like? How would it work? And then maybe they were like, okay, well, if you have an infinite amount, maybe that would clutter arenas if you have these little caltrop things that you place, the traps. And so then maybe the shard system came from there because they wanted some way to limit the amount that you could... Oh my god, I jumped into that. The fact that I can talk while doing these arenas is a huge improvement over my first playthrough. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure I died here multiple times during my first. That's not open. For some reason I want to go right here. Is it because do you get here after you get the dash? I forget what you get from this path, but I think it is actually this leads to the dash now. Well, there's no way for me to know. Well. The fiery stone? Oh, the... Yeah, someone mentioned it not too long ago. You could do more nail damage with fire, same during exploration in the top left region in Act 2, right? Yeah, I don't think I ever used that one during exploration. I only used it during boss fights. Oh my god. No, I should not have healed there. Jesus Christ. Okay. So now I'm in this state that I really don't like being in this game, where like you're fighting this tiny little shitty enemy and you're in danger because you can't heal, and I still can't heal. So I now need to find another enemy that's hopefully not an annoying little skittered thing that like pokes me with its tiny little leg, and then I die because I get touched by a tiny little leg. So like I just need one enemy. Ideally like a very easy one. Oh my god, dash. Okay, I'll take that too. Do you get any health when you get abilities? I know some games do things like when you level up you get full health or whatever. I don't know if you get anything from like health wise when you get new abilities. Oh my god, finally. Oh, I can move again. Nice. Hold on, I just need to double check something. Okay. Cool. Getting new masks fills your health, I think. That's nice. Oh wait, I did get full... Wait, did I get full everything? I got full both, right? Oh shit, nice. Oh my god. Okay, so all I have to do whenever I'm low on health is to find a new ability. I don't know why I was complaining so much about the health system. I just need to find an ability. That's it. Oh my god, it feels so nice to have the dash. I feel like I was playing a different game up until now. Now the only thing I need is the Wanderer's Crest, and then I'm in my comfort zone again. Yeah, sure. Just find 4 masks. I was curious, how late do you get your first mask? Because I feel like there's... It's like when you're like done with Shellwood, is that when you get your... Yeah, when do you get your first mask? I feel like it was weirdly late. I don't know. Okay, so I went to the left and then down. Okay. I'm trying to remember what the next... Oh wait, lace is the... Yeah, we're doing lace. That's the next thing. I really want the Wanderer's Crest though. I super want the Wanderer's Crest. Forgot the flea. Is there a flea in this area? Or... well, I guess there's rosaries there. That I'm spilling all over. Honestly, I really like how the rosaries roll, or the beads roll so much. Wait. Really? If I just touch the elevator, it changes direction? Okay. But not this time. Not this time. Okay. Well. Rude. Rude. It's in the dash room? Oh, okay. Right. So here's somewhere. What? Where is the flea here? Or is it in the lower one? Where you have the other half of this? Oh, I hear it. It's here somewhere. Boop. Yeah, I really like the rolling beads, because like... Okay, so sometimes people talk about how like... So I don't feel like you have too few rosary beads in this game. I feel like the the economy part of this game I think is fine for rosaries. But there are a lot of people who say that they feel like there's way too little rosaries around. But then I hear people then defend there not being enough rosaries in saying that, well, it's good in terms of the narrative that, like, you know, this is this like downtrodden land where people are sticking to this old like religious belief and sticking to this old currency and everybody's kind of poor and destitute, and like the fact that there's not that much rosaries kind of enhances that feeling of like a bad economy, right? Which is like an argument that can sort of apply. But I feel like that's just not the case. I feel like there is quite a lot of rosaries in this game. But what does enhance that feeling is when you're like desperately running after one rosary and you feel like a very poor person, like clinging to the one rosary as if it actually matters. Like I feel like the feeling of running after a single rosary rolling off a ledge, I feel like that feeling in and of itself kind of reinforces that vibe without actually changing much. Just I don't know. I like that. I don't even know if it was intentionally designed that way, but okay. I need rosaries. So I'm not sure if there's like a specific place where you get a lot of rosaries. I think during my first playthrough, I knew of a really good spot in Greymoor, like to the right of halfway home, and then in the Citadel, it would be the top place, like the long stretch by the Memoriam. But I'm not sure. Early game, would it be like the moss place at the top? I think there's quite a lot of enemies there. Yeah, that's probably one of the better spots. I guess you probably get more rosaries from the deep docks though, if there's a good spot there. But I forget if there's a bench close to enemies there. I feel like it all just hinges on that pretty much. Okay, can I get rid of my shards? Yes. Hell yeah. Zoop. This is what I spend my shards on. Bone bottom repairs. Sure. I guess if I'm gonna get some rosaries, then why not? So okay, so here's one thing that I'm not sure. So having a quest board, I think, is an interesting choice. And by interesting, I don't mean that it's bad. I just mean that it's interesting for this type of game. Because I feel like a huge part of Metroidvanias is the exploration part and finding things on your own. And a quest board sort of goes against that. But at the same time, I think a lot of people are anxious about missing stuff, and a quest board helps people not miss stuff, right? Yeah, I don't know. I have conflicting feelings about the quest board. And I don't know if it's necessarily the quest board I have issue with, or if it's mostly like the quests themselves. Anyway, I should probably use the Bell Beast instead of running everywhere, because I keep forgetting that there's a Bell Beast. Okay, I'm sorry. It's gonna be spooky. Marrow is probably closest. There's so little grind for rosaries in Silksong that it's not really a problem. Yeah, I never had an issue with it. But then again, like late game, maybe it was just because I found a really good spot to grind for rosaries. The really long top stretch where you like walk through the Cogwork Dancers arena back and forth. The big sword swingy guys, they drop a lot of rosaries. It took like almost no time at all to get a huge amount of rosaries there. But like maybe if you don't find those spots, it's just really annoying. But I feel like even the regular enemies drop quite a lot of rosaries in the Citadel in general, so I don't know, I feel like it's not actually like a big problem. But I don't want to like dismiss people who say that there is a problem there, because I haven't fully heard all the arguments there. Okay. There, oh, I don't have clean grip. I just thought I did because I have dash now. But I don't have cloak. So I think as soon as I got dash, I just thought I got every single ability in the game. But yeah, no. I was very wary when I got the first kill 10 Bobs quest, but I ended up liking them. Yeah, I think that the one that I didn't like was it find 10 bells in Bellhart? That was the only one that I was like, ugh. I sort of felt like I just don't want to go back to those very annoying hallways. It's a maze, I can't navigate there. And I feel like the bells were like spawning at random locations rather than being in fixed locations. It was a weird, I don't know, that one just felt weird to me. I feel like so many of these quests feel like, oh, it is random? Okay, good. Then it's not just me being like schizo or whatever, like losing my mind. Because I was like, I've already been here. Why is there a bell here? What was I saying? Oh yeah, I feel like a lot of these quests are kind of designed for like, you're supposed to pick them up before you explore the area. But if you pick them up after you explore the area, it feels kind of like a chore. So, I don't know. I'm enjoying the relaxed vibe of the stream. Good. I am glad. I'm like constantly thinking like, oh, is this interesting enough? Do I need to say more stuff to be interesting? But honestly, I'm also kind of just vibing. I don't want to force myself to try to think of interesting stuff to say if I don't have anything interesting to say. I feel like it's impossible to just... Usually these are easy to kill when they're on their own, but up there, for some reason, I can't do the 3-hit combo on them. Bell quest was super annoying, it's been the bane of speedrunners. Oh no. I don't think I watched a speedrun that goes through... I guess would it be for like true ending? I think I've seen an any percent speedrun of Silksong. I think it was Fireborn's any percent speedrun I saw. But I don't think I've seen a true ending speedrun. What's your favorite thing about the game? Oh, good lord, there's so many things that I love about this game, so it's really hard to like pick a favorite thing. I mean, I love the music in this game. That's something that stands out quite a lot in a good way. Chris Larkin did a fantastic job with the music. I mean, he did in Hollow Knight 1 as well, but like, there's something... Oh, I did not mean to pick that up because I was in the middle of combat. I don't know, like listening to the first Hollow Knight soundtrack after listening to the Silksong soundtrack, like you can hear the difference in, I mean, not just the compositions and the like, yeah, not just the composition, but also the performance, because, I mean, most of the first Hollow Knight, I don't think any of it, apart from the vocal performance, was performed. It was probably just VSTs, right? But the, with like actual, like, instrumentalists playing the soundtrack, it makes a huge difference, and, like, it's just so good. So much of the music is great in this game. I think that's one of the first things that comes to mind, at least, for some of the really good things about this game. Honestly, the health mechanic is like one of the few things I really don't like about this game that actually like ruined the first like third, act 1 of my first playthrough. I was not able to enjoy the game in a sense, because of that. Is there anything here, or should I just bench again? Okay, those are the flying ones, and I'm probably gonna fall down and mess up, so I should probably just go bench. Where's the bench? I forget. Is it here? Oh. Wait, is there a bench by the bell beast? I don't think there is, right? No. Okay. Yeah, something about the layout of the moss, not moss grotto, moss home, is always kind of like messing me up because it's so, there's so many layers on top of each other. Oh, is that a... Oh, I kind of forgot about that. See, this. 3 rosaries by a dead body. That's kind of sad. That kind of stuff, I think, like, enhances the story of, like, how poor these pilgrims are. I think that's kind of good in terms of storytelling. And it does sort of make sense that there's a lot more rosaries up by the citadel. If you want to make like a, here's the rich people place. Okay. Soon I got my Wanderer's Crest. Soon. What? No! The one place. The one place. I did not want to land. That's exactly the tiny little spike pit I landed in, of course. Oh, I kind of took a detour. Okay, then there's enemies here, right? Yeah. What? Ah, didn't want to land on all of you. Oh, I'm low health. Oh, I forgot I had a dash attack with this crest. I guess I just got dash, so... is there anything to the right? Yep, there is. Okay. I just ran headfirst into you. Okay. Right. Oh, down before Bell Beast? Here? Is there a bench here? What? Okay, fine. I guess there's more rosaries. Here? Oh, there. Okay. Oh, behind a locked gate. Well, that complicates things. Oh, is that when you jump down by the moss lady? Mossberry? Oh, it's here, right? What? Oh, great job. Good job. Good job hitting the enemy. Yeah. What? Okay. Okay. It's kind of a bad idea to dash attack those, because when you fly up into the air, you're directly in their next path. Oh. Okay, we are very close. We're very close to the simple key. I might actually have enough for the simple key, right? Because I have these. That's 60. And I think 460 plus 60 is more than 500. No, I'm not a math person, but you know, I think that's enough. Okay, we should get the elevator. Okay, almost at the Wanderer's Crest. Then the game starts for real. Do I need that mossberry? It's probably good to grab it. Wait, what's here? Oh, death and destruction. Right. And some rosaries. It's interesting from a design standpoint to punish a dash attack so early, but it sets you up from the start to consider your placement and not just in the movement, but also following your immediate action. Yeah, I don't know if it was like... I feel like that enemy in particular, even dash aside, punishes you for just slashing at it. Because it really like inserts itself between slashes in a way that is kind of interesting how well it manages to do that. Or I think it's that enemy, or it's the other one that does a little arc jump. I forget which one it is. So you have to do like a pretty particular movement to fight those efficiently, I guess. I accidentally dashed. Shit. No. No. Okay, well I got the elevator, so we're fine. Let's get the simple key.
Oh boy, yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, we're almost there. Is there anything else I need to do before I head to the Wanderer's Crest? I don't think so. No, I just get the elevator. I ran past the elevator. I wasn't even thinking. I was thinking about other stuff. It's here, right? Yeah. Oh, hi. I jumped through the elevator. You know when you're like watching a streamer do something and they just do something really stupid, like, hey, I'm gonna go here, and then they run through that thing and away from that thing, and you're like, what? What are they thinking? How? They said they were gonna do a thing, and then they did not that thing. And now I know what it feels like. Yeah, well, if I had the Wanderer's Crest, this would never happen. Oh, yeah, I guess is Cloak next, I think, right? It's a lace and then Cloak, I believe. No! It happened. It happened. The thing where I accidentally do a side slash instead of a pogo. I'm still curious, like if I rewind and watch the VOD, what was my analog stick input there? Because I do have it on screens and now I can like actually go back and check. I wonder if part of it is also like the angle at which I hold my thumb on this controller as well. Because like I'm using a PlayStation controller, so for a PlayStation controller, oh my god, your thumb is kind of pointing to the right, like toward the center of the controller, right? I can't really hold it well. But like on the Xbox controller, your thumb is more like upwards here. So like left and right is a different movement depending on where the analog stick is on the controller. So I wonder if there's like a rotational offset where like all the thresholds in my mind might be different, like rotated a little bit. So I'm kind of curious if I'm like less consistent with pogoing in a specific direction because I'm used to the Steam Deck. And the Steam Deck has the Xbox style layout with the analog stick pointing upwards. I really wish I had a Steam Deck gamepad. And I don't trust the remote play latency to be fast enough for a Silksong. Yeah, I just can't get used to the D-pad. For some reason, I struggle a lot using the D-pad. It feels like I'm not... It feels like I'm pressing buttons rather than pressing directions. No, why did you move? Oh my god. You see how desperately I need the Wanderer's Crest? This is how bad it is. Do I gotta remind this one? Okay, come on, come on. Okay, that might have actually made things harder. But yeah, is the new Steam controller going to be pretty much the same buttons as the Steam Deck? Because I do have the old Steam controller, but I'm not sure. I feel like it's... I don't know, I feel the old Steam controller feels very different to me. Okay, well... Jesus. Perfect healing moment. This is why elevators are good. Same buttons as a Steam Deck. But I think I remember it feels different. As in the old like Steam. I don't know. I have a Steam Link, and there was a controller for that one, the Steam controller, which I'm guessing is now an older generation of the Steam hardware stuff, right? Okay, are you gonna help out, or am I gonna have to jump all the way to that other one? I guess I just failed the other one because I never did a pogo on it. So, okay, I think I just need to bias my pogos a lot more down on the analog stick. Yeah, it's got the touchpad thing. There we go. Okay, finally. Stop scream stunning me. Wormways. I was so happy in Wormways because there was always an infinite source of silk. Because again, that was my biggest issue, is I would just always start for silk and healing, so I could just always heal whenever I needed to. I liked that about Wormways. I don't like most other things about Wormways, but I like that part. Like these little guys, not the most enjoyable enemies. Oh, okay, spawn 2 in a row for some reason there. Why did it do 2 in a row? Oh my god, I think I know why. Was it the freeze frames when I got hit? Because I know that the freeze frames have this weird thing where they selectively freeze certain things but not everything. So I wonder if the timer for the spawning of each of these worms, I wonder if that timer is a different timer. That one might actually run in the like real world time, but then there's like the fixed frame rate is probably the one that gets frozen by the freeze frames. And so then you would get 2 of them spawning next to each other because those two like times are desynced. I wonder if I take like 2 damage and get 2 freeze frames like that, if you could get them like spawning on top of each other. Probably could. I don't have enough health to do that though. Fine. I forget what's to the left here. Is there a gate I can unlock, or is it... What? No? No? Ow. Okay. Not down there. Okay, I want to make sure I get the Wanderer's Crest. I don't want to stray too far from the crest. I need the crest. It is super important. Extremely central. Oh, roses, sure. Okay. Time to lock in. I gotta focus on this one. Arenas are always difficult. Is Wanderers your preferred crest? Yes. I was initially very annoyed by the short range, but it kind of makes up for it because you get a lot of silk. That's, once again, I have way too little silk in this game, and I get hit quite a lot because I have a very, I think I have a pretty chaotic combat style, which means I make a lot of minor mistakes, which means I don't get a lot of silk if I use the Reaper, because then if you take damage, your silk regeneration thing gets cancelled, and I don't know, just getting a lot of hits is good. And it feels nice to have faster attack speed. That's just enjoyable. I think the Wanderer's Crest made the game just a lot more enjoyable to me. But yeah, the short range is kind of tricky, especially because, I don't know, especially with contact damage. I struggled a lot with contact damage in the first Hollow Knight too. I think I'm slowly getting used to it, but it's still super annoying. I kind of wish it didn't have contact damage, but like the entire game is designed around contact damage, so it's not something they could like change. Heard Wanderer's Crest, I'm very sorry. Oh, that's a late game boss. But we're getting the Wanderer's Crest. Oh, it's another one of these enemies. I thought there were only like 2 in the game. Oh, same with the other one. I feel like this little jumpy, not quite flyy thing, this enemy is like, there's like 1 in far fields. Otherwise, I feel like they're only in arenas, which is kind of weird. Like, why does this enemy not get any other spotlight? I don't know. Oh, nice. Good job. Okay, I should probably not talk too much while doing this because I don't want to die. Okay, that is one of the things I don't like about this crest when you're like, when you're doing a down pogo, but you miss slightly, or like it ends right in front of the enemy and then you take contact damage because you're right in front of the enemy or like landing on them. Is one of the wormways in a secret room? Okay. Oh my god, finally. Finally. Okay, this is something I don't understand. So, switching to the crest when you pick it up, I think that's fine. But what I don't get is why they unequip all of your charms. Like, I can see that they could be like a compatibility thing of like, oh, you don't have the slots on the new crest, but like, why not keep the ones that you do have? Because it kind of feels like whenever you get a crest or you get into like, there's like the cinematic near the end or the interlude where you get transported to the dream world, where like, you, for some reason, you're not on your crest anymore and you switch to the hunter's crest and like you don't have your like stuff, and I don't know. It's kind of weird that they unequip your charms just for switching crest. I feel like they should just carry over, like, to whatever extent you're able to. I don't really understand that choice. I guess I would have to arbitrarily choose which tools you keep equipped. Yeah, but that's better than not having any of them, I think. If you want to be like fancy about it and have heuristics for which ones to keep, you could do like, I don't know, which ones you've like had equipped for the longest. I think it's related to the lore of the crests. But like, what would change lore-wise? Or like, if there was a bench when you pick up the crest, then I feel like nothing would break, lore-wise, right? And this is kind of a similar thing. At least keep a compass on. Yeah, so That's the one that I think is very central, especially when you're playing for the first time. And not having compass is kind of annoying. Oh my god, I have Wanderer's Crest. Oh, this is so nice. Hell yeah. I can finally play the game. I only use the Hunter's Crest when I have to. No, I don't have Walkling. Okay, is there anything here? Wait. Oh my god. Why do I read chat when I'm trying to make a jump? Or wait, can I make this jump actually? Yeah, okay, okay. Okay, I can't make that. But I can get out of this place from this door as well. So I don't have to get up there. Hello. I like this character. Just like hanging out, watching you do weird things with the old chapel. Okay, so I think the next one now would be Lace, right? Lace and Cloak? Oh, I guess I could do I could also do I was gonna say the worm ways, the ant ways, the Hunter's March. I'm kind of curious how difficult the Hunter's March would be now that I have my comfort crest. Oh, I need to equip stuff. Is there a... Oh, it would be nice if I could get a... what's it called? Memory locket? Mort has a memory locket. I remember. Wait, I don't have a compass? I never bought it? Oh. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I guess I can just call on Chakra. Okay. Zoop. Is a spam dash jumping faster than sprinting? I think it can be slightly faster. I think it can be like, if I remember correctly, I think it's like 20% faster than just sprinting if you do it correctly. And I have no idea if I'm doing it correctly. I don't know. I just like doing this because it's kind of something to do while running. But I think if you do it with like correct timing and everything, I think it's like 20% faster, but I don't know if I do that. But it is supposed to be faster if you do it right. What? Okay, right. My weapon is slightly shorter now. Okay, so there's Lace. And then that gives us access to a bunch of Farfield stuff. Yeah, it is more fun than just holding a button, exactly. There was a bench sign there. Did I have to go up there? Oh, it's here, okay. Okay, I guess we're doing Lace, I believe. I think. Celeste wave dashing? What was wave dashing in Celeste? Yeah, I did actually play Celeste. I kind of forgot that I did. I feel like there was something I was going to get here. Oh, I was probably thinking about the compass that I didn't equip. I just got the compass and then I left. What's up with that? I don't understand the like... Or no, it's probably because like I buy it because I know I'm gonna want it, but maybe I don't need it exactly right now, and that's why I accidentally don't equip it. Because I feel like otherwise I feel like I would have been incentivized and motivated to equip it immediately. Okay. So Lace, I think is straight to the right, I think. What? Introducing the Farewell chapter. Ooh, I think I did a little bit of the DLC, but it was way too hard for me. The platforming was just like near impossible. There's so many benches near each other. Like in this particular area. This is probably the closest bench to Lace, I think. But hopefully we're not gonna need a bench. We're just gonna defeat Lace immediately. Because now I'm supposed to be good at the game. And then maybe I'm not actually good at the game, but hopefully I'm good at the game. Celeste Wave Dash is just air dashing into the ground and jump the moment you hit the floor and you get a speed boost. Okay, yeah, I remember something about that. I think I heard it from like a speedrunner or something. But I don't think it was something I ever did when playing it. Oh, hello, Thor. Hello. Hey. Why stream on YouTube instead of Twitch? Because I wanted to try and to just see if it's nice or if it's not nice. What's the community like? What's the viewership like? What's the monetization like? I wanted to try it, and also because whenever I stream on Twitch, I never upload my VODs on YouTube because it requires me to push buttons. So my VODs pretty much never go on YouTube when I stream on Twitch. So I figured like maybe it's nice if I have VODs on YouTube. Okay, Lace. Alright. You have to be easier than Lost Lace at the very least. Because Jesus Christ, I struggle with that. Well, you're doing that attack already. Here, okay, well... No, bad. Okay. Literally mushroom. No. So there's one thing you can do where like you dash, but then you cancel the dash, you do like a short dash. I don't think I've ever like figured out... I do that sometimes, but it's like muscle memory completely. So I don't even know what I'm doing when I do that. I just know that it's possible. No! Contact damage! My nemesis. No! That was rude! That was like right by the end of your dash. You were like slowing down and everything. You can't just cancel my heal. You jerk! Yeah, now I need to play carefully, because now I need my heals. Why do I not deal contact damage to Lace? Super unfair. I should be able to run head first into enemies. Okay, well that went well. Much better than my first playthrough, where I did not beat Lace first time, but I think I did Lace relatively quickly actually. I think Lace was one of the easier ones for me, especially compared to like a big ant. Oh, I got the ant. Yeah, I wonder what the ant is like now actually. If I'm gonna struggle with it now too, because that big ant thing has such a long range on its attack. It's wild. Okay, do I do the ant or do I go further into the far fields here? I forget what you get if you do the ant boss. You get to the... Do you get to the Beast? Chapel of the Beast? But you need Cloak to get to the chapel, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know if there's much of a point to go there unless I get the Cloak first, right? You get Savage Beastfly? Yeah. I'm actually really curious what that's going to be like now because... I mean, the Savage Beastfly that's like... I don't know what it's called. Savage Beastfly 2, the one that's above the lava. That fight took me so many tries. So I feel like I have to have gotten better at fighting it after after that gauntlet. Flee and memory locket? Oh, I actually do really want a memory locket. Because I don't have any blue slots right now. Oh, that attack. Okay, I thought you'd do it different. What? Rude. All the way up there? Really? Yeah, no. No, no. There's a good early game tool there as well that gives you 1 free mask of health, basically. Oh yeah, you get the... Is it the fractured mask? Yeah. Oh, like putting the fractured mask behind like a really difficult early game boss was certainly a choice. I feel like that should have been easier to get. Where? Oh, it's Bell Beast. Okay. Yeah, that's... Oh wait, 40. What does this one cost? 30. That's okay. Just during the stream, is this like game dev analysis of Silksong or just gameplay, talk and chill? A little bit of both, but yeah, very casual. I'm not like ultra analyzing every single detail of this. It's more like sometimes I might take a break to talk about something that I want to talk about. But right now it's mostly playing because like it's a pretty long game, so there's a lot to play through. But if there is something, if you have like questions about specific things, I can talk about it, but quite a lot of it I covered in the very beginning of the stream. Ran past it, never knew it existed. Yeah, it's by the, it's like a merchant, right? The one that's like hidden to the left in that tall room, I think. Wait, did I bench? I forget if I benched. Okay, silly thing that I really wish they did. Like, in the choral chambers, the bells that you jump on in the middle of the big rooms, they're actually tuned to the music, but they're not tuned to the music here. I feel like I wish these were tuned to the music of the area that you're in. So like, if you do jump on these, you would get the same, like, it would be in the same key as the music playing in the background. I would love for that to be the case. Just like, I don't know, just like assigning those notes to them. I don't have Cloak, I just realized. I just dove down. Yeah, I'm noticing that I'm also not doing the up input correctly on the when talking, so I think I'm actually offset. Which is a little bit concerning. Oh wait, I have rosary strings, I think, right? I forget how much it costs. Even if they weren't tuned, they should make a consistent note. Yeah. Unless it's in like a place where they're supposed to be kind of detuned and broken. Like I think if you're doing it in like Bylewater or Sinner's Road, I can totally see those being out of tune and horrible, just to like reinforce the feeling of the area. But I feel like some of the other benches in the more well-preserved areas, it would be cool if they matched the music in the background. So I wish they put that effort in so that the 0.01% of people who care will notice. Oh my god. Okay, these enemies. Okay, I might be forgetting what it was like in the first Hollow Knight, but I feel like Silksong has so many enemies that does this particular vortex attack that like pulls you in and like locks you in place and like kind of makes you unable to attack them for a long time. Like, I feel like there's a lot of enemies that do that attack. I only remember that attack from like the what was it called? The spider tunnels in... Not the spider tunnels. Hera's domain. Horrible web maze. What is the name of that place? Oh my god, I'm completely blanking on it right now. Deep Nest, thank you. That's the one. I feel like there were some enemies in Deep Nest that did that kind of like big slashy thing. The like big ones that block the tunnels did that attack. But I feel like there's so many enemies do that attack now. I think your names are more accurate in terms of like feeling, probably. I feel like Deep Nest is a pretty good name too. Hello. Whoa, okay. I misaligned my jumps. Big guy in small hallway class enemy? Yeah, this game has a lot of small guy in small hallway as well. Like the little rats and the little bats, and they are my #1 enemy in this game. They have killed me so many times. Just because I'm like... Just because I'm usually low health. And you might be able to see why. Because I'm a very clumsy player. No! Oh my god. Wait, oh yeah, I don't have the magma bell. That's why I'm dying incredibly rapidly to this. Okay, I'm gonna bench in here. Or is it a bench? Does it count as a bench when it's not technically a bench? Oh yeah, I don't have the... Yeah, I don't have the blue slots. That's okay. It's okay, we have health now. Oh well, we used to have health, but now we lightly touched an enemy slowly walking away from us, which of course means that we take damage. I'm slightly... Oh yeah, I should probably talk to... Sorry. Oh my god. Now I feel rude. Especially because she's kind of suspicious of Hornet, and it's kind of rude to just like pop in and then disappear with... Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, I will collect spines. Okay. Not suspicious. That's a wrong word. She doesn't want Hornet around. So I guess maybe leaving immediately is the right thing to do in terms of her character. I think she says something like, "Oh, I don't want to attract attention," like that kind of thing from anything having to do with pin combat or whatever. Because she's like a retired pinstress, right? Right, I don't have a cloak. Oh. What? I don't know why, but these enemies make the funniest sounds. But they're like, ooh, wah! I love them so much. Like, I can't think of like any other enemy in games that have like such a weird voice line that sounds so like... It doesn't even sound dangerous. It sounds like they're even surprised that they're flying towards you, and it's just kind of confusing and wonderful. I feel like that describes a lot of Hollow Knight actually, just confusing and wonderful. I timed flying into that spine perfectly. Whoa. No. Whoa. 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 How does the lighting work in 2D? 3D I feel like it's kind of intuitive, but in 2D you look orthographically into a 2D, 2.5D plane. There's many different ways of doing it. Are you asking like specifically for Silksong or for like 2D in general? Because like in 2D you like lighting is, if anything, lighting is easier in 2D in some ways, depending on if you want like shadows. So I think was it Disco Elysium where I think they have... I think Disco Elysium is primarily a 2D world, but I do think they do make geometry just for shadow casting. I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, otherwise like lighting in 2D is in general easier, and if you really want to have like shape definition and stuff, you can just have normal maps to get that. But normal maps, like depending on your art style, it can actually be kind of difficult to make those, because like it's pretty rare for you to hand paint normal maps, and it's also kind of weird to like sculpt 2D stuff, and so there's not really an established workflow for like 2D normal maps, I think. But otherwise lighting is like, it's just strictly easier, unless you want to do like advanced shadow casting stuff. But I don't know if Silksong even has any amount of lighting apart from like there's like a sprite around the player that lights up a specific layer, but that could just be like an additive thing that follows you around. I think so much of Silksong lies in like, I don't know, it's probably like manually placed light sheets. Like the light coming from the door here is almost certainly just a sprite that they placed there. And like doing that kind of thing in 3D, you kind of can't really do that in 3D, because like in 2D, the big advantage is that you're only ever viewing it in one direction, but in 3D, it has to look good from all angles. And this is what makes 3D games so much harder to make. But in 2D, like you can just place a sprite that's exactly the shape that you want, at exactly the location you want, at the optimal viewing angle, and it's going to look great. But in 3D, making light shafts is harder, because then it's like, okay, what if the camera intersects the light shaft edge, and then if you're viewing it edge on, it has to look good, and you want it to like fade in a nice way, and like there's so many problems you have to solve. But in 2D, you just like plop in the sprite and then you call it a day, and you're done pretty much. Yeah, it did kind of get me thinking of like I got really curious about like 2D game workflow, because I actually haven't worked on 2D games since I was like a child. Like I did some 2D games in Game Maker, like simple like tile-based stuff. What exploded there? Why was there an explosion when I hit the when I hit the bird? Okay, maybe there was one of those weird little lava nuggets in the ground. It kind of got me thinking, trying to figure out like how I would work with 2D today, when it's not like tile-based stuff as a kid. Because like working with something like Silksong seems so much fun. Like the amount of like environment art you can make with 2D is like, it's, I don't know, it just seems like you have so much flexibility, and it seems so much fun to like set up environments and set up all the backgrounds and making the environments look nice, and like doing nice looking environments in 3D takes so much more work. Like almost purely because of the fact that you can view it from every angle, and because of lighting. Because lighting generally makes everything more complicated. Okay, I didn't really want a critical hit on these, but sure. Okay, how far away am I from the thing? Nope. Okay, worth it. I got the spine. That's when I. No! Did it just fly up into the citadel? Oh no, there it is. Okay. Oh, I got all of them. Nice. Oh wait, I don't need to go here. Why am I here? I'm just fighting pilgrims for no reason. I just need to head back. Right. Okay. Give me cloak. Get me cloak. Love when pixel art games have normal maps. It looks so cool to me. It is really nice when you like utilize it correctly. I think the biggest drawback with using normal maps, not just in 2D but also in 3D, is that like. Okay, this is actually a general problem. I think one of the telltale signs of a student game, parenthesis derogatory, I feel like this is so universal. I don't know if it was just because of the versions of Unity or Unreal people used to use when I was teaching, but like, I feel like a big telltale sign for making something look like amateurish is to have very dark shadows and too much detail. And it's very easy to do that by accident if you're overusing normal maps, and you're overusing harsh lighting, and you're not carefully considering ambient light, and especially stuff like, you know, global illumination and baking light maps. Like, there's something about that aesthetic where you have those really, really harsh, dark shadows. It also kind of reminds me a little bit of like when people are new to doing drawing, like illustration and art. There's a similar thing that can happen where like you're not really doing ambient lighting correctly, and shadows are quite often kind of the wrong color, usually like black. I think Silksong is kind of interesting in that it kind of does do black shadows, and they get away with it because they made it into an art style. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about like neglecting shadows and lighting is very, very common for people who are new to game development, which is fine. Like, I'm not like judging students for not being professionals, but like that's something I notice a lot. Okay, I got Cloak. Hell yeah, nice. What else? We have. Is there anything I can do to the right here? Because I don't have the needle in. I guess this is kind of the path to Greymoor, right? I used to push ambient occlusion so hard in my work. Learning to dial it back helped my work feel so much more grounded. Yeah. And it's also like, it's so easy to overtune things like that because it looks so pretty, like if you're just looking at the ambient occlusion. But it's easy to like forget the holistic experience of the entire scene in the context of where you're using it. Mask shard? Mask shard? Oh, is there a mask shard? On the right? Oh wait, that was not here, right? Yeah, the cloak is cute. I like the big poofy cloak. Keep going? Okay. Yeah, I've kind of forgotten where everything is. Oh, it's this place! Okay, I remember this place. Right. Now I remember. Oh, right. What? What are you doing here? You're supposed to... Okay, you're gonna explode. 2 masks of damage. Because I was somewhat close to that. I feel like I wasn't even... I was just in sort of in the explosion range. Do you not have damage fall off in your explosions? If I'm on the outer perimeter, why not do 1 mask? Doesn't have to be the same. Are you missing your cocoon? I don't think so. No, I think the thread spool looks like that before you get your first thread spool, right? I think. Okay. Okay, what's the purpose of these? The little wall nuggets? I feel like they were always telling me to use them for like combat or to do something there. I don't know, I just never found a use for them. But they always like stand out so sharply and it looks like the game wants me to do something. Oh, that's so cute! I never saw the Hornet's cloak does the swooshies. I love that. That's cute. Okay, this is just... There's nothing else here, right? That's just that. Flavor? But I feel like they disappear so quickly that I don't even get to use them as a thing against enemies. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess I'll just head back then. Is it 4th chorus now? Or is that later? Okay, it is now. Oh. Right, okay. I'm just looking at the patterns of the boss because I want to get on top of their head. No! I'm greedy. I want to pogo. Infinite pogos. I do not have the magma bell. I am in grave danger. Okay, maybe not remove every platform. That was a fascinating glitchy animation. Probably because I had a weird timing on that stun. Yeah, this boss I didn't really struggle with in my first playthrough. I think this boss was relatively straightforward. It's got very like clear telegraphs, so it's kind of like not super tricky, I think, and not like mechanically difficult either. Mostly they have to jump so much to hit. I think it's mostly near the end where like it is possible for it to remove every single platform and then like the last one spawns back in right at the very last moment of your cloak. I remember having a weird... Oh my god, it did the thing again where it teleported. Okay, not the best. Greed, my biggest enemy. Oh, we get quotes? No. No, really? And then you move your head when I wanted to I wanted to pogo on your head. And then you move out of the way? Rude. Oh my god. not that hand. Whoa. I wish I would have like I wish the camera would like move up when you're pogoing. But it's kind of stuck there just to not like spoil the little ceiling bomb. I guess. Didn't know we could kill it that way. I just smacked it until it died. Oh, I was like almost about to do the opposite. I was like, I wonder if you can kill it by just hitting it. Because I feel like you should be able to, right? Okay. Wait, you don't get anything for that boss, I think, right? No, I'm mixing it up with the Savage Beastfly, I think. Because then you get something nice? Was it a mask shard? No, that's a reward, I think. Even for things like ambient occlusion, adjustments, lighting is good to make, and lighting it's good to make pauses, look at other stuff, and then come back to see it again, and you might see if it's out of place. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned the thing about like your eyes adapting to whatever it is you're tuning. That's definitely true when it comes to stuff like color correction and doing any kind of like, any amount of like post-processing color work is very sensitive to like your eyes getting used to it. And it's so easy to like over-tune it and make it way too strong. It's like, it's the same thing in photography. It's also very easy to like over-tune things there. Well, I messed up. No, I didn't mess up. Now I'm gonna tell you, I didn't mess up. Now I messed down in order to recover. Oh yeah, I saw that you could, like, you can speedrun skip the fourth chorus if you like do like a perfectly the maximum length sprint jump and heel stall, I think. But you have to do it off screen because the camera doesn't follow. I wanted to play the needle in. Okay, what's our finances like? 103. Okay. Well, this does have the one crest that I used throughout the entire game, so I need it. You can outrun the camera? No, it's just that in that particular spot the camera gets locked to the boss, or the boss arena, until you defeat it. $160? Wait, 30. That's 100. That's not enough. Okay. We need 6 rosaries. Are there any rosary enemies here? I don't think there is, right? Unless there's some ants to swat. I guess there is in Greymoor. You have too many swooshy swooshies. Stop. Was there one here? Oh. Or wait, what? Why is it so short? Oh, I need to get that one first. Okay. Gotcha. Wait, was there a thing? No. Okay. It's nervous? Are they though? I would think if it was nervous, it would like swishy swishy away from me, not towards me. Oh, oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh god. Okay. This is fine. One thing that Silksong does with its dash is that you fall down at the, like, it's not really like the cloak in Hollow Knight 1, Because in Hollow Knight, you go in a straight line for a good amount of distance. I think you do in Celeste too. But in Silksong, you dip down during the dash. It's not really a dash. It's more like a single impulse force. Not a like linear dash situation. I figured sometimes it's like catching me off guard that I'm like way further down than I expect to be after dashing. Greymoor! Hell yeah. Hello, Greymoor. This place has nice music. Actually, most places have nice music in this game. Oh wait, I didn't have enough money, right? I guess I'll just get the map, because I'm gonna want it. What was that? What did the bird do? It did a little swoosh thing. I remember this was a skip that speedrunners started doing at some point. Why did they do this skip? Did it actually make... Like, what progress do you even get going up there? Isn't there just an item there? I'm like getting killed by these birds trying to get up there. Okay. So what was here? It's... you get... Threadstorm, I think. Oh, you can ring the bell? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so that's for the Grand Gate, I guess then. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, I don't think there's anything I need here right now. Help. Thanks. Okay, on the left we have halfway home. Oh, but we have rosaries on the way. We have this spot now. That's nice. What? Really? Oh, is this a memory locket? I seem to recall that this is a... No! I didn't want a bone scroll. I wanted a memory locket. Pyro player mindset? What? Oh, like the pyro deflect thing? Or oh my god, why was that an up slash? It's good to practice hitting things like this, but then you get good at it after a while. Those bells killed me so many times during my first playthrough. They were the bane of my existence, and so I'm trying to have some kind of like revenge, some comeuppance. But see, I want to down dash onto this button to just like wham, kabwammo, open it immediately, not have to wait for it, right? That would be so neat. There should be a down dash feature on the buttons. Okay, I have not been drinking enough. Oh my god, tea is so good. Why have I not been drinking tea? It's just been sitting there. Don't really need anything here, I suppose. I guess he does have a quest at some point, but that's from the quest board, I think. Try too many times to deflect the lanterns that the guys in the Whispering Vaults throw at you. I don't think I ever tried deflecting those. Can you deflect them, or do... In my mind, they just explode if you hit them, but do they not? I remember them as like fragile, explosive things, but maybe they're not. I feel like I didn't really spend that much time in Whispering Vaults, I feel like. Mostly did the box puzzles and then I was kind of done. Arena. Okay. I'm just calibrating my timing. There we go. Easy. Oh my god. That was just... they just got deleted. These little flying rats. I parried that one. I'm trying to leverage my 9 soul skills. That's the parrying. Nine Souls has an extremely satisfying parrying system. But honestly, Nine Souls was it kind of like changed my entire way of thinking about Souls type games in terms of like boss fights and the feeling of mastery, I guess. Nine Souls has this, I don't know, I feel like in many Dark Souls games, and especially in the first Hollow Knight, I feel like there's a lot of bosses that you can kind of beat them, but the feeling of beating them is you are dodge rolling for your life and flailing and trying everything you can, tossing everything you can at the bosses, and somehow you end up winning and it feels like, oh my god, how did I get away with that? The thing that's really cool about Silksong, or not Silksong, sorry, Nine Souls. The thing that's super cool about Nine Souls is when, because of the parrying system and because it's so parrying centric, if you have a parry centric playstyle as well, the feeling of beating a boss is not flailing around until you win. It feels like you've legitimately mastered the enemy's like fighting style, and it becomes this like dance with the boss where it's not just you and the boss independently doing whatever you want to do. You are like responding to everything they do in a way that feels entirely different from any other Souls-like game or any of the Hollow Knights. It's really cool, the feeling of mastering a fight in Nine Souls. I don't think there's anything that can like that I've seen so far that can get close to that feeling. I'm kind of curious if Sekiro has a similar feel, because I know a lot of people compare. I know a lot of people say that like Nine Souls is kind of like to Hollow Knight as Sekiro is to Dark Souls. It's like it's the parry Hollow Knight. Did you like Nine Souls more than Silksong? It's super hard to compare. They're both really good games. They're good games. I haven't played Sekiro though. Maybe I should try Sekiro. I'm just not sure if it's gonna be like... I'm usually not fully like bought into the settings of FromSoft's games. And they usually don't have very appealing art styles. I feel like Bloodborne was a bit of an exception because they kind of lean into this like dark, oh my god, what's it called? I don't want to say H.R. Geiger, it's more of a, like, there's a vibe that Bloodborne has that feels very unique compared to the other Souls games. It has a very, like, distinct visual identity, where a lot of the other, like, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, they feel very, like, generic fantasy setting with somewhat realistic, like, art styles, which I'm not a huge fan of. But then again, like... Wait. Is Moorwing here? No. Okay, they just disappear. Lovecraft, that's the word I was looking for. Lovecraftian. Like it's got a different vibe. That really made me frustrated in Silksong is the amount of dodging and blocking the enemies do, especially flying ones. Yeah, there's... So I've sort of chalked this up to being, like, that being my fault for using the Wanderer's Crest because of its, like, super low range. But I don't know, even with the Hunter's Crest, I feel like they're just out of reach very often. I don't know if it's like... So the way that I think about the just out of reach thing, the way I'm reading that is like, okay, maybe that's their way of saying, hey, you should be using tools here. Like, it is just out of reach, and the point is that you should be using your throwables. Because, obviously, you should be using your one ranged attack against the enemies that are out of range. But I'm not sure if that was the intent. And it does kind of lock you into having to use those tools. And if you're really stubborn and you don't want to use tools, like me, you kind of have to figure out ways to chase enemies somehow anyway. Okay. I forget exactly where I'm going in Greymoor, but I think that's okay. I think I'm just gonna roam and see what I run into. No, but why did I jump into that? Yeah, you can sort of like garama the enemies towards you in certain cases. I wonder. Okay, maybe I should probably try to not cheese. I want to try to not cheese Moorwing this time. Because I want to see. I want to see what kind of challenge Moorwing is if I don't, because. Moorwing is one of those bosses where I sort of cheesed Moorwing and it didn't really struggle that much. These tiny rats though. But I feel like Moorwing is one of those bosses that a lot of people mention as like a huge like sticking point where they got stuck in the game. So I kind of wonder if you don't figure out a cheese strategy, like what's the fight like? Because I feel like I should probably experience that and see what it's like. I wanna get up there. There's nothing to pogo. No! Don't cut me in half. That is very rude. What? No, not the rats. Oh my god. I swear to god. I don't even know if they're rats. It's probably a bug of some sort. But they're rats to me. Bug rats. Oh, this is the Reaper crest. I don't want to equip that though, because this is gonna force equip the Reaper crest. I'll get it when I have a bench, so that I can switch back to my comfort zone. Yeah, I love the sounds of the scissor enemies, and also like thematically they're very like iconic. I think they're a really good enemy. Hello, Moorwing. Unlike these rats. These rats can just disappear. Oh yeah, there's a shortcut here. That's nice to have. Is Garamon here? No. I think this is where you can recruit Garamon to help fight. Which is really good that they have a system like that. What's on this side? Oh yeah, it's the like underground horror hallways of large rats. Or do I... Ooh. Is there a closer bench that I can get? I feel like there should be something through here, but I might be misremembering. The flea caravan can't move up here until the boss is gone, right? Yeah, I know the boss is on the left. Just halfway home. Okay, I suppose halfway home isn't actually that far away. And I think I rested there. I think. It can? Wait, is the flea caravan just gonna move in with Moorwing, like here? Are they gonna get, like, murdered by Moorwing? Delays Moorwing until later? Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, because this was not the arena I fought Moorwing at the first time. I fought Moorwing... in the big room right between here and halfway home. That's where I fought Moorwing. Okay, so that's where Moorwing spawns if this room is occupied by the flea caravan? Because that probably happened in my first playthrough. Because I was very thorough in like getting all the fleas and all of that. Unlike this time around. Okay. Okay, I suspect this is going to be a challenging fight though, because I remember this fight was rough. Very rough the first time around. Okay. Okay. Gotta stretch. Stretch a little bit. Make sure I'm ready. I'm probably not going to be ready. Oh. Have you seen Salad in the background, by the way? Salad is my cat. My son. He's right there. He's napping. Okay. Gonna have some tea. Some relaxing warm tea. To match the... To contrast the cold, rainy vibes. I love his social media page. Salad has the best social media page. Oh, hey, Gumpy. Hello. Hey. Yeah, I'm playing video games. Yeah. I want to watch this, but I also don't want to get spoiled. This particular fight is not very spoilery at all. What happens afterwards, I would say is spoilery. If that helps. Okay. Okay, okay. I'm nervous because I remember this boss being really annoying. Okay. Mostly because it starts out fine, but then the saw blades take the exact path that you want to use to escape It's like mentally reading your mind. Can you physically read someone's mind? Actually, I guess that's the only way you can read people's minds, but you know what I mean. I did not mean to heal. That might be a very, very, very... Oh my god, okay. I can't talk at the same time. Words do not form while my brain is occupied. Okay, so... Okay, that one didn't do the double thing. I remember that one having 2 saw blades. Is that later? Okay, well, there we go. Now we're doing 2. Yeah, I think that the thing that throws me off about this boss is that, like, it does the 2 saw blades, like 1 in each direction. And then where you want to go is like in between, like in the middle of the boss, you only have to jump once to avoid both of them. But then the boss does a down attack immediately, like here. Like that attack. That one that catches me so often because I want to stand here, but then it does the down attack and I just get caught in it every single time. Okay, do your double now. Oh, that was close. Okay. That's the other thing of like, the places you go to heal is where the saw blade is gonna like circle into, which is very rude. Okay. Ugh. Okay, it's fine. You're supposed to die to bosses. Pain is weakness leaving the body. Soldier, Team Fortress 2, I think. I dislike contact damage after the boss falls. Contact damage from touching the, like, slight, like, very gently walking into the back of an enemy that is perfectly smooth and soft feels not great. I have a very strong dislike to contact damage as a concept, but it's probably such an established trope for 2D games like this, where, like, not having contact damage is unusual. So like 9 Souls doesn't have contact damage, and I love the fact that it didn't have contact damage. And going from 9 Souls to Hollow Knight was rough. But it's especially annoying when the boss isn't even doing anything. You're literally just walking into them. Like, you have more momentum and force than the boss itself. Actually, where... Okay, there's my cocoon. Can you just fly? Yeah, okay. Yeah. No? No thanks. Oh, sorry, we're gonna dive. Where's your dive? There we go. Jesus! The rapid fire into the bells? Goodness. That was kind of neat. That sounded kind of terrifying, which is good. Okay, healing moments. What? Does it come back? Rude! Can your blades just pick to one thing? Stick to one thing? I don't know English anymore. Nice. Great. I thought I had a heal there, but I don't. That is so annoying when that happens. When you're like, the pattern is set up so that like you're dodging into it. Where it's like, it's your fault, sort of. Like you're the one causing your own death. Those are the most annoying deaths. It's kind of like the, it's literally the Primal Aspid from Hollow Knight 1. The primal aspect is like designed to make you cause your own death. And it's so annoying. I think that's why everybody hates it so much, because it's not like it's doing an attack that you were standing in, it's like it's doing an attack that you jump into. Stop running away. It's one of the major reasons I prefer 9 souls over Hollow Knight, and a testament to how good Hollow Knight Silksong are, that I can still enjoy them despite contact damage. Yeah, it's sort of the same thing for me. Like, I really struggle to enjoy the fact that there's contact damage. It doesn't really, I feel like it doesn't add much to me. It only adds struggle. And, like, I get hurt in ways that it just feels super unfair. Like really just like gently walking into the back of something that's not sharp or acidic or burning or painful in any kind of way, and yet you take damage, because that's the way these games are supposed to work. TM. Like, it feels like that. It feels really, yeah. I think it would be too easy without contact damage. I mean, if you just remove it, yes, it would be too easy, but you would tune the game after that. So 9 Souls is a good example of a game that's tuned to be without contact damage. And also there are some bosses in Hollow Knight that doesn't have contact damage, like Grandmother Silk does not have contact damage. I seem to recall that there was one more boss, but I forget. Okay, I need to heal. You should do something predictable. Wait, why did I not heal there? I pressed the heal button. Am I? Yeah, the double mass contact damage is just really rough. Like, unless it's like a massive boulder of an enemy that's like coming crashing down on top of you with like the biggest telegraph in the world, like then I can sort of get a double mask damage. But if it's just like a thing gently drifting onto you, it's just like, really? Well, that was a quick follow-up. Okay, that's kind of rude. It's always doing that. Oh my god, why am I not thinking? No, no. I just need... Remember the thing that I said about how these saw blades always take the path wherever you want to heal? Okay. Why is the boss even using weapons if they do 1 damage and just running into you does 2? It's a good question. I think maybe the bosses are just not very smart. I did not need to heal there. This was a frustrating game. I agree. I think Act 1 almost made me quit the game. But the thing about Silksong is that like some of its healing mechanics, some of its combat mechanics are really, really frustrating. But the rest of the game is so good that like it can actually lift it up. So at least for me, I managed to pass through that threshold where like the rest of the game made it click. And I'm also kind of feeling it right now that like my second playthrough, I'm enjoying the start of the game way more than I did my first playthrough. Because I'm not like terrified and anxious all the time. I'm not like constantly scraping for silk and trying to like, I don't know. Like as soon as you get into the space where like you can experiment with fighting, like doing different battle styles and tactics for enemies, and like that's when the game really shines. But it takes so long to get there. Like how How long did it take me? My Silksong playthrough was like 80 hours or 90 hours or something. I was like, oh, it's fun after 90 hours. Then I'm gonna enjoy Act 1, which is kind of the wrong time for enjoying Act 1. Maybe the Act 1 should kind of be nice from the beginning, but whatever. I should not talk while I'm trying to defeat a big boss. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm bad. Feel totally out of touch because I was only ever frustrated with the Savage Beastfly. That one was really, really tough. But yeah, I mean, everybody also has like, you have different amounts of experience as well. Like, I didn't have a whole lot of experience with Metroidvanias. I think Nine Souls and Hollow Knight, I played them before I played Silksong, pretty much like a few months before. But before then, I don't know if I played many Metroidvanias. I did play some platforming games like Celeste, but the combat part, the directional attacks and whatnot, that stuff is very, very foreign to me. Oh, well, dashing into enemies is also like a really good strategy. I use dashing into enemies quite a lot during boss fights. It's a really good strat. Wait, it's down here. Yeah, as soon as I'm far away from Moorwing, it's hard to read the attacks. Okay, I feel like staying close to the wall makes it easier for me to like pogo on top during the swoops like these. So I want to... Oh, I actually managed to do it this time. Hell yeah. This is what I want to do. Because then I can consistently hit this bastard. But it's hard for me to do that while they're doing their sweep. I don't know if I can... Maybe I can like pogo their attack swipes? Maybe? This one. Oh, I can! Oh, okay, well, never mind. New playstyle found. We're doing this. We got this. We don't got this because there's 2 masks of contact damage. I forgot that there's so much contact damage. Oh my god. Okay, let's try again. It is a very Silksong contact damage moment. I did not defeat it, no. It defeated me with, it used the very dangerous move of, gently drifting towards me. It's one of the deadliest moves in all of Farloom. Sort of feels like this game was designed more for those of us that got really good at Hollow Knight. I sort of feel that way too. Like when I watched the playthrough of... I saw Fireborn play through this game, and he's played the first Hollow Knight for like years. And he really enjoyed the difficulty level. If anything, it was slightly too easy. But like, if the difficulty level is tuned for someone who's played Hollow Knight for years, it's probably going to be slightly too difficult for someone who hasn't. So, okay, pogo on that, and then we just go at it. That's the new strategy. Except I now should probably heal at some point. Let's heal here. Okay. Do your thing. There we go. Pogo. Boom. Boom. No! Don't move out of the way when I'm doing my thing. Oh, I always forget about the second one. What? No, I missed my pogo moment. Don't. Nope, nope. Ah, the follow-up blades are always so rough. And now I'm playing more carefully because of the double saw blade stuff. Damn it. Okay. Well, this boss I did not manage to just stomp. I guess it was also my fault for cheesing the boss during my first playthrough. So I never even learned it the first time around. What? Stop disappearing! What do you think about the pre-Act 3 exploration? I thought the prerequisites for entering Act 3 were so difficult to find that I ended up using a guide. I don't remember what those prerequisites were. Was it just like do all the quests or something? But I think that I was already on that path, so for me I think I just kind of got there. From what I can remember. Yeah, that's right. My new strat. Take this. Oh wait, okay, now it's too late. Oh yeah, I should use the wall somewhere. Jesus Christ, the contact damage. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's the downside with that strat. The contact damage is so much. Oh, okay. It's always the second one. Miss Blind's video changed my life? Heck yeah. Hopefully for the better and not for the worse. And if so, I'm glad. What's the hardest boss in your opinion? Hardest boss? Lost Lace was definitely the one I spent the most time on. It was really difficult. These slither away so quickly. Okay. She's number 2 for me because Carmelita beat my ass. Carmelita was pretty okay for me, I think. Carmelita also has like a really short run back, which I appreciate. Actually, it's probably about the same run back, I think. Both of them have a bit of a cutscene thing. Yeah, Lost Lace was really rough for me. Because I feel like Carmelita, I could sort of start predicting the moves and kind of learn the moveset, but Lost Lace had so many like attacks that would like laser focus on targeting specifically my movement patterns. So like, I don't know, I would always get caught in one of the counterattacks, or I would get caught in the hacking like the blade attack where she like lunges diagonally upwards. Usually the diagonal one was the one that got me. Oh yeah, that took a long time. Not as long as 9 Souls last boss though. 9 Souls last boss was like several sessions of like so many hours. Oh good lord. 9 Souls last boss, the true ending is it is a lot. Interestingly though, I feel like the last boss, the true ending last boss in 9 Souls, I feel like that one is like, it's both more difficult but also less frustrating than Lost Lace. I think that's kind of an interesting like, it's an interesting edge case that I didn't always consider would exist. And like the distinction between like frustrating mechanics or difficult mechanics was something I've been thinking about quite a lot now with Silksong. Why am I still talking while I'm trying to fight this boss? Because I feel like I'm gonna mess up any moment now. Like now, for example. Somehow I just parried everything there. No. Okay, give me silk. Give me silk, please. More silk. More silk. I need heals. I need so many heals. Give me heals. Nope! Oh my god. See, that's how we heal one mask. You fill up your entire silk bar and then you manage to heal one mask because there's an enemy barreling directly into you as you heal. No, and I thought I was going to do that. Magnet slashing where I get sucked into the attack. Oh, it is relentless with the blades now. No, I'm gonna get hit. I'm gonna get hit. I'm good. Yeah, exactly. I should not do that. My like go-to of like running away and jumping to heal is directly targeted by the blade attacks from this one. Oh! Oh shit. Neat. Hell yeah. I was like gearing up for another, like, I thought it was halfway. Oh my god. Whew. Okay. Okay. Okay, I need to drink some water. Holy shit. I actually did it. I didn't cheese it this time. Agong is very well designed. It's overwhelming, but in a way that does not feel insurmountable. Yes, I think it's... So that, for those who don't know, that's last boss of 9 Souls. Very, very difficult fight, but you like... The progression of fighting the progression of fighting Agong in the 9 Souls is that you make progress every time you fight them, and you start learning their moves in a way where you can start directly countering them, because, well, obviously there's parrying, so you kind of have to, but you have such a steady learning curve against bosses in 9 Souls in a way that I never feel like I have in any of the like Hollow Knight games, Silksong, or Dark Souls games. And it's a very special game in the way that it's designed, or at least that's my experience with it. Now enter a very friendly and normal town? Yeah, exactly. Surely nothing's gone wrong here. Those ominous bells. The shot of those bells is to foreshadow the dread of collecting 10 silver bells at random locations. Poor Bellhart. I feel like Bellhart is the coziest place in all of Silksong, and it somehow manages to be bookended by 2 horrible states. One in the start of the game and one at the end of the game. But it's so cozy in the mid-game. Yeah, the true horror of Act 3 is that you don't get to listen to the Bellhart music anymore. I don't even know if I need fast travel. I guess I'll just... I guess I just spent those rosaries because... For completion's sake. Oh, I get nail upgrade here, right? Or no, not yet. Okay, right, because Pliny is probably strung up here somewhere. Okay. Actually, is he here somewhere? Oh, it's closed here. I don't see him in the... among the characters. What's this guy's name? Pavo? I think it's Pavo. The singer. Local singer. Have you seen the reload from the haunted Bellhart bench? Yes. Yeah, someone mentioned that, like, if you sit on the bench and then quit the game and then go back in, you are then strung up yourself in those silk threads, which is kind of funny. Shellwood. Neat. Okay, these enemies is a good example of the enemies that dodge out of range quite a lot. Okay, and just because I was talking about dodging out of range, they didn't do that this time. Totally didn't miss the upgrades until it was late Act 2. I feel like... So I've been watching streamers play, and... Well, actually I've only watched 2. I think I saw Fireborn's playthrough, and I saw... Scurry's playthrough? I forget what it was like for Fireborn, but I feel like Scurry was super late in finding the upgrade. I guess it's just like, if you don't explore Bellhart once you save the town, I guess you can just not find Pliny. So you're just kind of unaware that you're locked out of it. I don't know the route. I'm just kind of vibing it out right now. I'm just assuming I'm gonna get to the right path. I think it's up here. Bench. Okay. Oh. No, what? Okay. AoEs that linger for too long. I feel like, I didn't like this about the first Hollow Knight, the spore explosions. I feel like they were also like, you could still take damage of them when they looked like they were almost entirely faded out. Nope. Didn't cancel my dash. No, 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 no. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Wait, did I actually get that heal? I forgot. I don't know what my health was before that heal, but... Okay. Wait. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I fell down. Right. I did get the heal? Okay. Bells. Okay, so this is where we get... We get Cling Grip, and then there's the Sister Splinter. And then... Widow? I forget the order of these. I guess it depends on if I do the speedrun skip or not. What? I don't know why I fall down into this water so easily and like get stuck. Garama, exactly. Oh yeah, you exist. I kind of forgot about maps as a concept. Well, I would buy a map, but I think I need some kind of grocery situation. Yep, okay. No maps this time, Pushanka. Okay. Oh, is this where the flaily rosary flaily? Yeah. With the huge attacks. Whoop. A lot of the like attacks in the motion blur is like red. I really appreciate that. Holy contact damage. Okay, can I even get past you? You have like AoEs that cover the entire universe. Okay, you know what? Tools. The fact that it feels like cheesing to use tools, kinda says more about me than it does about the game design. Ow! How did you predict the future? I guess I was just predictable. That's my bad. Okay, I kind of want to buy a map, but now there's the bench. Oh, there's no bell there. Oh yeah, the overlay. Thanks. I'm glad you like my little little custom dialogue box overlay thing. Is there anything I want down there? Okay, I got the bench at least. I guess worst case I could just save and quit to teleport back. Thing is, I don't have cling grip, so like if I fall down too far, I'm not gonna be able to get up again. And so, I don't know. But I vaguely recall that there's an item here. Okay. Not yet? Okay, I'm gonna come back later then. Yeah, up here requires cling grip. Okay. What? Right. You're an enemy. Okay. You're also predicting the future. Okay, I'm predicting my own death. No! No! I never learned how to fight those. No! No! Please! Get out of here! It's dangerous! This place is a nightmare! No! Don't explode on me. Go away. I would like some heals. Okay. Oh shit, breeding and almost jumping into spikes. Is backseating okay? I haven't been watching for long. This is my second playthrough, so I've played the game before. So it's not like... I'm gonna probably miss a lot of stuff, and I've already like 100% of the game. But for backseating, I don't know, feel free to ask about stuff. I might not always follow advice or whatever, but just don't get annoying about it. Some people can get really insistent and like upset if you don't do the exact thing they want you to do, but if you just want to remind me about something that I might have run past that I might want, then feel free to do that. Oh, here's the speedrun location. That's the one. You need to Garama, the thing. Okay, I'm gonna try. Come on. It's really interesting that just hitting the walls actually does aggro the enemies too. It's kind of, it's such a choice. I don't know, I don't know why, but it's kind of neat. Don't explode on me. No, 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 no. Get over here. I need you to float up. Stop resetting to your old position. There you go. Okay, and then give me some space. Can I have some space? I don't want to like hit you. Okay, you know what? That's a fine location. Hell yeah. I am now a speedrunner. I should have put a timer up. Okay, I'm not supposed to get up there. Pretty sure I'm supposed to just go here. And then left and around and up, I think? I'd be upset too if you were hitting my walls. That's true, actually. I don't know why I would expect anything but hostility. Left or right? This feels right. I'm not sure if it's right, but... Oh yeah, you go like around and up, I think. Oh, I did not hit that flower. Okay, I'm in danger. I am very much in danger. Okay, actually I'm gonna just farm some silk, because... Okay, I'm not gonna... I don't dare pogo that one. Probably gonna slide around and then die. Whoop. Thanks, thanks. Hell yeah. We got it. What is the skipping Sister Splinter? Because normally you would have to do Sister Splinter before getting Cling Rope, right? I'm using a controller. You can see it under the webcam. You can see the controllers, the buttons I'm pressing. I hope that's showing up on stream. I think it does. Nice, nice, nice. We got the cling grip. Is it Widow next? Unless I want to do Sister Splinter just for completion's sake. Okay. Well, you know what? I don't want to fight you, and I don't have to. I'm just gonna run headfirst into these little skippers. Okay, well now you're kind of forcing me to. It's showing up. Good. Oh yeah, I don't have a map because I'm poor. Wait, this is Sister Splinter, right? In this direction? Do I do Splinter or not? I don't remember it being a very... Think so? I should do Splinter? Why not? Because I might die. What if I die? Wouldn't that be kind of... I guess I would. Oh, nice. Okay. Something about this boss. I never really liked this boss. Maybe it was because like all the brambles getting in the way and like increasing my chances of dashing into stuff. Because as usual, like I'm the problem. I'm the one dashing into things I shouldn't be dashing into. And this boss kind of like gives me a lot of opportunities to mess up my own run. Don't land on me, please. Oh, I don't like those attacks. Stop. Stop having vortices that suck me in. No, that was a bad spot to heal, but somehow I survived. Okay. Why did that down attack not hit? Okay, I'm getting very blocked in here. See, this is why I don't use silk skills. I keep missing. Okay, I guess the tools were actually kind of useful there. Nope. I should not have dashed there. I should not have dashed there. I should not have dashed there. Oh yeah, I got a save point here. I guess that's kind of convenient. I forgot the route already. Oh, it's to the right, and then down on the left? Yeah, okay. I never learned the technique of getting 2 hits in when jumping. I know it's possible to do with the Wondrous Crest, but it's really hard for me to like hold the jump button while also nimbly trying to use the attack button. Okay, yeah, hit. Just hit as many times as you like. Okay, well, attempt was made. No more silk skills. Proven to not work for me. Don't get in the way of my free hits. You little bramble. Oh my god. Well, at least I got rid of the ad. That's nice. Actually, I should use the Silk Spear here. That's the— oh my god, that's the intended goal of this. You should just use the Silk Spear to hit away, like all of these disappear with one attack. Like, right? What? Just tornado away from me? I don't know why I never thought of just like the Silk Spear through all of those branches. It's just like so obvious in hindsight. but like you do that, like that's the first thing you learn after you get the Silk Spear. Can also do Silk Spear when she's on the ground. Yeah, but that's like more like using it for standard do damage. But yeah, that worked. Hell yeah. That wasn't too bad. How many times did I die? Once? Twice? Okay, this is how we're supposed to get the ability. Oh yeah, because then under here is the gun on my scoop. Okay. Okay. Cool. I guess it's Widow next. Oh yeah, what's up here? Is there anything useful here? No, I came from here. I'm done. Nope. I almost died there, but last second save. Oh, right. Why do these do 2 damage? These do not need to do 2 damage. Oh, you can just walk? I thought you always jumped out of the wall. Okay, well. I love how we can hear the widow playing the silk or the strings. I really, really like the like slow build up. I really like that. Ooh. It's like the first time you're here, it's like super pretty and like neat, and then the second time you're here, you're kind of like, or a second playthrough, you're kind of like realizing what it is, and you're kind of like more terrified than intrigued, I suppose. I need to go down here, right? Yeah, okay. I remember. Oh, okay. I would like to not get hit by balls. Wasn't there supposed to be a bench here? Or... Wait, is it down, actually? I think it's down. But there is an item here. I feel like I need to grab this item. But I have no idea what it is. Where's the restroom? Okay. Valid. Yep. Okay. Okay, widow fight. I am gonna make some... Oh, is it too late to make tea? Probably. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom at the very least. So I will be right back. Where is the... Wait, there's no ants in this area. I can't... That's not accurate anymore. Okay, there we go. Okay. See you in a bit. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my microphone. The stream is still going, right? Okay, yes, that's confirming that it is. Cool. I just got a weird visual on YouTube Studio, but I think, yeah, it seems like it's still going. Cool, okay. Kind of looked like the stream had ended and I started playing the video instead, but... okay, we are not in the bathroom right now. Wait, you can hear me now, right? Like now it's not muted anymore. Yeah, no, now it looks fine. Okay. Okay, time for Widow. I remember liking this fight. I struggled a lot with it, but it's kind of a... I don't know, I like the hectic nature of the spider fights. Especially the... Is it called the first sinner? I forget if it's first or last. Yeah, first sinner, right? That's probably one of my favorite fights because it's so snappy. And I don't know, it's just really fun. Turn the game music audio a little bit up. Well, I don't want the hit sounds and everything to like completely go over above my voice. I don't know. I'm kind of scared to increase the... I can do it a little bit. We were at -15. So we're gonna go to -14. Now it should be slightly louder. Never mind. Oh, but I did it. Oh wait, did it not work? Or... I guess stream delay confused us. Okay. Oh, okay. This is gonna be intense. This is an intense fight. Okay. Gotta calibrate my Pogos. Okay, I think I'm ready. Widow. Okay, how's the audio? Is the game too loud or is it fine? Hitting things to make the game loud. I love the voices in this game. It's so good. Okay. I do not feel ready. But hopefully this is fine. Concerning widow noises, exactly. Okay. I love her nyos nyos nyos. Yeah, it's very good. Oh, she did it here. That was the nyos. We're so ready, Widow will never see us coming. That's true. That's true. You know what, Widow? You're the one. You're the one who's stuck in here with me. That's right. Get ready. I dash straight into Widow for some like additional challenge. It's on purpose, actually. See? So those dashes directly into the boss, that's just for... Because otherwise it's too easy for me. No! Horrible timing. phase 2. Nope! That attack gets me every time. Oh, okay. That wasn't too bad though. I got through phase 1. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I saw some silk. I feel like, unironically, anytime I find shards in this game, I would always prefer finding silk. If I just got a tiny amount of silk instead of shards, that would genuinely be a better reward for me in my toolless play. What? I thought I hit there. Ow. Oh, healing would probably be good. What? Really? Okay, yeah. Bounce directly into that specific path. Do a multi-bounce directly into my heal. Oh my god. Okay. Sure. You know, sure. Why not? Heat-seeking bells, exactly. Why do these AI companies hire people to write, like, predictive algorithms and whatnot? They should just hire Team Cherry. Like, just get Team Cherry on it, and they're gonna predict the future of the entire universe. Ooh, okay. Okay. I think I'm doing pretty okay though. I think I'm actually doing well. Even though I run directly into Widow multiple times, but you know. Like I said, I do not have a good like fighting style whatsoever. It kind of just happens. Okay, well, that was the thing that cancelled my heal just now. And so I figured, you know, doing it again might help me learn, finally, to maybe not do it a third time. What? Don't drop all of those bells directly where I'm standing, please. What? What? Okay, a huge thing in this fight is just kind of like knowing where Widow is going to spawn next. And it's a relatively simple rule. Like if you're on the left side of the arena, Widow's going to spawn on the right. If you're on the right, Widow's going to spawn on the left. And I feel like knowing that ahead of time gives you so many more opportunities to hit Widow. I feel that that's like the major thing that's different for me now. That I didn't do the first time around. Like now I'm consciously thinking of where she's gonna be before she's appeared. Just like, oh, I'm on the right side, so Widow's gonna show up on the left side. That allows me to like get a few more hits in on all of those transitions. I need to heal, actually. Is this a good moment? That's a pretty good moment. I don't like being on walls. Okay, I'm also a lot better at the game, I'm realizing. I died from those diagonal bells so many times in my first fight. And that is not the case anymore. Hell yeah. I have not played Noita, no. Is that the, like, sand game, the pixely physics thing. This is a really fun boss fight. This is a really good boss. Great boss, great music, and damn. It's really, really fun. I kind of want to play it again now. I'm like, oh, it's over already. But there's no way to... I can't go back to play Widow again. Well... I can't believe I'm at a point where, like... In Hollow Knight 1, I don't know if I ever enjoyed boss fights. It was like, I was sort of tolerating them. But I think I'm actually getting to a point where I'm enjoying them. I get it now. Like, it's not just an obstacle that's difficult, it's also, like, enjoyable on its own. Which is probably weird to say, playing a game like this, but I don't know. I really enjoy the exploration aspects and just finding the common enemies in Souls games and in Hollow Knight. And bosses were usually more of an obstacle than something I was excited for. Did you do the Pantheons in Hollow Knight? Well, I guess I did the first Pantheon, but I died near the end and then I gave up. But I did some of the, you could like replay some of the boss fights in Hollow Knight. I did that after I beat Silksong, just to like see what the first Hollow Knight felt like. And it feels so different. Going from Silksong back to Hollow Knight feels weird. Like the game is just it's much more stiff in the movement and the speed, and yeah, it's kind of interesting how like Silksong is such a fluid and fast game and Hollow Knight is a bit more methodical and slow. It's an interesting contrast. Hollow Knight feels unpolished in comparison. You know, one of my biggest issues with Hollow Knight is that is there an example that I can do here? Oh yeah, Needlin is actually a good example. Okay, so in Hollow Knight, pretend Needlin is healing. Where like, if in Hollow Knight, I press heal mid-air and then I hold it until I land. In the first Hollow Knight, you wouldn't actually start healing. You then have to let go and then press again to start healing. But in Silksong, I can even do this with a Needlin. I press while I'm in the air, and when I land, I start playing the Needlin. Like, I wish Hollow Knight would just fix this one thing with the healing. Like, it's such a simple thing of just like, just when you land, check if you are holding healing and then start healing. Like, it's such a simple thing that honestly killed me in so many fights in the first Hollow Knight, where just like, I thought I was healing, but because I held the healing button slightly before I landed, I'm not healing right now. And like once you start getting pretty good at boss fights, or better at boss fights, you tend to start looking at the boss more than you look at your own character. So I'm like assuming I'm healing over here while I'm looking all the way over here at the boss. And I got caught in so many moments like that. And sometimes I had to like repress to start actually healing, and then there's a scream, and then, you know, my heal gets cancelled, and even though I'm still holding the healing button, the heal doesn't start until I let go and then press it again. I don't know why. That feels like something that should be easy to fix and should have shown up in testing, so I'm not sure why like simple changes like that don't really get implemented. Well, I guess it's like, as usual, it's always a priority and balancing of everything that needs to be fixed and making new content and all of that, but it feels like such an easy fix for a huge game. Or maybe there weren't enough people struggling with that and it was never like a high priority fix. See, I wanted to dash. I want to dash these buttons. Let me dash the buttons. Healing in Hollow Knight also sort of bottlenecks how exhilarating the bosses can be, since they have to design them with enough downtime to allow players to stand still and heal. Honestly, I feel like I found almost no space to heal in the first Hollow Knight. I think that would change if I replayed it, because I think I now know better like what the patterns are and when I can heal. But the first time I played Hollow Knight, I almost never found moments to heal. Bellhart, finally. I love the vibes of this place. I wish the healing was quantized, like the original where you heal one mask at a time, but a lot faster. All or nothing for 3 masks is rough. Yeah, I talked about that in the beginning of the stream where, yeah, the healing system in Silksong is probably one of my biggest issues with it, and probably what caused me to almost stop playing this game during the first act. Yeah, the healing system is rough. Memory locket. I really want a memory locket. Okay, what do we want here? The courier is probably good to get the items in the shop. You know what? I guess I'll just scoop everything, because why not? Oh yeah, one thing that's kind of weird about the wishes. So, one thing I don't like about the way these wishes work is that the description on the wish here is different than the description in your inventory when you look at the wish. So like if you accept this one, you can't read that description anymore. That description is gone. And the only description you have now is the one that is just the do this. You're kind of missing out on all the flavor of the quests. And I don't know why, I don't really know why they did that. Because like they don't really do that with Crests, I think. Because the Crests, they keep both the flavor text and the more like straightforward description of what it does. Like they have both of them here, right? But for quests, they just remove the flavor. I'm not sure why they remove the flavor. Oh yeah, I can get the nail upgrade, right? This is nail 1. Hornet's jotting down the notes on what the wishes need. Yeah, I suppose. But then why does he not do that for the charms? Has been? Terpenil. The healing mid-air helps a lot. But yeah, the issue for me is less during boss fights and more during exploration. When you're in exploration and you have one mask and no silk, I feel like that you are in enormous amount of danger, even against like super simple tiny creatures like rats or bats. And it feels wrong to die from those because you couldn't get 10 hits in before you could heal. That part I don't like. It just feels wrong too. Like you're gonna like die from contact damage by touching the like butt of a tiny rat on the floor. Like, I don't know. Like I get that they need contact damage, but oh yeah, I have a bunch of relics. But no, I don't want to give those now because there's not much in the store that I want, I think. Oh, it's a hey. Imagine dying to one rat of damage. Is that a unit now? It's a unit of damage. Okay, so what? Let's see. What is the apart from the side quest? What's the big next thing? I guess it would be. It would be either going through Blasted Steps or Sinner's Road, right? Apart from unlocking the shop stuff. It would be nice to unlock those, I think. Okay, yeah, let's get the courier. I think that's just to the left here somewhere. in the big shaft, I think. Ah, not you. No, no. Oh my god. Did you ring the bell in Greymoor? No, I did not. Wait, I never opened this? Okay. Wait, how do you open that? Oh, you go up and around here, I guess? What? Okay, I'm just missing my wall clings. Oh shit, hold on. Salad, missing. Cat shenanigans. One rat's the new term for minimum amount of damage. That makes sense, I think. I am kind of curious what it looks like in terms of like if you were to translate some other games into like masks, if you were to quantize like what does the beginning of Dark Souls look like if you were to divide enemy attacks and enemies into like 1 or 2 masks of damage. I guess it would be sort of like what's the percentage of damage they do against you in the early game. Because like thinking about it in this like quantized way, I'm very much not used to doing that, and I wonder like where would other games be placed in that. But then again, it's not just about the damage. Like I feel like the bigger issue for me is just like the duration you need to expose yourself to risk when you want to heal is the bigger issue. And then also dying from enemies that should be very, very trivial. Like a rat, for example. Okay, I don't think I got the... There's supposed to be a bellway here somewhere, right? Like up to the left? I guess I can get through here. How'd Silksong feel with a health bar? I imagine it would... Like, 9 souls had a health bar. I think it worked pretty well there. Wait, what? Oh, I kind of wanted to pogo on you, but... Hey! Give me... What? I don't need to take this right. Can I just climb? No? That was an intentional damage stall, let's say. Wait, I can just climb here. Okay. Well, if only I bought the map. Okay, yeah, I think I... Down and left, straight across. Oh wait, the shortcut is like in this room, isn't it? No, it's not. I feel like there is like on the ground, there should be a shortcut somewhere that I'm missing. No wait, here is, or... This is the room. Yeah, this is the one. There we go. See? Down dash button. I wanna like thunk this button with just one decisive, what was it called in Hollow Knight? Descending dark? Instead of having to wait for it. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be neat? No, almost got caught by the elevator. Okay, I am so bad at pogoing these little skittery dudes. I am in danger. Oh, Desolate Dive, yeah. Descending Dark, is that the upgraded version? One thing that I noticed that they do with these flowers I feel that they're kind of like snapping you to a more like advantageous position sometimes, where like you kind of get teleported upwards if you're a little bit too low, which makes it easier to do like consecutive hits, so you're not like misaligned if there's like a platforming challenge. It's kind of nice that they have that kind of snapping. But I guess if you're one of those get good type of people, you would just say that that makes it too easy, and the game doesn't have any of these things. I always want to pogo on these, but they're always like so far away and dodging me. I was not looking at screen. Oh yeah, this place. Okay, now I remember. Right. Is there a bench that I can access here? Yeah. Thank you. Geometry Dash doesn't have a snapping thing? Yeah. I can imagine it gets a little weird sometimes if you don't... You? Yeah, toss your bell. Go for it. I want to practice my parrying. That's right. Yep. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to practice my parrying while pogoing flowers. That seems a little intense. Okay, yep, this is where I'm gonna die to bells. What? How do they do it? It's like whatever you do, the bells find a way to just get you. Okay. Is this the I was gonna say stag station? Bell, okay. Oh yeah, I did not get the one in Greymoor, so I should also do that. I don't even know if I did I do the bell in Greymoor? Like, I think I did the bell in Greymoor, like, way after I was, like, pretty much done with the Citadel last time. Yeah, I wonder if that might have been the last one. Because I remember when I got to the Grand Gate, I had 4 bells. And I think the one I was missing was a Greymoor one. But then I went the Mist route instead, and then kind of forgot about it. And then, like, when I was sort of done with the Citadel, I was like, okay, I should probably do this last judge thing. Finish the open the gate quest. But it was also just funny to me that the open the gate quest was like still there when I was in the Citadel, so I kind of wanted to just let it sit there to see if it would change or something. So like delay the last judge very long. Right, okay. Got the bellway, got the bench, now we need to get the couriers. I believe they're just around the corner here. Down here somewhere. I think, right? Yes, my first playthrough I went through Phantom, which was an absolutely amazing experience. That was probably the moment I was sold on Silksong, because the feeling of being like lost in Bilewater and like having to go through Sinner's Road and then the Mist and then figuring that out, fighting the Phantom, like it felt like I was in this weird outskirts and I had no idea where I was gonna end up or go. And then ending up in the Citadel felt super cool. it was just a really nice experience, and it's gonna be one of those like things that you can't really replicate. Yeah, or wait, Act 3? Well, Act 2 is the Citadel. And yeah, going through Bywater and the Mist, you can get to Act 2 without fighting the last judge. Yeah, you were down here somewhere. Why am I not hearing the little bugs? Oh, now I'm hearing that. You have that feeling for City of Tears? That's nice. Yeah, City of Tears is really nice to find. Because we've kind of been in like cave environments for so long, and like going through deepness is always horrible, and like... And then when you make it to the City of Tears, you just get this like super nice music, very pretty area. I don't know, it's just a really nice feeling. Totally agree. Okay. Where do I go next? Either Blast the Steps, or maybe I ring the bell in Greymoor? I was just wondering if it's a condition for unlocking Act 3. Oh, that might be true, but I don't know if it actually was a condition for Act 3. I know I did it either late Act 2 or in Act 3. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Trick is to hit them up and then hit them across. That's the way you do it with these, I think. Almost got it. Almost got it. Okay, one more. Too late. No! That was supposed to be a side slash. I think that one would have hit. Okay. Now I'm in danger. Okay, whatever. Got my practice in. Can you not delete me from the wall, please? Okay. Leave last judge for Act 3 and they become lost judge? That would be kind of funny. Yeah, I'm still kind of like conflicted on whether I should do the same route I did the first time around through the mist, or if I should do the what's it called? The judge route? Bell route? Okay. But I should probably... Or no, wait, I should go back to Bellhart at the very least, because I now have the courier's pack. Cool. Do a new route. Okay, a new route would be doing the last judge. Why am I walking? I know I unlocked the Bell Beast, but I'm just vibing my way forward. Oh, you're not the enemy. Why do you look so similar to the enemies? Oh, okay. Beware of the other catchers. Okay, so at least Reed is aware of the other ones. Because I'm like, you're all very similar. Like, I was about to kill you. Okay. Oh, this is where you get the multi-binder? For some reason I thought multi-binder was Songclave. Huh. Multi-binder I used for a pretty big part of the game. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to afford it, but I love Scrounge. Scrounge is so good. I love the like Scrounge and the what's the one called in the archives with the playing the melodies. They're both like so intense. I love the like weird intensity they have, like grabbing things from you so forcefully and being like, it's really nice. I appreciate them so much. Cardinias, yeah. I feel like they're just so intense for no reason, and I love it. Like just like snatching it out of your hand. Like, why? Okay, we didn't get that much rosaries from this, but that's okay. Oh, spool extender is Enclave. Okay. That one I also use quite a lot. Okay, where am I actually on the spool fragment, in the spool fragment department? I am one away. Okay.
Hello, Mic.
I really want the locket though. I really want the locket because I have no blue slots right now. I feel like lockets are easier to find though, but I guess I'm not that far away money-wise. Yep. I can always just farm some rosaries. On the side of the couriers, they're really nice. Okay. Oh, this is something that I also found a little bit confusing. Like, when you have a memory locket, you can see the color of the slot that you're about to unlock. But when you don't have a locket, you can't see the color. And I don't really get why. I really think it would be nice if you could see the color, even if you don't have a memory locket. It feels weird to have it gated behind that. Okay. What do I want? I'm not gonna meet anything lava related. Warning bell is kinda nice, but it's not super useful, I feel like. If you know when to heal, I feel like you're mostly safe. And Widow is not gonna toss diagonal bells at me anymore, so... Okay. So I guess I could have gotten a free locket from Wormways, according to chat. Sherma! Wait, was Sherma here when I was... I don't remember Sherma being here. Did I meet Sherma here? Oh no. Is Sherma gonna stand outside the Grand Gate and then get demolished by the judge? Because if so, I'm doing the Misc route. That's what's gonna happen. I'm guessing not. It seems like Sherma's whole deal is to somehow make it out safely, so... okay, so... let's see... I should use the bellies. Zip, doop, doop, doop. Come on, okay. Sleeps through the whole fight. Good. Too pure to be judged like that. That's true. Okay, so we are doing the judge route, I suppose, which means getting the 5 bells, and then blasted steps, and then last judge. But like when But if you take that route, when do you go to Sinner's Road and Bywater? Because I feel like I'm just gonna skip those areas if I take the Judge route. I guess Bywater has a few like very late game stuff with Grohl. Why am I climbing walls? Nobody knows. Oh, they are optional? Oh. Most of Bywater is locked behind wings, yeah. Ow. Nope. Nope. No, don't die. I need you. Or wait, maybe I don't. Because I have cling grip now. I don't need to do a pogo. I can just do this. Why am I making it harder for myself? It's Shalama. Shalama? I forget. Shalama, I think. Hey, I'm trying to pick up items. Oh my god, I can't hit enemies. What? Not the flying rats. Don't like those. Oh, is that another one of those enemies? Okay, so there are a few of these enemies. Okay, so it's not just like a tiny amount of areas. Okay, so I was just forgetful, I suppose. Ah, these small critters. Hardest enemies in the game. What? Get down here. Oh, well. No. I'm just failing multiple times in a row. Is there a way to get up, or do I have to go around again? I think I have to go around, right? Ow! I thought I hit that. Really? Oh my god, the bells. The bells are so strong in this game. Should probably like ban those bells. The international community should just decide that this is a weapon of mass destruction. See? Like, what was that? I hit it. It made the sound, but then the bell made its way in my direction still anyway? Like, how does that work? Don't understand these bells. The bells are probably also haunted by Silk, actually, and somehow they're being controlled. Oh, okay, well, this little craw just waited to fly out when I was below it so that I couldn't, like, pogo. Thanks. Thanks, craw. It's up here, I think? Oh yeah, this place confused me a lot the first time I was here, because I was like, I hit the lever and I just got less options because the bridge disappeared. But I guess it's like when you have the balloon thingies, then you can like, you have another way to get up here, I think, right? Wait, what's up here? Because the bell is not here. The bell is easier to get to than climbing this whole thing. I guess you get the Threadstorm, I think. But that's to the left, I think, not this room. Oh yeah, here... I remember when I was here the first time, I pogoed the cross. And so I didn't have wall cling when I was here the first time. When I was here the first time, I was like, oh shit, how am I gonna get up here? And I accidentally hit this thing on the left. But I think you can actually use this thing to... Yeah, you can pogo on that to get up without wall cling. But I destroyed it too early. Can I get up there without pogoing enemies? Or is that the... Maybe I go up and around? Yeah, okay. Thanks. Early Styx access? Wait, what's Styx? Oh, Styx is the weird little big thing in the web making the cocoon things. Top right wall is breakable? Oh? Like up here? Oh. Neat. Wait. Oh shit! I didn't get this through my first playthrough. I never found this, but I remember standing on the outside looking down. I'm like, it looks like there's a path there. Is that just really for decoration? Like, oh damn. Okay, I never found this shortcut. That's really neat. Oh, I guess maybe I don't have a map, so I can't look at it. That's super nice. Okay, this is probably the first thing that I didn't see in my first playthrough. Maxed you for ages? Yeah. Yeah, well, that was for my entire playthrough. Oh my god, okay, yeah, I remember why I didn't like these now. Oh, this only opens on one side, okay. Right. Well. Hello. Like, well, why are they so, like, obsessed with being a slave and serving me? Like, no, you don't have to. Why? Okay, I didn't need to kill that rat. I just wanted to, because of rats. Okay, well, the rat is back. We were gonna get the bell, which is directly below me, I guess? Here? Or did I jump down too far? No, wait, yeah. Oh, okay. So I guess opening this would let me get there. You're alive? Wait, did I bench? Between... Or did you just respawn? You don't seem like an enemy that would respawn. Holy health. I'm just gonna go here. And you know what? I'm just gonna continue. Yeah, you can come with if you want. Yep, sure. Why not? Okay. Bench that sticks. Oh, true! I kind of forgot that was a bench. Is that all 5 bells then? Did I do all the bells? I have not been keeping count. I guess the door will tell us. Ow, what? Did that attack just miss? Oh my god, the bells. Did you see that? I like attacked under and above the bell, and the bell just managed to hit me. It's so sneaky. Does the bell have like a single pixel hitbox? I'm sorry, we're skipping the bell animation. Oh, I didn't get this. Okay, that's why I didn't get any craw whatevers. Okay, I thought I had this already. Okay. How are we doing in the progress department? Oh, I feel like I'm behind on the fleas. I probably missed a flea in the first area, because there's enough fleas before you get to Greymoor, right? To move the caravan. And to the right there's, I guess there's just the, oh yeah, Crests is here. The pervert flea. He's like here, right? Or wait. My brain wants him to be here. Is he like up? Or is he further up from here? Further up, okay. Okay. Do I go through one of the towers? Wow, I was so close to getting hit by that. Because going up here, I think you can't like reach that from here. I think you need to go down and around, right? What? Where's the next tower? Is there a next tower? I feel like my... So I remember there being some weird pathing shenanigans around here. Think this is the right way? Okay, assuming stream delay is not messing me up right now. And write about Garmund? But you can't... Oh yeah, wait. Before you go to Garmund, there's a... You could go up there, right. What? I'm so good at dashing into enemies. Yeah, it's kind of nice that the cross-drop rosaries. I think that's neat. This spot. Okay. Okay, now I remember. There's a flea here as well, right? So I'm hearing something that sounds decidedly flea-like. Oh, wait. Oh, it's from the other side. God damn it, rats. Really? Oh yeah, this is where you do everything's right. I don't remember what's up here. Oh, wait. Oh, there's not enough space to jump over this one. Ah. Okay. What? Oh my god. Okay. There's this one weird, like it's interesting how the thing about like holding a button to do some action. So in this case, like activating the cloak. Like generally when you're on the ground, there's never a reason to activate the cloak, but there kind of is here. Like you kind of, it's like if I activate the cloak and land, like I'm still holding the cloak button. And I kind of feel like when I'm still holding cloak, I feel like it should reactivate when I walk over this one. So like if I'm uncloaked, still holding cloak button, it should like poof up again when I'm walking across here. I think. It might actually cause a bunch of other weirdness, but I feel like it should activate. Because I did do that here where I thought it would activate, but it didn't. Left, what's left here? This is the... Oh, this is the weird, like, thicket place? What was it called? Something thicket. Wisp thicket. I did not play the game at release. I heard there was, like, a lot of hazards did a lot more damage, like double damage, at release. But I think I played whatever came, like, whatever patch that got rid of some of those hazard damages. Oh, okay, hold on. My cat wants to go through a gate. Okay, I'll grab it. Hold on. 1 second. Can you put that in? Yeah. Good, good. Good, good, good. Did you go? Yeah. Hey. What? Hello. Do you want to say hi to stream? Yeah? No? No? Mm-mm. Okay. Okay. Mr. Salad. His name is Salad. What? Okay, no, okay. You want to go elsewhere? Okay. That done? Oh my god! I ran over my headphone cord. Hey. Okay. Shortcut. This room is weird. What's up with this room? Am I missing something here, or is this just a room that exists for its own, like, sake? Jesus, that was such a short wind-up. This is crap. Okay, now I remember. Just a rat room. I suppose rats can have a little room as a treat. Yeah, okay, crap. Yeah, sure. I will leave you here. I do not want to spend more time with you than I have to. Because I remember this was the path to Sinner's Road. Kind of forget what's to the left of here, though. Ow. Okay. Right. This whole place is optional. Okay, but we're doing the judge route, which means the next step would be Wormways? Blasted Steps? Wait, I never got the map for... Okay, I feel like I'm missing a lot of maps. I never got the map for Shellwood. Okay. Alright. I don't think... I think I'm probably relatively close to done for today then. Because I think going towards the last judge and all of that is kind of going to be a whole thing. And it's getting very late here. Is there any last thing I should do before we are done? Oh, hello spikes. Oh, god damn it. Not the rats. Yeah, just because you did that. Okay, we got the shortcut, and to the left... Is that the doctor that was kicked out of Bellhart? I forget their name. Yeah, this place. And this is also where you get the explosives. Oh yeah, Wisp Thicket was one of the places I didn't find on my own. And what's it called? The Nihilith area was also another one that I couldn't find on my own. It was really weird that the hint you get for where that area is like actively misleading you. It's kind of like, oh, it kind of hints toward it being in Shellwood. And so I like looked all over Shellwood to try to find the entrance to the whatever the Nihilith area is called. And then I found out it's actually not through Shellwood. It's through an elevator shaft. What's the hint? The hint you get is basically something along the lines of like you need to find the location of the old rulers of Shellwood. Something like that. And so I'm like, okay, old rulers. I don't know what the old rulers were in Shellwood. Like, I don't know, were the wasps big on that? Or maybe something with the weavers? I don't know. How? It was just talking about Shellwood. There was no talk about the fact that you had to go through the Citadel gate to get there. No, no. There's so many moments where I feel like I'm using the cloak and Hornet isn't ledge grabbing. some reason, I never got used to the threshold for that, because there's so many moments where I'm like, I feel like I'm close enough. Like that one, I feel like I should have gotten that ledge grab, but maybe that was because of the bounce. Yeah, it's probably because of the bounce. Because I thought initially it was just a height thing, but it could just be if you bounce off of the corner, you kind of miss the... Huh. Interesting. Yeah, because I always like chalk that up to being like a height thing, but I think it might actually be the bouncing that like catches me off guard. Is this the flea? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, I believe that's 5 fleas. So maybe the last thing we'll do is get the flea caravan here. Unless it only counts like fleas in a specific area. No. Wait, Krat counts as a flea? I guess he does. Why is there a Krat face? Oh, is that what you meant when you typed that in chat? That's funny. Does that happen for the other special fleas? Because there's the like warrior flea. Do they also get a custom portrait? Oh, there are for the big one in the bog. That's good. Okay, hold on. There is a cat directly in front of me. Mr. Salad. Do not press on the keyboard, please. I don't know what you're gonna press. Hey, mister. I am playing Silksong. I guess I don't need the keyboard, technically, so... I wonder... Sometimes I feel like I would want this game to have like the... Okay, so there's quite a lot of moments in Silksong where you're on a pretty small platform and you want to dash jump from that platform. And if you do that, then generally you will just fall off the platform because the dash jump doesn't really activate until you like get started running. Okay, that one I managed to do that one. So like if the distance is too short, you can't do the dash jump or the sprint jump. But it's kind of always possible to do it. You just have to like start from further away. So like if you jump to the right and then dash and then jump, even if you're on like the smallest platform in the universe, you can do the sprint jump. But I'm not a huge fan of that. It feels awkward to do this every time, especially if you have like multiple like platforms in a row where you have to do this. So I kind of wish the dash jump had like whatever the opposite of coyote time is, where like, because like coyote time is like this thing where you can jump even after you've left the platform, like slightly late. But I feel like they should also let you jump. I feel that they should let you jump. They should let you sprint jump if you are very close to the ledge of a platform where there is room where you could have done this instead. Because I get that you wouldn't want players to be able to like do that kind of jump with a very short amount of distance when they're on like flat ground. Like if I'm here, I would get why you wouldn't want like you wouldn't want users to be able to do like sprint jumping immediately, right? But if you're on the ledge of a platform, I think I would probably be kind of lenient here. Like in this particular case, sprinting and jumping. Oh wait, why did that one? Okay, that one actually works. But like I remember like so many situations where, yeah, especially blasted steps leading up to the pin stress, and also there's a few places in the Marrow or the Deep Docks, someplace with a lot of lava. I remember like so many times I fell into lava just because I like had too short of a run up to the ledge. Because I feel like it would be nice if there was like an exception to how early you can do the dash jump, specifically when you're on a ledge like this. Because I don't know if it adds that much. Like if you're on like, I don't know if it adds that much to force you to have to like go back and like restart the whole, or like start from further away just so you can dash jump from the edge. It kind of like ruins the flow, especially in Blasted Steps where there's like 3 or 4 of these in a row, like tiny platforms among the like sandworms. Like it kind of like ruins the whole flow, and I don't know. But I'm not sure if it would like the sprint jump has a lot of extra coyote frames compared to normal walking, so I think they tried to do that. I feel like coyote frames is kind of like it serves a similar purpose, but it mostly just gives you leniency when it comes to people's intuitions about where the edge is of a ledge. But it doesn't really solve the run-up problem of like having a short runway before you can do the sprint jump. And it's really frustrating when you're doing a sprint jump and you do press the jump, but then you fall down and then you hit lava or spikes or whatever. It's a pretty frustrating, like the amount of times I've fallen into lava with this pose. I'm just Hornet falling to her death, and like there's nothing I can do. I'm just falling to my death. I don't know, I wonder what that would feel if you had like an exception for ledges where dash jumping would be allowed. Okay, fleece. We're getting the flea caravan. And then I am done for today. Are they still in the marrow? I guess they are. Coyote jump, is that a reference to Wile E. Coyote? Yes. It's the thing of like you can jump even after you've stepped off of the ledge. There's a tiny margin where you're still allowed to jump. There's quite a lot of stuff like that platformers have. Like another one is that you're usually able to press the jump button even right before you land, and it still counts as a jump. And that just makes everything feel much better. Like it just feels smoother to play. An example where they don't do that is like, or not a perfect example actually, but the healing in Hollow Knight 1 had a very weird thing where like if you start healing in the air and then when you land, the healing input doesn't get through, so you don't actually start healing. You have to let go and then press again. It's one of those things that's messed me up a lot, for no good reason, I would argue. Flea caravan is okay, down, right, left, I suppose. Cat caravan, yeah, that's what I would have. I already have a cat caravan now because I guess I'm missing one. I have 4 cats. I don't have 5 cats. So right now I'm almost there. Almost there before my caravan moves to Greymoor. You are very prickly and I don't want to be hit by a falling rock. Okay. Strange flea, true. Nice. There's an enormous cat in front of me, just napping across the whole desk. Okay. I'm just skipping the dialogue because I've done this before. I'm gonna travel with the flea caravan. Did I do that the first time? I forget. I've done it at least once before. I really like the little animation of Hornet sitting in the caravan. It's cute. Didn't lose a single flea. Oh, I didn't even lose Krat. Oh yeah, flea brew. Okay, flea brew is actually a really nice reward for this. This was my #1 tool that I used throughout the whole game. And the reason for that is like, it both gives you a lot of opportunity to deal damage during boss fights, and it gives you a lot of silk. Like, it's actually primarily just a safety thing for me, because I get more silk. Oh, I don't remember this bug in the background. Oh, maybe they were there even for the... in the first place. Anyway. Mr. Salad? Hey? Do you want me to go to bed? Yeah? It's a horsey bug. Gotcha. Okay, Salad probably wants me to go to bed. Okay. That was a really long session. I probably shouldn't have played this long. Alright. I guess that was the first session? Am I gonna do more sessions? Maybe? Probably? I guess if people enjoyed this, I could do more. I am still enjoying the game though. So I feel like I would either play it off stream or I would play more on stream. Hello? Yeah, hello? Boo 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 boo. Boo boo boo. You do? You wanna talk to stream? Mm-hmm. Just got here, but I enjoy these. That's neat. Okay, then I might do some more. I enjoyed all the game design inside. I feel like I didn't do that much commentary game design wise. In the beginning I did, but yeah, that's the microphone. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I want to hear what you have to say about the harpoon ability. Yeah. I can talk about that once I get there. Don't know if I have that many thoughts about it. Apart from the fact that I like it. Okay. Is there anything I want to say before I head off? Well, I do want to say thank you for joining this experimental stream, because I pretty much never stream games. I stream game development or tool development or programming. I very rarely stream games. I was kind of worried that like my subscriber count would just like plummet because people are like, oh, why are you playing video games? But we'll see how this experiment goes. Maybe my YouTube stats are going to yell at me for making a huge mistake playing video games, but still working our way through Hollow Knight. Neat. Hollow Knight is a really good game, so there's definitely no rush to go to Silksong if you're enjoying Hollow Knight. They're pretty different games as well. They're similar in many ways, of course, but I feel like there's enough of a distinction and difference between those two games. So like, it's not like the first Hollow Knight is just an outdated version of Silksong. They're just different video games. So it's just really nice to have two things to enjoy. So if you enjoy playing the first Hollow Knight, I think it's probably the better place to start. Hello, Salad. That's the microphone. Yep. That's the microphone. Yep. Kind of messed you up when you had to fight Hornet for the first time? Because you played Silksong first, or no, wait. You said you wanted to avoid spoilers. Wait, why did it mess you up then? Oh, because you recognize Hornet from Silksong? I tried Hollow Knight, but it was too much for me. I don't know if I should get Silksong now. I guess it depends on what too much means. Like, what kind of too much? Because depending on what part of Hollow Knight you're not vibing with, Silksong is either going to be worse or better. So I think that one of the big things with Silksong is that it's a bit more fast paced, and it's pretty punishing. And oh, there was one more thing that's a huge difference from Hollow Knight. Oh my god, that was like the most boring one and it just slipped my mind. It basically means that I've been streaming for too long and my brain cannot brain right now. What was the thing I was going to mention? It's over. Oh, platforming. I think Silksong is a little bit more platforming oriented, or it expects more of you in terms of platforming. So like if you were playing the first Hollow Knight and you were struggling a lot with the platforming and you kind of hated the platforming, I think Silksong might just not be very fun for you. But then again, like Silksong has like slightly more difficult platforming, but it's also designed better as a platformer. I feel like Hollow Knight is awkward as a platformer, partially because Hollow Knight doesn't feel like a platformer. It feels very stiff. And so I don't know if Hollow Knight's platforming, like, it might actually be more difficult because of the stiff movement. Whereas in Silksong, it feels like it's a more well-developed platforming game, I would say. So it could be that maybe it's harder, but it's also easier in the sense that, like, you got way more fluid movement. Anyway, this was neat. Thank you all for joining. Do I plug something? I don't know if I have anything to plug. I don't know. There's links in the description if you want to follow social media stuff, or if you wanna go to my Patreon. If you want to support the stuff that I do, which is usually not playing video games, but if you're interested in tool development, I've been working on a 3D modeling tool called Half Edge. I'm basically making Blender, but not Blender. So that's something I stream every now and then. And other than that, I guess I will see you next time in case it's relevant, unless YouTube yells at me for tanking my YouTube channel by streaming games, but hopefully it doesn't. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining. I will probably see you all next time. I did enjoy this. It was kind of fun to play video games on stream, actually. And also, this is just a fun game, and it is fun to like re-experience the first part of the game when I've played through the game once. And I'm kind of like realizing I have actually grown. Like it's not just that I got more masks and more abilities and I got like more crutches, but I did actually improve a lot in the way that I play. Like the Widow fight did not go that well the first time I played. It was a disaster the first time I played. But I feel like it went really well this time, which was really fun. And I really wish I could play one more time, but yeah, maybe I need to get one of those, like, I know there's like a debug mod that some speedrunners use to like load areas or juggle saves. I don't know exactly how it works, but I think they make it easier to replay areas, I think. Anyway, thank you all so much for joining. I'm gonna start getting ready for bed, because all of my boys usually want me to sleep about an hour ago. So yeah, thank you all for joining. I will see you all next time. Bye bye, everybody.